The scorching golden flames singed Xiao's frail body, leaving the impression it snuffed out the final trace of life she had left. Zhuofan looked on with worry. Dragon Ancestor consoled him. Fire is a source of life. Be it my fierce flame, decimating golden flame, or Kunping's gentle flame, chaos flame. Only gentle flame is good for alchemy and the soul, while the fierce flame is for refining weapons and the body. Letting the golden flame enter her body won't just remake her body, but open her mind further, setting her on the path of a real sacred beast. Further. Precisely. Dragon Ancestor said, fire is the source of life and knowledge. Kunping's azure flame helped open her first mind, to speak and cultivate, to overcome the shackles of a spiritual beast as it grows stronger and stronger. My golden flames take it a step further, giving her the body of a sacred beast capable of transformation. What a true sacred beast can do. Zhuofan shook. Does that mean all spiritual beasts can become sacred beasts? Hardly, or the world would be in chaos. Ha ha ha. You best remember that the number of experts are limited. Dragon Ancestor looked at Xiao. Your daughter is special because she is like us at core, born from the strongest power of this world, with berserk purple lightning taking hold within her. That's why our two flames that resonate with her body will help her develop her mind and spirituality. If it were a common spiritual beast, it could only take one flame. By using both of them, though, it would lead to them clashing inside and exploding. Zhuofan nodded, recalling the three-headed crow at Kunping's side. His aide had received Kunping's azure flame but would never become a sacred beast, because at core its body did not have any of the 5 powers. Zhuofan could not help but smile at Dragon Ancestor. What about me? Don't I have both of your flames? A freak 9 serenities sovereign created? Beat it. Dragon Ancestor's face twitched and grumbled. Zhuofan's weird constitution made him jealous, actually. Who wouldn't want a body that could hold 4 of sacred beast powers and fuse them into an unheard of power? Even he had to admit it. Zhuofan smiled, looking smug. Everything was connected. That was the core belief behind demon transformation art. Everything could be transformed for the user's use. It was truly obscene. Sacred beasts can't train in human cultivation methods, or he'd long have stolen it. Kunping especially. If he knew demon transformation art was the way to combine sacred beast powers, he'd have acted on the spot. Zhuofan was startled awake and watched Xiao being covered by azure flames with the searing golden flames on top. Azure flame and golden flame overlapped and combined, forming a savage tornado, lifting Xiao up in the air. Zhuofan was baffled while Dragon Ancestor was calmer than ever. Boom! After the explosion, purple lightning burst forth, erasing the fire tornado. What followed was a flood of lightning everywhere, surrounding an 8-year-old girl with long purple hair and a purple robe. She was the most adorable creature, with her pink cheeks, bright eyes, and white teeth. Zhuofan was startled. Dragon Ancestor laughed. Ha ha ha! The transformation is complete. With some training, this child will be the next Thunder Phoenix. Adding Qilin's son as well, the 5 great sacred beasts will once more gather. Dragon Ancestor, is she my daughter? Of course, father. Zhuofan blinked dumbstruck. The girl floated down, as the purple lightning crackled around. She bore a bright smile as she skipped over to Zhuofan and jumped into his arms. Of course I'm your daughter. Can't you recognize me? Of course not. Zhuofan's eyelid twitched, hugging the little girl. Seeing the familiar expression in her eyes, he was feeling overwhelmed. If I could choose, a thunder skylark would be better. Xiao asked. Why? Now that I took human form, I'm really your daughter. Ha ha ha, you won't understand. Zhuofan turned solemn. With the way you are now, that means you've become a sacred beast, taking on Thunder Phoenix's mantle. That means you'll become a target for Heavenly Sovereign. Then you might even die. Blinking her big eyes, Xiao was confused. Who's that? Father, if you didn't want for me to transform, why let me? I had no choice. Sighing, Zhuofan glanced at Dragon Ancestor. It wasn't my decision to make. Smiling, the dragon ancestor nodded. Yes, I'd have it even if you refused. We need strength right now. Only with all 5 great sacred beasts will we have the greatest power. Alone, we're no match for Heavenly Sovereign. Shuofan knew this, but was still conflicted. Leave the 2nd generation in my care for now. I'll make sure to unearth all her potential. Dragon ancestor continued. His tone was irreproachable. Shuofan nodded, but Shower wouldn't have it, hugging his neck and whining. No, I want to go with father. No matter how amazing this kid is, he's just a human and has no idea of the true might of the glorious Thunder Phoenix. However, the dragon ancestor's tone was firm. Your mind might be sharp right now and can even understand Berserk Purple Lightning's usage, but that's too slow. By training with me, you'll soon know all of Thunder Phoenix's skills. You'll go home with him later on, but now you must stay with me to make sure you don't stray. Shuofan acknowledged this as well. Yes, since you're meant to enter this storm. The best way is for you to get stronger. I can't teach you. Staying with Dragon Ancestor is better. Shuofan placed Shower down, then turned around without hesitation. Dragon Ancestor, open the door and let me out. Sure. Dragon Ancestor clawed and a tunnel formed to the beautiful world outside. Kid, you're a man of ambition, knowing what must be done and not hesitating. Father. Seeing him go, Shower's voice trembled. I've never left your side since I was born. Shuofan halted, struck by a pang of guilt. But he settled his heart, leaving without looking back. He knew from the moment Dragon Ancestor saw Shower that he would want her to improve and make this simple Thunder Skylark enter the deadliest battle. As her father, Shuofan had to do the best he could to give her the highest chance at survival. Father! As the door faded, Shower cried out after him, with tears of abandonment flowing down her cheeks. But Shuofan not once looked back till the end. Pa! When the door closed, Shower's cries were cut off and Shuofan sighed. His eyes closed to regain his calm, then walked forward with purpose. Heavenly Sovereign, the greatest threat was bearing down on him. No one could help him and he couldn't help anyone either. All he could do was give his all to not get those he cared dragged down into this. The rest of his life was bound to be filled with solitude. He could only use the 5 great sacred beasts, stuck with the same misfortune. Whoosh! Shuofan barely took a step and Yilin appeared, looking hesitant. Shuofan simply brushed his shoulder as he walked on with a cold look. Hold on. Yilin finally spoke. Halting, Shuofan asked, What? Master must have told you about everything. Yilin scratched his head. Our goal is the same. To help Master, we'll have to cooperate. As for the 8 world wind tunnels, I've already placed the drawing array in the secret realm. The others will be harder, even the ones in Western lands. We are, after all, disciples in the Western lands. Are you done? I'm leaving. Shuofan spoke coldly. Yilin started. Wait. Master asked that we set the recoil array together. I don't need you. Shuofan cut him off. You just stay being a Western lands disciple. I can do it on my own. Also, you saved my life and I'll definitely repay you. Shaking all over, Yilin watched Shuofan go. He set his jaw and shouted, Brother! Startled, Shuofan finally paused his step, looking at him oddly. What did you call me? Elder brother. Yilin hesitated with a lowered head. Sacred beasts have rules, making the winner king. Since I lost to you, you're the elder brother. Shuofan turned around and resumed leaving. That is a beast's rule. We are men. Anyway, I'll return the favor for what you did. There's nothing else between us. Elder brother, it doesn't matter. Since I lost, I see you as king. Shuofan never stopped walking. Also, senior brother sent a jade slip. Miss Chu is fine. They all think you're dead. Double Dragon Manor is rushing me to come back and report. Elder brother, come with me? Or would you like me to send her a message? Trembling, Shuofan stopped again, then left faster. No, just say, I'm dead. Come get your furs. the finest 4th level spiritual beast furs you can find. Iron, black iron. Anything you need to make the sharpest spiritual weapons. Get your herbs right here. For miracle 3rd grade cures. The market was packed with peddlers shouting out their wares. They got swallowed in the tide of noisy people coming and going, haggling and bickering, always fighting for a profit. Among this sea of people, one lone figure seemed to drift through it, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. When he looked up, his cold face contrasted with the bustling scene. Looking around, he found people with long noses, big eyes, and foreign faces unlike anyone he saw in Tianyu. Zhuofan lowered his head again and milled through the crowd and out of here. Down here, in the capital of Qianrong Empire, he was the foreigner. Like a nimble cat, Zhuofan's trace was gone without anyone taking notice. Zhuofan took a deep breath and floated through the bustling street like a ghost. Ever since he left Ultimate Clarity Sect, Zhuofan knew the danger he was in, fated to go in this world alone. But after giving it some thought, he still could not help but want to see them again. Elder Yuan Luo clan and, never mind Qingqing. He feared he'd never leave if he saw her. This was a kind of silent goodbye. He would be facing Heavenly Sovereign by himself. It was so convenient there was a whirlwind tunnel from Dragon Ancestor sketch on his way. Since he was passing through, might as well leave a drawing array behind. But the Dragon Ancestor's map was a dubious sketch. A true amateur painter. He might as well know only the 8 locations of the tunnels, and that was pretty much it. At least he knew the rough location, with nothing to go on as to its exact spot. Best keep an ear out while I'm here. Zhuofan halted his steps with a grin. Next to him was a rowdy restaurant. When it came to listening, this place was the best location. With whirlwind tunnels gathered spiritual energy, it's bound to cause some strange occurrences that people can't miss. A native is sure to know more. Zhuofan looked up as he walked up to it, finding that it was made up of 8 3-meter big rocks. Qianrong are so crude, even their culture shows it. From the gate to their homes, nothing here inspires grandeur. Taking the capital's gate for instance, it was twice as tall as that of Tianyu, but not as polished. The capital of Tianyu was a work of art, filled with beauty and refinement. Every corner was thought out, every nook and cranny used. While the Qianrong capital only looked huge. Size was good, sure, but the rocks used in the buildings were uneven, as if made up at random. Maybe this was how their culture, one based on power and disregarding the details. As they associated themselves with spiritual beasts every day of the week for years and years, their belief in power would only be strengthened. There was a low chance for any sage like the 3 in Tianyu to appear. But this is also why the Qianrong stand united while Tianyu is filled of bickering fools weakening the empire. This aspect alone would paint the barren Qianrong nation as stronger than Tianyu. Heaven really is amazing to create such wonderful discrepancies. Weak yet strong. Zhuofan smiled as he walked in. The waiter spotted him and waved. Will you be dining or staying? We have a quiet room, but it's a bit on the expensive side. No need. I'll stay in the hall. Zhuofan shook his head and took a random seat at a table. The waiter lowered his head and saw that the cloak hid Zhuofan's features. Guest, you're a foreigner? Yeah. Then where do you? Zhuofan eyed him. What? Do I have to explain myself to stay here? No, it's just that there are hostilities recently and foreigners have to report. The waiter was put on the spot. Sighing, Zhuofan ignored him. He didn't give much thought to a lower 3 sect protecting some third-rate empire. Ever since the dragon ancestor used the golden flame to remake his body, his cultivation reached the 8th layer of radiant stage. As for his power, it grew exponentially, not limited to the draconic form Yilin had, tough and filled with decimating golden flame, but also wielding the apocalyptic thunderflame eye. That was why he had no qualms coming here. Just that he would much prefer it if he kept his nose down. I come from Tianyu. Any problem? You're from Tianyu? The waiter shouted in shock and looked at him in hatred. That got everyone to turn their heads over with some unfriendly looks. Why, you don't like Tianyu? Zhuofan eyed the people around. Gnashing his teeth, the waiter was spat. That's the least of it. We're mortal enemies. 8 years ago, Tianyu stole our richest lands, forcing us to leave our homes and live in poverty. Many of our soldiers died in the war with Tianyu. So you tell me if I could forget such hatred? War is all about death. Either you die or I die. This is normal. Moreover, it was you who invaded us first. The war was also within Tianyu. You're the attackers, although you failed in the end. Scratching his nose, Zhuofan spoke. You struck first yet failed. Now you blame us for fighting back. The waiter glared in hatred and cursed. Humph! What do you know? This is all Tianyu's twisted plan. They say we should help them settle their unrest, only to label us as invaders later and steal our land on top of it. All of you from Tianyu are nothing but snakes and greedy wastrels. The others nodded, looking at Zhuofan with red eyes. Oh, that does make sense. Zhuofan nodded. True. It was Tianyu's emperor at the time that invited you to help. I didn't think such a secret would reach the ears of a waiter. This must be the Chuanrong emperor's campaign to keep his seat. But that's the truth and I have nothing to deny it. But this was settled by the leadership, with the common people of Tianyu wholly disagreeing. Now that emperor lost, so of course he can't honor his promise to you. On the contrary, the enemy you two joined to fight ended up taking the power and came to settle scores with you. Since they had no deal with you, their enemies, of course they used you. The waiter's face twitched, then flicked his hand and barked. Who cares? All we know is that anyone from Tianyu worked to cheat us. No, Tianyu has many factions. If you side with one, the others are bound to become your enemies. Losing in the end means you bet on the wrong horse. This isn't a matter of Tianyu people's character. For them, you looked like the aides of their enemies who came to kill them. Zhuofan waved his hand. The only one to blame is your emperor and his faulty reasoning, involving himself in another empire's matter before understanding its workings. Also, with feeble soldiers, it's best to stay home and defend it, then invade and incite things. Shut your pie hole. The waiter had had enough, shaking from anger. Our emperor is the best in the world. After we lost our lands, he still made sure to settle us in the capital. Our commander is the best in the world, kind to his men and undefeated. Zhuofan mocked with a raised eyebrow. The best emperor? Ha ha ha. He lost your land and you call him that after giving you some crumbs? Isn't that his duty to begin with? If he didn't even do that, he'd be failing as an emperor. The best commander? Tuoba Taizhan ain't a bad old coot. But undefeated is a bit of a stretch at this point. At least in Tianyu he lost all the way. How else would you end up without a home? Why, you little... Zhuofan's sharp mockery cut deep. The waiter and the others around were fuming mad. In the end, the waiter roared. You dare slander our emperor and commander? You won't leave this place alive. Man of Tianyu, we'll kill you. Everyone stood up and unleashed their bloodlust on Zhuofan as they came charging. Zhuofan had nothing better to do than yawn. A few profound heaven experts among a bunch of bone-tempering cultivators. What can nobodies like you do against a radiant stage expert in the 8th layer? Wait, radiant stage? Eyes wide, they all looked dumbstruck. We were too impulsive and got caught up in the flow. The silence was deafening. Everyone here looked at each other, then at Zhuofan with a dumb look, though neither budged an inch. The waiter was sweating now, shaking like a leaf next to Zhuofan and on the verge of tears. What's wrong with me? The least I could do was check his level before I let anger take me. Only now he saw that his bone-tempering cultivation wasn't enough to see through him. This was an obvious sign the other's level was way higher. The people in the restaurant sized Zhuofan up, then lamented their fates. We can't tell anything. We can't even touch him as we are. They all stood stiff in the same spot, while Zhuofan snickered. What's the hold-up? Didn't you want to kill me? No. Everyone shook their heads. Passers-bys like them would never reach his level. They'd just be mowed down if they attacked now. Zhuofan shook his head. I was wondering why the Chuanrong emperor would be so impulsive as to step into Tianyu's unrest. Now I see Chu and Rong are all brawn, attacking before even looking. It might sound like bravery, even heroism, but it's just a fancy way of calling someone an idiot. Before you start attacking, you should start flexing that thing you have for a head. Well, I guess you lost those hundreds of miles fair and square. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan's mockery made everyone's faces turn red. Zhuofan started off with defending himself, but now he was openly disregarding their emperor and their entire people. It made the Chu and Rong so angry and filled with hatred. Though not enough to attack, not when Zhuofan had the biggest fist around. Seeing them all so tense, Zhuofan smiled, though no longer toyed with them, since he had no intention of quarreling with the common folk. Since you guys won't do nothing, I'll attack, the waiter shouted, scared to death. A radiant stage cultivator could kill them with a thought. They'd be slaughtered. The others panicked and fell to their knees, begging for their lives. Rolling his eyes, Zhuofan huffed. Who'd kill you? You're not even worth it. I was gonna say that since you won't start anything, I'll ask some questions and then you can just scram. Oh, just questions. Who the hell jumped the gun and said he'll attack? They relaxed at once. But then, they recalled their panic and shameful act, looking for the instigator. Shit! That scared me to death. All eyes glared at the waiter. He lowered his head with resentment. Can you blame me? How would I know this guy is against the norms? Shouldn't it be if we don't attack, he will? Ignoring their reproaching looks, Zhuofan said, Waiter, I'll ask you first. What were those fights you were talking about? With who? You don't know? The waiter was stunned. Zhuofan rolled his eyes and cursed. Why else am I asking you? Yeah. Senior asked you a question and you're quibbling? Hurry up and answer before Senior gets impatient. Waiter, cut the crap and answer. Everyone in the restaurant began to curse at him and make him feel glum. Damn these fools switching sides at the drop of a hat. They were patriots a second ago alongside me. Now they're this Tianyu guy's loyal dogs. Since you can't mess with a radiant stage cultivator, you take it out on a waiter. Zhuofan frowned and glared at them to quiet down. The waiter bowed. Sir, we're at war with Tianyu. Since you're from Tianyu, I thought you knew. They're fighting again? Why? For how long? Around a month. The rumor is His Majesty received the full support from the Guardian sect, vowing to get our land back. The waiter sighed. And His Majesty wanted to make up for his mistake 8 years ago. So there's been a martial law in place at the borders, to prevent any Tianyu spies from coming in. That's why when Sir, the patriotic waiter forgot who he was talking to, forgetting he was giving a strong guy from Tianyu a report. So he sewed his mouth shut. Something had to be wrong with his head, to talk when he was aware of the situation. He may be. Don't worry, I'm no spy. Zhuofan smiled. Have you ever seen a spy exposing himself like me? Besides, it's common knowledge what you told me so far. I've been away from Tianyu for so many years and want to return. I couldn't know these things. The waiter sighed, relieved. I haven't sold my country. Zhuofan pondered carefully. There's a serious problem here. I saw the Luo clan's power and Chu and Rong didn't have the strength to invade Tianyu. Also, Beast Taming sect is offering full support. Humph, it is only one sect while the other has 3 helping it. Unless something fishy is going on here. Did the higher powers reach some debased deal? What are you talking about, sir? The waiter asked, puzzled. Zhuofan waved his hand. Nothing. It doesn't involve you anyway. Chu and Rong won't win in any case. There's still something I want to know. Ha ha ha. Do you guys have some wonderful scenery around, of immense beauty? Scenery. The waiter was stumped, the people puzzled. He shook his head. Sir, Chu and Rong isn't like Tianyu, with rich lands and great sceneries. We're barren. So where can there be such a place here? If you want to enjoy some places, you're better off going to Tianyu. They have far better sceneries. Then what about harsh mountains? Which is the most treacherous area? The place where livestock vanishes the most. Zhuofan squinted. Where the wind tunnel gathered spiritual energy, it did not mean paradise would always form. It might not be unlike the local areas, making it truly a danger zone. The waiter was still looking lost. "Sir, where have you heard this? We're barren, but not in hell with a poisoned land. Wouldn't we have died off by now?" Frowning, Zhuofan pondered. Were the OL dragon's senses out of whack when he made the sketch? There's no sign of the wind tunnel here. That would mean all the other spots were wrong as well. How am I supposed to find 8 wind tunnels on these huge lands? Zhuofan was worried. The waiter and the rest did not make a peep, afraid he would kill them. Everyone waited there for his words. Where's the owner? In this tense mood, heads turned as loud footsteps were heard coming into the locale. 2 built men in lavish clothes walked forward, their strong physique clearly making them out to be at peak profound heaven stage. "The 6th prince has booked this place. All of you are to leave." The 2 tough guys stuck out their chests, looking smug and cocky, though they did not see the panic that unusually followed. In fact, the people were making shushing gestures in a rush. "What's going on here? Are you all deaf? The 6th prince booked this place. Get out now." The 2 barked once more and the people looked at the 2 tough men, trying to hint at them. "See him? He can't be offended, so keep it down. Don't disturb him or we'll all get it." However, the 2 muscles did not get to shout again as Zhuofan's cold tone echoed. "Who are the crazed dogs barking in my ear? How dare you?" The 2 got so used to having their way, they began shouting at Zhuofan's complaint. "Who are you to disturb the 6th prince?" Boom! Their tirade was cut short by an explosion. They exploded in a mist of blood while Zhuofan lowered his punch, lamenting. "Where am I supposed to go from here? The sketch is a bust." The people in the restaurant paled, with some even slumping on the floor. Just 1 punch from an 8th-layer Radiant Stage expert and 2 peak Profound Heaven cultivators were dead without even a corpse left behind. They died before even knowing what was coming. This guy is brutal, not holding back at all. Those 2 were the prince's men. The fear in everyone only grew as they looked at Zhuofan, shivering in their spots. "Hualair, Hualasha, are you done? The prince is about to arrive." An aged voice sounded from a man with a white beard. Seeing the blood around, he shouted, "What's with all this blood? Haven't I told you brats not to kill? How can you feast when there's blood around? Cleaning it up is such a pain too." The people glanced at the old guy but remained silent. He must think the blood comes from us. If only he knew they were his own 2 men. The old man walked inside as he shouted, "Hualair, Hualasha, get out here right notish." Ugh. The old man bore a weird look. Why are there so many people around? 6th prince is about to arrive. The others gave him a pitiful look, then waited for Zhuofan to make his move. What's a prince against an 8th-layer Radiant Stage cultivator? If we take a single step without his permission, we might just end up like those 2. Zhuofan was frowning and pondering what to do. The sketch lost its value and he was now stuck. He was so distracted, he did not notice the eerie mood in the restaurant. Sir?" The old man wasn't as impulsive as the late 2. Noticing where all eyes were looking, he grew stiff as he sized Zhuofan up. Oh crap! An 8th-layer Radiant Stage expert. He was only in the 4th layer and the prince's household had no such expert either. That was the reason behind his bow and address. Zhuofan was still vexed with his problem to pay him any mind. The old man turned to the waiter. "Who is this, sir?" The waiter shook his head. The old man looked around and got the same answer from the rest. Sighing, the old man asked, "Where are the 2 tough men that came in?" "You're stepping on them." The waiter pointed at the blood. The old man shook and looked at all the red on the floor, then at the stumped Zhuofan in realization. The 2's brash attitudes must have irked this man and they ended up like this. This was bad. Messing with such a strong expert was anything but good. I have to settle it now. But he shows complete disregard to me, who is 4 layers beneath him. Since there's nothing I can do, I'll get help. The old man tiptoed 2 steps back, then ran like hell. The people were stunned. "And you call yourself a man in 6th Prince's service? Mere thugs that scare the weak ones and flee from anyone strong." Only Zhuofan was still lost in his thoughts. not registering this event. Whoosh. For powerful energies came into the restaurant moments later and forced the guests to falter back. For elders enter, with one of them being the same guy from before. But the leader was a blond man with sharp eyes and far stronger. The people in the restaurant knew then and there that this guy was a true expert. Many who met his eyes felt dizzy and in shock. With these four so powerful, are they planning to take on the Tianyu expert? That will mean a brutal battle. Won't that end with us as collateral? The people were restless now, praying to anyone out there not to get dragged into this mess. It was beyond their expectations when they saw the blonde elder bowing before Zhuo Fan. I am High Venerable Jin Buhuan of the 6th Prince from Chunrong Empire. I ask that you overlook the rude attitude of my men. Get lost. Seeing as the strongest Jin Buhuan was only one layer lower than him, Zhuo Fan couldn't care less. Stunned, Jin Buhuan felt awkward. Then his mood sank. He might be slightly weaker, but to get no respect at all? He had more men as well. If a fight broke out, it might even go in their favor. The white-bearded old man knew this and shouted, "Sir, we respect you as fellow Radiant Stage cultivators and don't wish to fight. We are even willing to overlook killing our men, but even with your 8th layer Radiant Stage cultivation, among the best in Chunrong, it still won't be enough against numbers. Getting on the imperial family's bad side is ill-advised. I urge you to rethink and let's work this out as friends." Jin Buhuan smiled and nodded at his approach. Neither humble nor confrontational, with words said with respect and reason. That should do it. Too bad they weren't dealing with your average Radiant Stage expert. Even a rotten bastard would listen, but not Zhuo Fan, who was loftier than the loftiest freak. All bark and no bite. Zhuo Fan mocked. You old coots yap for so long because your teeth must be dulled, ha ha ha. Jin Buhuan's face twitched and grew red. He clenched his fists in rage. Damn punk. We're clearly being nice and you spit on our faces. Zhuo Fan smirked at them. He was annoyed the sketch was a bust and needed a good punching bag to feel better. It just so happened a few poor devils came right at his door. Jin Buhuan glared. Sir, I don't care who or how strong you are, but you're over the line. I will not take this lying down. Jin Buhuan exploded with power and bloodthirst as he charged at Zhuo Fan. The other 3 elders were right behind him. The oppressive power shook the entire restaurant. The people were pushed back under such pressure, while Zhuo Fan just smiled. He was looking at 4 clowns doing their act. Zhuo Fan mocking gaze enraged Jin Buhuan. He shouted and was about to strike. Stop! Ugh! Halting all of a sudden, Jin Buhuan looked back and bowed. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and saw a fashionable youth walking over. He must be their lord, that 6th prince. Ignoring the elders, the prince looked at Zhuo Fan in shock. His steps were shaky, his lips trembling. Yes, I'm the one that killed your 2 dogs. Now for more dogs came to bite me, so you should be coming in only after this is done. There's no need for any blustering either, being more than familiar with this play. Wait till I kill them. If you still want to die, I don't mind sending you off as well. Zhuo Fan waved him off like he was a beggar. The elders were furious and wanted to rip Zhuo Fan to pieces. But the youth was dancing in joy. Why, you're Zhuo Fan? How are you still alive? I'm your biggest fan. Huh. Zhuo Fan was perplexed, to say the least. Giving the youth a long look, Zhuo Fan grumbled and scratched his head. Have we met? Why can't I remember? Zhuo dash. Sir Zhuo, you never met me, but I have. Shaking from excitement, the youth came next to Zhuo Fan and looked at him with stars in his eyes. Zhuo Fan was put off. And who are you supposed to be? When did you see me? At the Double Dragon Gathering, Sir Zhuo. Recalling those glorious fights, the youth trembled, his voice shaky. I was Chunrong Empire's representative and witnessed Sir's punch erasing all of Beast Taming Sect's team and your rise to fame. From a lower 3 sect disciple to the best disciple in Western lands. I was moved to tears. Startled, Zhuo Fan finally reacted. So the kid saw me fight. No wonder I never noticed him. With so many people around, it would have been strange if he had. Though he finds this guy's choice of words peculiar. Kid, you're the sixth prince of Chuanrong Empire? Yep. The prince was so excited just by the fact Shuafan talked to him. Like it was his honor or something. That would make beast taming sect your guardian sect. So why would you be so thrilled to see me pulverizing them? Shuafan was quite curious while the prince wrote it off. Them? They're nothing more than our puppet masters. Their heinous disciples got used to doing anything they wanted, with no one standing up to them. That's why they looked like that at Double Dragon Gathering. They have nothing to do with us. In fact, Serge's punch truly helped us vent. Oh, no problem. Though you shouldn't call them heinous, since those guys behind you aren't any better. Shuafan nodded. The prince chuckled, totally accepting the blame. Serge's lesson is true. I have indeed neglected my men's conduct. What does it have to do with me if you care or not? Shuafan rolled his eyes. The sixth prince did not mind at all, taking all his words at face value. Yep, Sergeua is a man of ambition, so why would you care about little old me's faults? But since Sir mentioned it, I'll be sure to rectify it. The sixth prince turned around and spoke harshly at the four elders. Venerable Jean, tell everyone they are forbidden from using their power on the people, or their heads will roll. How can we be seen the same way as those rotten bastards from beast taming sect? How will Sergeua see us then? Yes, sir. Jean Buhuan bowed and then sighed at Shuafan. To be honest, Sixth Prince was a whimsical guy who was only out to have fun, ignoring everything else. Chuanrong Emperor tried teaching some sense to him, but he just wouldn't listen. Yet now, a short word from Shuafan got him on the straight and narrow. This is the power of an idol. Shuafan felt helpless too. What's it got to do with me? Sergeua, I've been hearing rumors that you've been killed. I've been offering bitter prayers in tears for your safe passing. You can ask them if you don't believe me. True. Sixth Prince looked excitedly at Shuafan, then turned to his elders to echo him. They nodded their heads and attested to his conduct. Our prince is your biggest fan. Though what is Sir doing here all of a sudden? Are the rumors fake? Sixth Prince asked. Grinning, Shuafan mocked as his eyes took on a savage glint. They'll have another thing coming if they think I'll just drop dead. Cool. Sixth Prince squealed in adoration at Shuafan's inadvertent posing. Then he turned to his elders. See that? This is Sergeua, the best in Double Dragon Gathering and my idol. Isn't he awesome? Ugh. The four bobbed their heads with a bright smile. Yes, cool, very cool. Though the four's hearts weren't that much into it. As the kid's men, they had to cater to his whims and lower themselves by idolizing his idol. Even Shuafan was of the same opinion, feeling put off by this crazed fan. Though he was about to pick a fight despite the other backing down. The sixth prince's adoration deflated his anger. How could he when the kid was worshipping the ground he walked on? I better get out of here fast. Sixth prince saw him go and rushed to block him. Sergeua, where are you going? You're finally in Chuanrong. So how can you go without me being your host? That's fine. I couldn't find anything here I need, so I'll be going. Shuafan chuckled and walked on. Sixth Prince's sparkling eyes rolled about in thought. Then he said, Sergeua, what are you looking for? I know this place the best, so let me help. You? Shuafan raised an eyebrow, sizing him up. Of course, the Whirlwind Tunnel, with how weird it is, has a high chance of being taken by some really rich and powerful people. How can a nobody know about it? This kid is the sixth prince of Chuanrong, of illustrious pedigree, and can hear many interesting tidbits. Shuafan's eyes lit up. Great. Then tell me, are there any spectacular places around here? Or any harsh and deadly ones? Spectacular. The prince paused, then clapped. Have you come to enjoy our wonderful lands? In a way. Shuafan strained to agree. Are there any particular landscapes about? Sixth Prince beamed. You came to the right man. We have barren lands, but don't lack in some good views either. My new mansion just got built around a wonder like no other. You might even say it's heaven on earth. I dare say, you'll never see anything like it in the whole 5 lands. Really? Shuafan grinned. Sixth Prince nodded in pride. Of course, the mighty are bound to steal it from me if they knew of it. Imperial Father saw it and wanted to build a summer palace, but I fought him against it and took it from him. That marvel is mine and mine alone. Imperial Father will have to ask me if he wants a peek. Ha ha ha. Sir Jua, now that you're here, I'll hold a feast at once. Let us enjoy the beauty together, with wine in hand. That's such a waste. Let's just go right now. Shuafan was overjoyed and couldn't wait to get there. Such a godsend, coming right when he was at his lowest. Sixth Prince nodded, leading the way with a bright smile. It was his pride and joy to do anything for Shuafan. Jin Buhuan came before the Sixth Prince before they could go. Prince, please wait. You had a fight with Elder Shi over a girl and His Majesty asked you to make amends. I get that you did not want to receive him at your home, so you came here instead. But if you leave, won't you stand Elder Shi up? We can't have him blow up in anger. Why do I have to apologize to that snake? Humph. Not happening. Sixth Prince was stubborn. I saw that girl first and that snake came to take her. He even killed all my men. Now Imperial Father wants me to apologize? Whatever for. A has-been elder of beast-taming sect is nothing. All he knows is to come to Chuanrong Imperial capital and be vile. Humph. The only reason I set a feast is because you cowards made me. Seeing the prince's attitude, Jin Buhuan shook his head. Prince, it's just some jealousy over a girl. And those guards weren't much worth either. And Elder Shi is an ethereal stage expert that not even His Majesty can mess with. If not for beast-taming sect holding him back, he'd be killing us as well. You have to apologize and settle his anger. You also said they lost power in the beast-taming sect and it's nothing big yet. So let's make it stay like that. No and no. Sixth Prince pointed at Jua Fan in his temper. Sir Jua fears nothing, winning Double Dragon gathering by himself. I will follow his example and won't fear that snake. Sir Jua, let's go to the mansion for a drink. Let these old fools attend to that damn snake. Shuafan watched the situation go out of hand and did not mind urging the prince to leave. He did not care about offending some ethereal stage expert that one day might come to take the prince's life. Jin Buhuan saw through his intention and bowed. Sir Jua, Sixth Prince has always worshipped you. The news of your death had made him cry for 3 days. All of it is true. Have mercy and don't push Master into the fire. Convince him to make amends with Elder Shi. As for the marvel, you'll be seeing it shortly after. Or I would be taking Sir while Master attends to the guest. Shuafan pondered and nodded. All in all, the kid is my fan. While I have no intention of getting dragged into his problem, that doesn't mean I should make his situation worse. The old man has a good idea. Let the Master deal with him and someone else will just take me there. Since he was after the World Wind Tunnel, what difference did it make on who took him there? While he might agree, the prince was totally against it. Not happening. Sir Jua is my honored guest. I have to do my utmost in fulfilling all of Sir Jua's requests. As for that damn snake, let him rot for all I care. Sixth Prince stormed out in anger. Shuafan shrugged and followed. But just then, Jin Buhuan rushed next to him and spoke. Sir Jua, I've long since heard of the prince praising you, but he's also known to boast a lot, especially about the people he likes, to no end. That's why I do not believe anything he said about you. You heard it yourself, an ethereal stage expert. If angered, he'd go to His Majesty and it would not end with his son taking the fall, but you becoming the scapegoat. For the Sixth Prince and for your safety, I urge you to convince him to placate Elder Shi and not let his temper flare out. True, a crazed fan like the Sixth Prince sure has it in him to do that. Shuafan grinned. Only this one time, your master hasn't been boasting. A mere ethereal stage expert is nothing to me. If the prince truly helps me in finding what I seek, I don't see why I can't help you all skin this snake to spare you the trouble. Ha ha ha. Shuafan walked out after the Sixth Prince, leaving Jin Buhuan dumbstruck. Is he nuts? An 8th layer radiant stage cultivator wants to fight an ethereal stage expert? No wonder the Sixth Prince became so obnoxious of late. What good is copying an idol like this? Closing his eyes, Jean Buhuan felt pain in his heart. Elder Jean, the sixth prince, is gone. What do we do when Elder Shi comes? The white elder asked tensely. Shaking his head, Elder Jean sighed. Master is too stubborn and we can only help him. I just hope Elder Shi will accept it. He shouldn't want to blow things out of proportion either, making His Majesty send for beast-taming sect to take him away. Elder Jean turned towards the dumbstruck crowd in the restaurant. What are you standing around for? Didn't you hear our shout? We booked this place. Now scram. Right? They all bobbed their heads and ran like the wind, finally getting their pardon. They were about to lose their lives under Zhuofan's demonic threat, shaking like leaves in fear. Now that they could leave, they were overjoyed they escaped with their lives. Furthermore, the people vowed never to set foot in this accursed restaurant again. The head of the restaurant would have cried if he knew his business had collapsed. Clean this place up and prepare the finest meals and drinks. We're holding a feast. Jean Buhuan eyed the messed up place and shouted. The head of the place and the waiter went to work. In just 15 minutes, the restaurant looked brand new. Slow steps were heard and a youth with sharp eyes approached the locale. Looking it over, his mood sank. When you fall, I'll want to kick you. I might have made a mistake that one time and the sect threw me out, but I'm still an ethereal stage expert, damn it. The Emperor should be welcoming me. Yet now, a stinking brat is treating me in this wretched shack? Humph. Where's the apology in that? Elder Shi, we've been waiting for you. Jean Buhuan shouted as he led his 3 men outside the restaurant to bow in welcome. Elder Shi eyed him coldly. What's this supposed to mean? Where's your lord? That brat isn't welcoming me? Well, please don't be upset, Elder Shi. Wiping his sweaty brow, Jean Buhuan hurriedly apologized. Prince was feeling unwell and could not come, so he had us. Enough! Boom! Elder Shi flicked his sleeve and a powerful gale swept the 4. They left a trail of blood as they flew. Elder Shi gnashed his teeth. You 4 better get this straight. The only reason I tolerated some punk's affront and agreed to this apology feast is all because of Chu and Rong Emperor. But since he doesn't care, he forced my hand. Whoosh! Elder Shi shot straight into the air. Jean Buhuan's group cried out. He's going for the 6th prince's mansion. The prince is in danger. Venerable Jean, lighten up. Isn't the prince taking Zhuofan to his other mansion? He's not home right now. Yeah, and besides, we still got time to report. We can't delay or the prince might die. Jean Buhuan bobbed his head, straightened his wounded body and flew away, with blood dripping from him. The other 3 bore through the pain and followed closely. Meanwhile, Zhuofan and the 6th prince arrived at a remote mountain, at a place among a forest where a mansion was perfectly blended with the surroundings. Its guards were profound heaven experts. The prince bowed to Zhuofan before the door and smiled. Sir Zhuo, after you. Zhuofan nodded and strolled right in. 6th prince skipped after him like a good servant, and was happy for it. The guards were dumbstruck. The rash, impulsive, outrageous 6th prince of theirs knew how to be polite. Even when seeing the emperor, this kid would never show any respect. Being the youngest, His Majesty doted on him, which made him grow up without any restraints. The fact that he gave up and let his son have this spot for his mansion showed just how much he cared. But now... Hey, who's he? Why is the prince acting like that? Don't know. Maybe the father-in-law or brother-in-law. Why else would he be more respectful than when seeing his father? Oh, so the prince finally met his other half. It's good that he stopped visiting brothels. Ha ha ha. The guards whispered while the 6th prince led Zhuofan to a large building. Zhuofan shot the prince a puzzled look. Grinning, the prince pointed at it. Sir Zhuo, the magnificence of the land can only be enjoyed in the truest sense from atop this building. Oh, really? Zhuofan frowned, though not bothered that much. Since the wind tunnel couldn't be just seen, might as well just play the guest. And so, the prince took Zhuofan 18 stories high, to an elegant room. The prince then walked to the window and opened it. letting in the fresh breeze of humid mountain air. Beyond the window was a 300-meter waterfall. Its immense drop felt like it was descending from the heavens above. Xuefan was stunned, turning his stiff face around. Sixth Prince, is this the view you were talking about? Yes. Isn't it marvelous? The prince spoke with pride. Sir Zhua, you know as well how poor the land in Chuanrong is. Such a waterfall is a rarity. That's why I had an array place to hide it and only enjoyed from this place. Even Imperial Father can only come once a month to appreciate this wonder, while I can come every day, ha ha ha. Sir Zhua, this view is great, my ass. Xuefan snapped as he rained curses. The waterfall is nice and that's it. There's plenty more like it in Tianyu. You think I wasted my time coming here for this thing? I wanted a place with strange occurrences, out of this world even. Something like getting in but can't get out, or a spot where meditating a day equals 10 years. The sixth prince looked like a hurt puppy with his lowered head. But, didn't you say you came to see Chuanrong scenery? This is the best we could find. It's fine, I was wrong here for not being clear. It seems Chuanrong doesn't have what I seek. I'm leaving. Xuefan sighed and turned away. The sixth prince rushed to stop him. Wait, Sir Zhua, you're leaving so soon? At least stay for a few days. No thanks. It seems the sketch is useless. I'll go look someplace else. Hold on. The prince cried, you said you wanted to see strange places. Well, Big Brother has such a place. I'll take you there. Your brother? Yes, my elder brother. Chuanrong's crown prince. Sixth prince nodded, his eyes shining with hope. Xuefan nodded after a pause. All right, let's go to your brother. Sixth prince perked up, skipping over to Xuefan and about to lead him like an overexcited child. Xuefan chuckled. He really is my greatest fan. Is he that happy to be around me? Sixth prince, run. Elder, she's coming. A shout came from the window and the two saw Jin Buhuan's group covered in blood and collapsing from their flight, spitting blood again. Sixth prince helped them up. What happened, Venerable Jin? Why are you all like this? Cough. Run, prince. Elder, she went on a killing spree to your mansion. We used this chance to warn you. You have to get to the imperial palace. With his majesty around, maybe his anger can be subdued. That bastard did this to you? His brow shaking. Sixth prince hissed. Absurd. Even for a beast-taming sect elder, this is too much. Those three have been thrown out of the sect for their mistakes, and now they're taking it out on the common folk. Beast-taming sect did cast them out, but they're still its elders. They still have power. The sect will cover for them as long as nothing serious happens. Jin Buhuan shook his head and sighed. Ignoring the fact they were thrown out, they're still in the ethereal stage. Who in the empire would fight them? Prince, we all admire your principles, but I'll have to step out of line here. You're too naive. There are some things, some men, that you can't mess with. Sixth prince's brow quivered as he cursed. Those damn geezers, making the entire imperial capital restless, and now they even have the nerve to come after me. Won't that mean they have no restraint against anyone else? How can we rule the Chuanrong Empire in this state? No. I have to plead that imperial father to remove those three bastards. It's no use. Of course his majesty would want that as well, but no one is strong enough. Jin Buhuan was filled with pain. Those three geezers got kicked out of beast-taming sect and now are running amok. Sixth prince shook in anger, but then he suddenly went still and peeked at Xuefan. In the end, he spoke his mind. Sir Zhua, what do you think I should do? If I weren't here, your best bet would be hiding in the imperial palace. And you old coots, you were better off sending someone to give us a message while going to imperial palace to seek help instead. Jin Buhuan jerked and face-palmed in regret. Why didn't I think of that? Right, I should have sent someone to report to his majesty. What am I to do since you're here then? Ignoring Xuefan's proposal, Sixth prince wanted to know his stance, whether he'd help. Xuefan spoke calmly. Nothing at all. As long. What? Sixth prince asked in hope. With an evil grin, Xuefan replied. As long as you take me to the strange place of Crown Prince, you can then do like I suggested, hide in the imperial palace. Ugh! The prince's face twitched. He knew Zhuofan's power, yet the man refused him in the end. Humph! Sixth prince's life is at an end and you still want to go to Crown Prince? Jean Buhuan growled. Sixth prince treated you like a guest and this ridiculous idea is your reply? I knew you wouldn't want to get involved as you're not in the ethereal stage, but at least your plan is sound. Zhuofan admitted. Then you go hide in the imperial palace while I go see Crown Prince alone. The great Crown Prince's manor should be an easy find. Zhuofan shot to the skies. Wait, Sir Zhuo. Let me take you. Sixth prince rushed after him. Jean Buhuan shook his head and followed as well, about to blow a gasket. Prince, let him go. Your safety's more important. I can't let death scare me from living. The great Sir Zhuo I admire is now here, so how can I not go hang out with him? The prince glared and rushed on. Sir Zhuo, wait for me. They quickly left the building and went away. Whoosh! Just then, a savage cackle resounded. Ha ha ha, brat. So this is where you are. You offended me and against my better judgment. I decided to hear your father out in letting you apologize. But you actually stood me up. Humph. Now even if the emperor pleaded for you, it still won't save you. Damn, elder, she caught up. Why so soon? Jean Buhuan rushed to protect the prince. The ethereal stage expert floated down, looking at the four elders with a twisted smile. Mere radiant stage cultivators. Don't you know the fear of ethereal stage experts? Sixth prince. Today is the day you, ugh. Elder, she looked at the prince's grave face, but then he paused. His face twisted like he saw his worst enemy. You! Elder, she stared at Zhuofan next to the prince. Zhuofan paused, looking around, but didn't see anyone. Stop faking. I'm talking to you. Elder, she clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes squinting at Zhuofan as his rage exploded. 8 years have gone and now I finally get to meet you again. Scratching his head, Zhuofan asked, stumped. We know each other? No? Haha, not just that. If it weren't for you, bastard, I would have never been thrown out of the sect and lived miserably like this. Howling in sadness, Elder Shi's eyes reflected only hatred. I had nightmares more nights than I could count about that white hair and those eyes. I swore to never forget the pain you brought me. Zhuofan was perplexed. What's your beef with me? Why can't I remember you? Who are you supposed to be anyway? Ha ha ha, you're so forgetful, I see. Though it's natural since I've changed my looks. Snickering, Elder, she said. Brat, you still remember the war 8 years ago in Tianyu. You ruined my body. 8 years, I bore that shame with me for 8 damn years. With my body ruined, even getting a new one, my cultivation had stagnated. When I could have managed to reach the 5th layer of ethereal stage, but now the 2nd layer is all this body can allow. But this wasn't the reason for sect leaders' banishment. It's all due to losing that war and letting the demon scheming sect grab hold of proof of our involvement. Then the other 2 sects forced our sect to pay up in spirit stones, making us the criminal. Henceforth my path was ruined, abandoned by the sect as well. All of this is your fault. You ruined my life. Brat, now that we met, I'll end you and 6th prince, getting rid of all the rancor. Ignoring the cawing, Zhuofan squinted in thought, then exclaimed, Oh, so that obscene snake shed his skin. Almost didn't recognize you there. Hee, Sir Zhuo. It seems you're involved now. You can't stand aside as it is. 6th prince was overjoyed. The 4 elders were startled. What use would he have if he joins? We're all in the radiant stage anyway, unable to face an ethereal stage expert. Only the prince had complete confidence in Zhuofan. Scratching his nose, Zhuofan nodded. Yeah, I can't go around going easy on my enemies. Now can I? Since I already suffered for it once. Zhuofan's eyes flashed with coldness and bloodthirst. Elder, she shook for some reason, feeling like a beast had its eyes on him and sending a deep-seated fear in his bones. But then he shook his head to shake it off. There's no way. He's just a radiant stage punk. How can he threaten me? Boom. Before he could make sense of it all, an explosion resounded. A force like no other shot through Elder Shi, the large building behind him, and then stopped in the large waterfall where it went off. A tornado of dust engulfed the sky, mixing with the water turned into mist, roaring as it grew, linking heaven and earth. When the dust finally settled, what reflected in everyone's eyes was utter destruction. The 18-story high building was gone, so was the 300-tall waterfall. But what was more important was that Elder Shi was nowhere in sight. Everywhere the people look, they were welcomed with a flat and barren land. Zhuo Fan lowered his fist, his eyes cold. Annoying! Success. Gasping, Jin Buhuan and everyone else were lost for words. Cool. Sixth Prince was the first to recover and whooped in joy. Lowering his mighty right hand, Zhuo Fan looked like he had done a trifle thing. He patted the Sixth Prince's shoulder. Now hurry along and take me to the Crown Prince. I hope I'll find what I seek there. Sure thing. After a brief pause of shock, the prince shouted in excitement as he went first. Jin Buhuan and his 3 men were shell-shocked, just watching the two go with a dull look. Holy hell, he really is as strong as Sixth Prince said. For once, he didn't boast. He's way stronger than he lets on, killing an ethereal stage expert in one punch even. Thank God we didn't fight him before. We'd have been killed as well. The 4 shivered when they recalled the scene at the restaurant. Zhuo Fan and the prince were a way off when a rumble echoed out and the earth shook. A huge image of a python came out of the ground, hissing, "Damn punk! You ruined my body again. I'm going to eat you alive." It's Elder Shi's soul. Jin Buhuan cried out. In the radiant stage, the body might be strong, but the soul isn't up to an ethereal stage expert's level. We're done for. Jin Buhuan panicked and Elder Shi snickered. Yes, brat. You ambushed me again and ruined my body, but there's no way a radiant stage like you can deal with my soul. Whoosh. He didn't finish as a scarlet dragon claw came out of Zhuo Fan and gripped the squirming, oversized garden snake. He choked on his words, with those sharp eyes reflecting fear like no other. Hey, this is a soul? How? He's only in the radiant stage. Humph, this is what you get for being stupid. You could have just floated away as your soul, but no, you had to be suicidal. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed and the scarlet dragon claw squeezed. The oversized snake wailed one last time as it was reduced to motes of spiritual energy scattered around. The dragon claw went back to Zhuo Fan and resumed following Sixth Prince like nothing happened. Jin Buhuan's face twitched with a dumb look. As they watched Zhuo Fan going about his way, they all had the same shocked look and idea. Since when can a radiant stage cultivator form his soul? A true freak. Meanwhile, a man and a woman were sitting in a pavilion next to a graceful lake. The man wore a crown and was presentable, stacked in jewelry, though his elegance was ruined by his sinister smile, especially when aimed at the woman next to him. As for the woman, she was a beaut, bright eyes, sculpted eyebrows. Alas, the image was marred somewhat by her constant frown. Around them were singing and dancing girls. But as the obscene music and suggestive dancing of the women in their sheer attire continued, Lianer, the daughter of Chuanrong's high commander, bit her lip. The man smirked, one hand groping around a woman's waist, opening his mouth and letting her tender finger feed him fruits. Sometimes it wasn't just the fingers. The man let out an obnoxious laughter now and then, filled with lust. Lianer was sickened by it, but helpless against it. Lianer gathered all her bravery to ask, "Crown Prince, would it be possible to release my brother?" Him. The man raised an eyebrow. In front of the whole nation, he punched me. How could I just let him go after his blatant disregard for authority? Clenching her fists, Lianer bit her lip harder. Brother was wrong in striking your highness, but he was doing it to protect me. It was all my fault. I hope your highness would consider Tuoba family's wholehearted service to Chuanrong and release my brother at once. Lianer will never forget your highness's gesture. Oh, never you say? Crown Prince sized her fine figure up and broke out in a lustful grin. I don't need that long. Just attending to me for the rest of your life would do. Your Highness. Lianer cried out and jerked away at his obscene gaze on her. Then she trembled as she spoke. Please mind yourself, Your Highness. Throwing the beauty in his arms away, the Crown Prince became bored, speaking coldly. Taube Lianer, don't you play coy with me. Be grateful I have the time to waste on you. Taube has been a great family for a long time, but ever since your defeat 8 years ago, costing the Empire heavily, you're now criminals. Imperial Father did not execute the old Tuoba Taizhan and only demoted him to captain of the guards. This is already gratitude enough for all his service. All of this was possible because I pleaded your case. What do you think would have happened if I hadn't? You'd be stripped of everything and goddamned hanged. Lianer bit her lip with a lowered head. And what do you do? Humph. Crown Prince went on with his tirade. Damn ingrates. I even asked for your hand, yet that old Taubakut actually refused my kind gesture. I thought his mind woke up when he came to visit me in person afterward. But he only came to me for help. That elder she had set his eyes on you ever since the war in Tianyu. His soul was redeemed by the sect, so that geezer now wants to use my name to curb elder she's tendencies. As my future concubine, if a sect cast out touched you, even an ethereal stage expert, he'd still pay for it. Shaking all over, Lianer lowered her head in silence. The Crown Prince walked before her with a hard face. I accepted becoming your shield, but as long as you're mine. That old coot won't ever touch you then. But you just don't know when to quit. Saying you want to be with me only to drag out the wedding. This has been going for 8 years already. Are you taking me for a fool you use for your own amusement? Forgive me, Your Highness. Jerking, Lianer faltered with teary eyes. Looking at her pretty face with a dead look, the Crown Prince caressed her soft cheek. As she shivered, his eyes shone with desire, shouting, I don't need your apology, I want you. The Crown Prince threw himself at her and hugged her, wanting to take her by force. No, Your Highness. Lianer struggled and wailed. In the end, she had to use her yuan qi to throw him off. He broke 4 stone pillars and wailed in pain. The Crown Prince, in his ostentatious attire, a pill-grown peak profound heaven expert, had just been thrown on the ground by a girl in the 8th layer. His never-ending lust had sapped his body of all the power that would make his cultivation high. He was the very opposite of Zhuo Fan. While Zhuo Fan's strength overshadowed his cultivation, Crown Prince's was nothing but an empty shell, worse than that of some rich boy. Getting a grip on his aching body to stand up straight, Crown Prince was enraged. Why you? Your Highness, it wasn't on purpose. Lianer cowered, on the verge of tears. Panting like an animal, the Crown Prince snarled. You have the glory of becoming my concubine, far above those dissolute women. But over these 8 years, despite not getting married, I not once got to touch you. When I tried to get closer, your brother punched me, and today you do this. You're my concubine, yet I'm forced to go to someone else. And no, Your Highness, please listen. Enough. The Crown Prince shouted in anger. Guards, bring that to Oba Lufeng. Yes, sir. At his order, a few men left to carry it. Soon they had a tied and familiar man brought over. He looked roughed up, judging by the battered face, though his features were still clear enough to see he was Tuoba Lufeng, Commander Tuoba Tieshan's sole son. Only now, the young commander was wretched, having lost his heroic heir years back. Brother. Lianer saw her brother having experienced torture under the Crown Prince, and her heart was in pain, with tears in her eyes. Tuoba Lufeng cried out, Sister, what are you doing here? Run. Humph. Why else would she be here if not to plead for you? The Crown Prince grinned. Laying your hands on a member of the imperial family is punishable by death. No matter who pleads for you in court, I have the final say if you get to be released. I can even have the Tuoba family removed from the Chuanrong Empire. Ha ha ha, Tuoba Lufeng. Everyone says you're a brilliant warrior, a wise young commander. So why were you so impulsive to hit me? That punch has shattered the future of your entire family. Tuoba Lufeng shook and spat. Crown Prince. I had no intention of doing anything, but you went too far when you tried to force yourself on my sister. Force? She's my concubine to begin with. What business does her brother have in this? Humph. The Crown Prince cut him off and turned to the girl with a twisted smile. Lianer, you're my concubine. Fulfill your duty and ha ha ha. I'll forget about this, letting this brother-in-law keep his life. When I ascend the throne, the Tauba family will rise again to its former glory. Refuse and well, the Crown Prince threatened. It won't be just your brother's life on the line. Your father and your family's 8 servants will follow him to his grave. I vow there won't remain even a Tauba dog alive after I'm through with you. Shuddering, Lianer paled from dread. Tuoba Lufeng cursed in hatred. Crown Prince, take it out on me if you're a man. Leave my family out of this. Lianer, don't listen to his twisted words. Your life will be ruined if you agree. Father and I will never agree to marry this. That's enough, brother. Lianer shouted, looking frail as she spoke. Your Highness, let him go. I'll do all you ask. The Crown Prince had a winning smirk. Tuoba Lufeng cried out, No! Lianer's crystal tears began rolling down her cheeks as the despair took her. Your Highness, 6th Prince is here with a strange youth. He requests an audience. A guard came to report. The Crown Prince flicked him away in annoyance. That idiotic little brother of mine has the worst timing. I won't see him. Tell him to scram. Today's my most glorious day. I'm not in the mood to cater to his whims. I'll notify 6th Prince at once. The guard left. The Crown Prince drew closer to Lianer with a disgusting leer in his eyes. His hands shook and his mouth watered in anticipation of having his fill of this fine lady's exquisite curves. Lianer, I finally have you. This is heaven on earth. Ha ha ha. Then my brother, Lianer muttered. The Crown Prince sneered and waved. After we seal the deal, he'll be my brother-in-law. I won't go hard on him. Ha ha ha. Great. That's great. Lianer nodded in despair, her eyes losing their light. Tuoba Liufeng's eyes burned with hatred and humiliation. A man like him actually needed his sister to save him. Boom! The sudden huge explosion rattled everyone's composure. The Crown Prince cried out, What's going on here? Whoosh! A guard flew over in panic. Your Highness, 6th Prince's guest is forcing his way over. What? Does brother plan on rebelling to fight his way into my home? The Crown Prince was fuming. What are you doing standing around for? Take the men and capture them. Tie him up and bring him here. I'll have Imperial Father sort him out. For God's sake, Imperial Father spoils him too much. He even dares to barge into my home. The guard was hesitant. Your Highness, 6th Prince's guest is too strong. We can't even hold him back. All the men we send over are dead. I barely made it out alive to report to you and urge you to flee. They're almost upon us. Boom! His words were cut short by the rumbling explosion from behind, sending a fierce gust of dust all around. When it settled, 2 men waltzed out of fresh ruins around them. To make it worse, the joking manner they carried themselves with made it look like they weren't just walking all over the Crown Prince's lavish home, or what was left of it. 6th Prince, is this the way? Serjua, just up ahead, yes. Last time I saw the amazing scene in Crown Prince's manor right around here. The still pond. 6th Prince was all smiles as he led the way. It's truly a wonder. I wanted this manor too, but elder brother just wouldn't budge. Not even Imperial Father would help me, saying Crown Prince's manor is too important to give to me. That is not proper. Zhuofan nodded. True. This ain't just about the manor, but the name of the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince's stuff gets shared to everyone, won't that make him useless? So no matter how much the Emperor dots on you, he still won't do something so absurd as to affect the Imperial family's image. That does make sense, actually. 6th Prince nodded, then became confused again. Doesn't that mean barging in like that will affect elder brother's image just as well? He is Crown Prince after all, so ruining his manor is a bit. Zhuofan glanced at him, Why should I care? Sixth Prince jerked and his eyes glittered. Cool. The two enjoyed the short stroll to the pavilion, looking about like they were window shopping, anywhere but at the host of this now ruined manor. It didn't get more disrespectful than this. The Crown Prince exploded in fury. Sixth Prince? What the hell? Are you revolting? Why did you barge your way in here? That's totally not it, elder brother. My idol came, so I had to play the kind host. Since you have a marvelous natural attraction here, I just brought him over for a look-see. Look your ass. The Crown Prince had had it, roaring. This is the Crown Prince's manor. Yet you destroyed it regardless just for that damn flimsy reason? You're outrageous. Zhuofan and the Sixth Prince didn't pay him any mind. Zhuofan was still looking around the place with a frown. There's nothing special about this place as well. Where's that wonder you talked about? That lake over there, it's a real rarity. I promise it won't disappoint, Sir Zhuai. Sixth Prince stuck to him like glue as he flattered. The Crown Prince was outraged at the blatant disregard. Lianer's dead eyes picked up Zhuofan looking everywhere, and her hope renewed. Zhuofan, why you're Zhuofan? Yeah, you. Zhuofan had to focus for a second to really place where he had seen her before. Oh, Tuoba Tieshan's daughter, Lianer. It's been a while. How have you been? With a weak smile, Lianer sighed in response. Zhuofan shrugged and walked next to the lake, ignoring all the extra people around. It's not at all what I need. Oh well, I knew it was a long shot even when I came here. Sigh. So where exactly is this amazing scenery? Sixth Prince. Sir Zhua, it's the lake. The prince skipped before him and pointed. Zhuofan scanned the place, still ignoring everyone else. Lianer felt pain in her heart. Why was it that he was always so disregarding to everyone when she saw him? But this had to be why the people he did notice would forever be in his mind. Lianer's features softened gazing at his inquisitive look. Ignoring the rare gentleness on his concubine's face, the Crown Prince shook from the humiliation and anger. Call all the venerables in this manner. I want this obnoxious fool to meet a swift end. Let him know the price of ruining my home. Yes, sir. The guard bowed and left at once. Zhuofan didn't know this, still looking at the lake. The hogtied Tuoba Lufeng saw this and shouted. Zhuofan, Crown Prince is calling reinforcements. Take my sister and run. Never come back to Chuanrong. Who's he now? Zhuofan turned to where the voice came from. The Crown Prince's eyes were on fire from the hatred he put in his glare at Tuoba Lufeng. He went over and kicked the tied-up young commander into the air. Humph! You must have a death wish inviting enemies. Brother! Lianer cried out. Zhuofan looked on with a frown at the unrecognizable Tuoba Lufeng from all the beating. He then nodded. You're that guy playing commander back in Tianyu, Tuoba Lufeng? How cool you are now. Almost can't hold it in even. Star Reader. A play on words, since the same character is used for cool and commander. PFF. Sixth Prince grinned. Ha ha ha, Sir Zhua. Do you have something against young Tauba? He's in serious trouble right now. Yet you're still being mean. Lianer glared at Zhuofan in anger. Well, on the last battlefield we were on opposite sides, though nothing more than that. Shrugging, Zhuofan had a flat look. Returning to inspecting the lake. Sixth Prince. Where's that marvel you keep talking about? Tuoba Lufeng shouted in panic. Zhuofan, Crown Prince has many experts. Don't be reckless and wait for them or it'll be too late. I only hope you'd take my sister with you when you go. Help her out of this hell. God damn it. You're still talking, you're still spilling the beans. Tuoba Liufeng's kind reminder had no effect on Zhuofan whatsoever. Instead it only incensed the Crown Prince further. And so, the Crown Prince did what he knew best, kicking the helpless Tuoba Lufeng over and over again. Zhuofan ignored it all, his mind on the lake still. Lianer was panicking and begged. Zhuofan, please save my brother. He'll die. Her voice fell on deaf ears. Zhuofan, my brother is being beaten up for informing you, and you're just going to stand there? Lianer teared up, her tone becoming sharper. You damn ingrate. Shuafan glanced over. Ingrate? Did I ask him to? He gets what he deserves for running his mouth. Shuafan bit back. Lianer only grew angrier, but all she could do was stare as the crown prince was beating her brother. Sixth prince, the lake is as plain as it gets. You aren't toying with me, are you? After one last look at the water, Shuafan threw a cold look at sixth prince, while Tuoba Liofeng's mournful howls sounded in the distance. Sixth prince had a vague smile. It needs to be triggered first. What trigger? Shuafan lit up. Pointing at the brutal crown prince, sixth prince grinned. By throwing snow lotus seeds in, a sixth-grade pill ingredient that only grows on our Chuanrong's Woolera snow peak, will definitely get a reaction. Those seeds are something only elder brother has. Crown prince. Shuafan's eyes flashed. But, sixth prince followed with a frown. Brother is petty and would never use the snow lotus seeds when asked. The only times he'd take them out was at holidays or Imperial Father's birthday. Sir Zhua, what do you plan to do? Shuafan was walking towards Crown Prince and grabbed him in mid-swing. Startled, the Crown Prince looked back at Shuafan in anger. What do you think you're doing? Are you planning on saving this traitor? Humph, of course you would, since you're on the same side. He even informed you just now. You really think you can save him and leave? Now hold on a second. Shuafan shook his head. Your Highness, even if you beat him to death, that's your problem. It has nothing to do with me. Lianer glared at him. The hope she had when he grabbed Crown Prince now turned into hatred. The Crown Prince took Shuafan for being afraid and grew bolder. Humph? Rotten punk? Are you begging for mercy? Humph, well too bad. When my venerables come, you'll all leave this place as corpses. Oh, let's just leave that for later. Shuafan was calm as he spoke. I just need a snow lotus seed from you. I want to see just what fascinating spectacle you got here. Snow lotus seed? The Crown Prince mocked. You want to see the beauty of this marvel? Ha ha ha. This is Chuanrong's proof of good fortune, and only the imperial family is allowed to appreciate its beauty. Bam! Shuafan flicked his hand and slammed his head into a nearby convenient stone pillar. The Crown Prince's delicate features were now marred with blood, and even some teeth fell off. This was how an eminent figure was reduced to a grotesque creature, looking worse off even when compared to the beaten Tuoba Lufeng. Startled, all were shocked Shuafan was actually so savage against the Crown Prince. Bringing Crown Prince's head around, Shuafan spoke coldly. The snow lotus seed. You don't even think? My men are coming. Bam! Shuafan returned to having Crown Prince's face make intimate and brutal contact with a hard rock, again and again for good measure. When he thought it was enough, he brought Crown Prince around, his face unrecognizable. The snow lotus seed. Shuafan demanded. Why you? Bam. The snow lotus seed. Bam. Shuafan just kept on smashing his face into a rock while asking. The Crown Prince might think himself some big shot from the imperial family, but Shuafan thrashed him all the same, until he bawled. The snow lotus seed. Shuafan roared this time, but Crown Prince had long since fallen silent. Enraged, Shuafan returned to smashing. But then he noticed the flailing arms, pointing at his bloody and toothless mouth. Shuafan now realized the guy was unable to speak. The victim pointed to a building on the side as he groaned in tears. Pondering for a bit, Shuafan looked at Sixth Prince. Is he saying the seed is in that building? Sixth Prince, you know how it looks, so go look for it. Sure thing. The prince laughed and skipped over to the building. He didn't so much as bat an eye as his dear elder brother's face was tenderized into an unrecognizable slop. He's one evil brat, Shuafan thought, flicking his hand and throwing the limp Crown Prince away, returning to the lake and staring down at it. Lianer and Tuoba Lufeng were dumbstruck. Shuafan was cold as a rock when talked to, but when he struck, he was a volcano. Even Lianer felt a pang of sorrow when looking at the new makeover done on the Crown Prince's face. No matter how big the grudge, such an outcome is too brutal. going after his face when it was so charming before. But then the two awoke at the dire situation they were in. Oh no! Tuoba Lufeng shot to his feet and shouted, Zhuofan, by harming the crown prince you became Chuanrong's enemy. Take my sister and go. You won't make it out when the experts come. Lianer looked tense at Zhuofan, then at Tuoba Lufeng. Brother, why don't we just go with father and the rest? This place doesn't want us anymore. I also thought about it, but father is ever loyal to his country. He will never betray it. Tuoba Lufeng sighed. Lianer lowered her head in worry and vexation. Glancing over, Zhuofan finally recalled the past dealing and said, Dugu Zhantian also died because of his loyalty to his country. I must say, these two geezers sure are alike. Ha ha ha. The siblings nodded. The marshal and commander had received such praise from the people was not just from their glorious military victories, but also their loyal character. Zhuofan, my father and I may die, but Lianer must not lose her life in a place like this. All I ask is that you take her. Let the Tauba line go on. No, I still need to see the spectacle here. Tuoba Lufeng begged Zhuofan once more, but Zhuofan refused, his reason only making the brother feel helpless. Brother, is that eye candy more important than our lives? Eye candy, Zhuofan frowned. Is that all this place amounts to? Some fancy view? A laughter broke his concentration. Ha ha ha. You think you can just walk away after ruining Crown Prince's home? Are you taking us for props? 9 powerful energies surrounded the place as elders appeared before them. Damn it, the 9 venerables of the Crown Prince Manor are here. They're at the 8th or 9th layer radiant stage with 4 even at the peak. We're doomed, Tuoba Lufeng cried. Lianer clenched her clammy fists, while Zhuofan frowned. Not because of the elders, of course, but that he got to the wrong place again. Whoosh. 9 old men landed, sporting cruel looks at the trio. Among them, one guy with scattered hair, the strongest, stepped up and spat. Humph! You must have a death wish to destroy Crown Prince's manor. Where is his highness? Ugh! Tuoba Liufeng's heart sank, feeling sweat trickling down his spine. Just this guy alone was enough to deal with them, a peak radiant stage expert. In a couple of years he should be a true ethereal stage expert as well, becoming one of the Empire's legends, one of the best. With him here, the 3 had no chance of getting away. Tuoba Lufeng sighed at the grim outlook, his hopes gone. I wonder if Zhuofan's sudden arrival was a blessing or a curse. His sister was free of the Crown Prince for now since Zhuofan's intervention, but now the Tauba family would be killed because of his aggressive handling of the Crown Prince. They might even be labeled as traitors. Tauba Lianer understood they were in serious danger, and her eyes still gave contemplative look to a somewhat oblivious Zhuofan. I asked you a question. Where's His Highness? Seeing them silent, the old man roared. Tuoba Lufeng shook, finding speaking difficult. Tauba Lianer pointed to where the Crown Prince was lying with a cold face. Over there. I wonder if you still recognize him. That's Crown Prince? They all gasped at the sobbing, gruesome mishmash of features that barely hinted at what once was. Their elegant and handsome Crown Prince was now reduced to this thing. Those eyes were swollen out of their sockets, the nose more twisted than a ravine, and the former spotless denture turned into a bloody hole. The only reason they even noticed him was because Tauba Lianer pointed out. Stunned seeing a face only a mother could love, the old man roared. It's Crown Prince's signature feature. What gave you the nerve to harm the Crown Prince like this? You're done for. Whoosh. The old man's anger exploded. Talk? Who did this? I'll peel his skin and crush his bones. It'll be ages before I'm through with him. Tuoba Lufeng panicked under the 9's auras. Zhuofan was still in his own world, contemplating more important stuff. Venerables, I did it. If you want to kill someone, kill me. Lianer scrounged up her courage and declared. Tuoba Lufeng cried, Sister, it's fine. Lianer cut him off. This is all my fault. Tianyu used to say women were deadly, and now I have to admit they were right. If it weren't for me, the Tauba family would never have ended up like this. It's all my fault and I should settle it. Lianer spoke with sadness and despair. Tuoba Liufeng's clenched fists shook, feeling utterly useless. Lianer wanted to use her life to settle it all and save the Tauba family. No, the family was already finished. She was giving him and Zhuofan the chance to get away. But how could her brother just let his sister take the blame? Tuoba Lufeng roared at Zhuofan. Zhuofan, you bastard! Is that how a man behaves? Letting a woman take the fall for you? Brother! Lianer cried out, having made up her mind. So why was her brother dragging Zhuofan into this? Tuoba Lufeng was firm when he saw Lianer's despair. Harming the crown prince was a heavy crime, akin to assassinating a royal member or rebelling. He could not let it hang over Lianer's head. All of this happened because Zhuofan showed up. The 9 venerables finally noticed Zhuofan that they ignored since he looked so quiet to the side. The 9 people tensed. 8th layer radiant stage. He does have the power. The leading elder squinted and snickered. I see what's going on. You're the one who made a mess of Crown Prince's manor. Ha ha, I knew it was odd for a girl to admit it. When the guard reported to us, he said that none of them could fight back. How could a wee girl be so tough? Seeing your high cultivation, it all makes sense. If we 9 hadn't come, none in the Crown Prince manor would be able to hold you, ha ha ha. Zhuofan's mind was still processing. The leading elder took it for cowardice and mocked. Ha ha ha. Here I thought you had guts when attacking Crown Prince, but now I see you're full of it. It's understandable, as not even an 8th layer radiant stage cultivator can escape from us 9. Being scared is normal. But to have a girl take the blame for you. Talk about useless. Ha ha ha. The other 8 looked at Zhuofan with the same disdain as their leader. Sir Zhua, I brought the snow lotus seeds. A whoop of joy sounded in the distance. 6th prince skipped over to Zhuofan in excitement. Zhuofan woke up at last, staring only at the 6th prince's figure. Took you long enough. Hurry up and throw them in. I want to see just how fancy this thing is. Ugh. The mockery was stuck in the 9 elders' throats seeing him ignore them. The 2 soon joined and started throwing seeds into the lake while watching for any signs. The elders' faces sank. For God's sake, here we thought he was scared when in fact he didn't give a damn about us. He's toying with us. Boy, don't think that your high cultivation is enough to do what you want in Chuanrong. You ruined Crown Prince Manor and I'll have you pay for that. 6th prince, I heard this is eye candy. Isn't that so average? Sir Zhua, this is a true marvel, I promise. It's a true rare spectacle in this world that won't disappoint. Oh, I'm relieved. Let's just watch. Zhuofan and 6th prince were curious about the lake, even ignoring the elders' raving curses. Blatant disregard, that was what this was. The old man's face twitched as he barked. Let's get this damn faker, men. I want him dead. Yes, sir. The other elders bowed and shot for Zhuofan. Their mighty auras, filled with bloodthirst, covered the sky. Lianer cried, Look out, Zhuofan. Oh no, the bloodthirst is affecting the lake and it's too scared to react. The 6th prince shivered and cried. Zhuofan's face twitched and his face sank. Turning around, and seeing the incoming 8 elders, he roared, Damn geezers, stop bothering me. Who? A mighty gale shot out that went through the 8 elders. The old men lost their lives before even knowing what happened, slumping to the ground like a ton of bricks. Tuoba Lufeng and Lianer were shell-shocked. What was that? Bang! A crisp sound echoed and the leading elder felt his legs soften, kneeling on the ground. He was in the lead when the gale had struck him as well. Now he looked deathly pale and overcome with horror. And no way, to that soul impact. An ethereal stage expert. Zhuofan went back to his problem, the lake. He asked, 6th prince, now it's quiet. Will it show up? Yeah, soon. 6th prince grinned. The 2 looked like they came to sightsee. They were calm and the mood was calm too, finally. Only Tuoba Lufeng, Lianer and the surviving elder looked at Zhuofan with fear. This guy is even more terrible than before. All kinds of thoughts ran through Tuoba Liufeng's mind. 15 minutes later, the still lake rippled. The snow lotus seeds floated inside, releasing bubbles. As each bubble burst, the seed below it was gone. The ripples became more and more numerous. Shuofan looked focused, watching as flowers floated to the water surface from deep below, swaying in the sunlight. A total of 1,000 flowers appeared, moving about as if they were dancing. Shuofan's eyelid twitched, looking straight at the sixth prince. The prince was smug. "Well, Sir Zhua, isn't it fab?" Shuofan nodded. If it were only a couple of flowers having spirituality, it wouldn't be much. Maybe it was something related to their species. But with 1,000 different flowers all showing the same reaction, living at the bottom of the lake, now that was different. Just what was the deep hiding for such a scene to occur? Is there really a whirlwind tunnel in here? Shuofan asked the sixth prince. You just say this won't be just some eye candy, a fancy view. What did you mean by that? Well. The sixth prince wiggled his eyebrow with a vague smile. Revival. Something I bet not even Sir Zhua has ever experienced. Revival? Shuofan frowned. Understanding his thoughts, the sixth prince skipped over to the ghastly-looking crown prince. My elder brother is the perfect candidate for Sir to witness this event. Sixth prince grabbed snow lotus seeds and threw them high, shouting, Eat it, flower fairy! Bang! With a loud burst, the lake exploded, with a water sprout jutting out and wiggling in the air to catch them all. Then it shot back into the lake, sending a shower of fine water droplets. Each drop released a faint golden glow in contact with anything. When they touched the crown prince, one could see how with every drop, his disfigured face was recovering. Even his teeth grew back. Even the somewhat far to Oba Lufeng, who the golden glow did not reach, was healed in moments. Shuofan was looking inquisitively, hand on his chin. Quick recovery, along the lines of my returning dragon's roar, if not stronger. Sir Zhua, well, isn't it amazing? The sixth prince grinned. The crown prince shot to his feet, looking at Shuofan with fear. Then he scurried away, wanting nothing to do with him. Shuofan nodded, taking one step to pop in the crown prince's face. He grabbed his skull, cracking it on some random rock and giving him that revolting look again before throwing him to the ground. Why? The crown prince wailed, his bloody and toothless mouth straining to speak. I didn't do or say anything. So why? The sixth prince was curious as well. Shuofan shrugged. It'll be more peaceful without his bullshit poisoning the air again. This works. The sixth prince started. The crown prince cried, filled with grief. Yes, this worked like a charm. While the Tauba siblings looked at Shuofan in silence, he was the only one running his mouth and showing off. His Highness had been a victim to maltreatment twice now, at the hand of the same demon, yet the second time made no sense. This was just not Crown Prince's day. He got beaten in his own home and twice on top of that. Ignoring the others, Shuofan stared at the lake, then at the 8 dead elders. It was obvious the golden glow was not capable of true revival, only good at healing, just that it was far stronger than most pills. With them having their soul crushed, there was no way to make a comeback. Next was finding out where this golden glow came from. Shuofan lifted his right hand, covered in a red and brutal glow. Qilin arm. Shuofan flicked his hand right at the lake. Boom! The motion was that of a savage sword, splitting the lake in two. The water towered up to 300 meters as it rumbled to the sides. It left the lake bed completely exposed. Sir Zhua, what are you doing? The sixth prince was shocked by his action. Shuofan spoke, checking what's below? But there should be nothing there. The sixth prince sighed. Ever since discovering this marvel, elder brother had sent people down there but found nothing. Shuofan stared hard at it, then said, just because they failed, that doesn't mean I will too. Something odd is going on here. Squinting, Shuofan's soul covered the lake, feeling every nook and cranny, with no results. Is there really nothing? Just then, when he was about to give up, he felt something to one side. Focusing on the spot, Shuofan still got nothing. Um. Then it happened again. Zhuofan focused and his right eye sported 6 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void 6th stage, Void Domain. Bang! Feeling like he had hit a wall, Zhuofan snickered. He then pointed forward and his eye released its power. A palm-sized space pocket formed before him, holding in it a finger-sized golden person. It had transparent wings, humming as they flapped. Its hand was holding on to some snow lotus seeds, looking at Zhuofan in panic. "What's that thing?" The 6th prince cried out in curiosity. Zhuofan said, "Flower spirit, a being born of this world, like a fire spirit or blood spirit. It's nurtured by the world, until it gains spirituality. The flower spirit is a being of wood, an element with brimming vitality. That's why it can heal so perfectly. Although weak in battle, having it around is much better than having pills." Blinking, the 6th prince looked confused, but the least he could catch from that was that it was precious. The flower spirit is nature's favorite and good at hiding. No powerful expert would ever sense it, least of all catch it. A shame my void domain can create a space pocket. As long as I can sense the location, setting it up will trap this little guy. Ha ha ha. Holding the flower spirit, Zhuofan had a manic grin. "Isn't that right?" It kept struggling to flee, but Zhuofan tightened his grip, making its effort useless, until it gave up. Boom! The huge water expunged from the lake finally came down in a mighty roar. Zhuofan ignored it and held the fairy as he left. The 6th prince hurriedly asked, "Where are you going, Sir Zhua?" "Finding what I came for." Zhuofan's eyes shone in glee. A special place with thick spiritual energy is needed to give birth to a fairy. This lake has none of that, which means it moved here. Now I'll have this guy lead the way, taking me to my destination. Hee hee. The 6th prince followed after him. "Sir Zhua, I'm coming too." The fairy crossed its arms and looked at Zhuofan in resentment. Like that was not going to happen. "Ha ha ha, little guy. You sure are feisty." With an evil grin, Zhuofan stared at its hard face as a black thunderflame flashed in his left eye. Sometimes being stubborn comes with a price. "Are you ready for it?" Shuddering, the flower spirit sweated, bobbing its head and water gathered beneath it, as if it peed itself from fear. That thunderflame made it feel like destruction was nigh. Zhuofan held a tight grip on the spirit as he left, the 6th prince his faithful fan. As for the Taubas, Zhuofan had better things to do than mind them. The peak radiant stage elder, now scared to death, was still kneeling and shaking like a leaf. He still couldn't get over the fact Zhuofan killed 8 of his men in a flash. He not once looked at me. Watching Zhuofan's back, Lianer's mood fell. She started off feeling despair, then hope, then shock, then despair again. But she ended the cycle with anger. Tuoba Lufeng sighed. "Lianer, cut me loose and remove the seal on me." Right?" Lianer now recalled her brother's predicament and rushed to release his yuan qi. Tuoba Lufeng finally got his freedom back. Looking around, seeing the old man lost in his own world, Tuoba Lufeng said, "Lianer, this time it's grave. We best rush to father. We have to try and flee with him. With the crown prince's manor ruined, the consequences are dire. Zhuofan is an uncaring monster, stirring things up and making us suffer for it. We have no choice but to flee our home." "Brother, how can you say that?" Glaring at him in dissatisfaction, Lianer pouted. "If not for him, we both would have suffered at Crown Prince's hand. I can't even think about what he'd have done." Tuoba Lufeng nodded. "Yeah, while the punk ruined everything, he did help us. We should be grateful for it. But we first have to flee from here and not get dragged into this any further." Lianer nodded and the two flew away, leaving the elder behind, still too horrified to react. "High Venerable." Footsteps were heard as a guard looked around to see only the shell-shocked elder. The elder still didn't react. Sighing, the guard shouted in his ear, "High Venerable, the monster is gone." Shaking, the elder finally came out of his stupor. Seeing Zhuofan was nowhere around, he sighed and got up, But then he felt chilly below. Looking down, there was a wet patch. PFF. The guard chuckled and the old man went red. His glare wiped the smirk off the guard's face. Ahem. Did that guy leave? Long ago. How long? 15 minutes. The guard bowed. Squinting, the elder nodded. Why did you only wake me up now? Because the Tauba siblings. Bam. The guard's words were cut short by the old man's palm, slapping him dead. Glancing over, the elder's eyes grew hard. Damn fool. You think you'll still get to live after seeing all that? Humph. The elder's eyes darted around. Assured no one else was around, he took out a fresh pair of pants from his ring and changed. He then rushed to the crown prince's side. Your Highness, what's wrong? Here. Take this healing pill. No. The crown prince's eyes glinted with hatred, slurring his words through non-existent teeth. Take me to Elder Hu. I want them to take revenge. The elder bowed. Understood. He grabbed the prince and left. There was a wide courtyard in the capital, one that had a large lion statue with the words honor and loyalty engraved on it. Above the gate were the words Tauba Manor written. Unlike the imposing gate, the wind that blew was a cold and bitter one, carrying with it a bleak tone along with the dust of the capital. Inside the manor, two men sat upright in the middle of the room, the former commander of Xianxia and the imperial tutor Han Tianma. Frowning, Tuoba Taizhan hesitated before finally jumping to his feet in revulsion. Guards, summon the 8 wolf wardens. I'm going to crown Prince Manor myself. Wait, Brother Tauba. You can't let it devolve any further, Han Tianma urged. Shaking his head, Tuoba Taizhan was vexed. Brother, Lu Feng is my only son, now trapped in Crown Prince Manor. How am I supposed to calm down when His Highness is capable of anything? No matter how restless you are, you can't just go with the city guards. Han Tianma shook his head. The minute you resort to using the guards, and against the Crown Prince too, that would be the moment you'll be taken as a traitor. Then no one can save you. Let's say you get to mobilize all the men, what then? You're now the captain of the guards, not Commander Tauba, leader of millions. Commander Tauba Manor is packed with experts, 9 venerables of immense power. Even if you go, it won't make a difference, so what's the point? Bam! Slamming the table, Tuoba Taizhan glared. Even so, as a father, the least I can do is try. Calm down, Brother Tauba. Han Tianma sighed. Why don't we assemble the court's officials and plead to His Majesty to be lenient on account of your past? Tuoba Taizhan shook his head. No use. His Majesty issued an unbreakable decree this time, leaving Crown Prince in charge of this. Any that interferes will be executed. Who in the court would be willing to meddle in this? Han Tianma sighed. His Majesty is too easy on the Crown Prince, yet cruel to his ministers. People's opinion of him will sour. Master! A cry came as a servant rushed before Tuoba Taizhan. Why, young miss, she... What about her? Tuoba Taizhan cried. The servant girl jerked. Young miss knocked me out and ran away. She must be going to Crown Prince Manor to save young master. Damn that girl! Is she trying to anger me to death? Tuoba Taizhan was panicking, shouting, Have the 8 wolf wardens assemble the men. Surround Crown Prince Manor. Brother Tauba, you must calm down. No, not this time. At the very least, I'll have the 2 children flee while I shoulder the blame. Tuoba Taizhan's mind was made up. Sighing, Han Tianma shouted after him. Tuoba Taizhan, do you really plan on throwing away all you accomplished? Are you going to become a criminal to Xianxia? Tuoba Taizhan shook, but his eyes were firm. As the commander of Xianxia, I have fought for my country all my life, and shall never betray it. No matter how much His Majesty forsakes me, I will not complain. But I am also a father. How can I just sit by and watch my children bear unjust crimes? Han Tianma, today I may be convicted of crimes and my head will hang high above the city gates. I will have no regrets knowing I did all I could for the future of my children. Tuoba Taizhan was soon gone. Han Timo sighed and got up to follow. Commander, the men are here. We await your orders. Outside the manor, the 8 wolf wardens were gathered. Tuoba Tais Han eyed them and shouted, "We march!" "Yes, sir." The 8 wolf wardens bowed, glee dancing in their eyes. The last 8 years had been spent in unrest, hardly ever fighting and always held back. Now they were going to let loose against the crown prince no less. Yet they were still joyful. It was their honor to serve under the commander. "Wait, Tuoba Taizhan." Han Timo caught up. Tuoba Taizhan didn't even look back. "My mind is set. I'm not trying to sway you. I want to come with you, old friend. It would be great if I can convince His Highness to let them go. If not, I'll be most willing to be labeled a traitor alongside you." Shaking, Tuoba Taizhan laughed. "Good. Ha ha ha." The army marched, their spirits uplifted, their drive ignited. Yet after 2 steps, a staggering figure entered their vision, an imperial palace guard. Did His Majesty find out already? Did he come to stop us? Tuoba Taizhan and the rest were tense. If this was the emperor's decree, then before them had to be a huge army to block their path. But the imperial guard actually went and panicked at their sight. "Commander Tauba, you truly are the empire's god of war, of such brilliant mind as to foresee the imperial palace is in peril and send the men to aid it." "The imperial palace is in danger?" Tuoba Taizhan and the rest were stunned. Panting, the imperial guard showed fear. Yes, the 6th prince brought a youth as he barged into the imperial palace. "He's unstoppable. He's almost at His Majesty's chambers." Boom. Waves upon waves of imperial guards poured out of the palace gates, only to be blown away by rumbling explosions as pieces of their former selves. With a constant drizzle of blood going on, it marked the dark and cruel end of tens of thousands of soldiers. Xuefan flicked his red right fist and looked uncaringly at the flower spirit held tightly in his left. It was like he was out mowing a lawn or something, and not butchering people. "Which way is it this time? Don't try to play me, you pint." Shuddering in fear, the flower spirit shook its head and pointed at a large wall. Boom! Another rumble sounded. Xuefan found it a waste of time circling around to use the front gate, so he just made a new one right here, in the 50-meter-tall wall. The 6th prince, sticking close like any true fanboy would, was mulling over whether Xuefan had stopped being human at this point as he kept charging in like a raging beast. If there was no way, he'd find it. Anyone that stepped between him and his goal would leave the scene as a corpse. Or maybe, Xuefan no longer registered these people as living beings, merely as obstacles. 6th Prince, Sir Xue is truly reckless. This is the imperial palace he's barging into, killing left and right. With his insane power, it won't matter who he steps on. But once he's gone, you'll be left behind. He'll go, wiping his hands of it all, and you'll take the fall. Jin Buhuan and his 3 elders were overwhelmed by what they saw, crying and fearful as he urged the prince. They had followed the 2 all the way here, following Xuefan's wake of destruction from the Crown Prince Manor. Now that they saw Xuefan's brutality for themselves, they feared for their lord. 6th Prince, we have to leave now, while His Majesty is yet to realize your involvement. We'll then say he forced us when we're questioned and be absolved of any blame. 6th Prince was thinking, but he snapped, Humph! Sir Xue is my honored guest. I said I'll take him to what he's searching, and that's what I'll do. Since it's about to be found, I will accompany Sir Xue to confirm this. If you're scared, you're welcome to leave. Flicking his sleeves, 6th Prince huffed and shooed the 4 away as he caught up to Xuefan with a chuckle. Sir Xue, wait for me. This is insane. Jin Buhuan sighed, but then decided, to hell with it. Then he went after as well. 6th Prince was their lord after all. Xuefan stepped through anything that came before him, men or stone, with a few men following behind him with worry. What would they do once Xuefan walked away? 6th Prince didn't look to have given this problem much thought, always beaming as he watched his idol at work. Why, Your Majesty, the criminal is just 1,000 meters away. I beg Your Majesty to flee. Why, your majesty, he is at 800 meters. Please flee, your majesty. Your majesty. In a tranquil garden, the peace was broken as all kinds of nervous voices shouted. The imperial guards just kept on coming one after the other, fully distraught and panicking as they reported. What they said was almost always the same, that the criminal was getting closer and they could not stop it. The people in the palace were afraid now, but also suspicious. Where did such a freak come from all of a sudden? When did Xianxia mess with such a godly expert? None could make sense of it, not even the emperor in his golden robe. He was now frowning, stressed out by the sudden and brutal development. He had no idea what unforgivable sin might have been committed to deserve such retribution. The Xianxia Empire had the beast-taming sect's protection. While totally disdained, beast-taming sect would still care about its name and defend it. So why? Boom! The emperor's thoughts were blown away by the sound. Looking over, he saw a hill being blown away not 100 meters from where he was. When the dust cleared, a handful of people walked out. In the lead was Zhuo Fan, the main culprit, with the emperor's sixth son at his side. Following a few steps behind were his venerables. The emperor's mouth twitched, his face falling. Son, now you're trying to rebel? What are you doing charging into the imperial palace with an outsider? Is it because I didn't give you Crown Prince's manor? Haven't I made it up to you with that glorious waterfall? Did you have to go this far? I'm such a fool looking after you. Imperial father, what are you saying? This is no rebellion, nor do I want your seat. You just have to sit tight and not move. Have a feast. Get the girls to dance and ignore us. Sixth prince rolled his eyes. The emperor was stunned. If this is not a rebellion, why are you barging into the imperial palace? How's it my fault? Sticking out his chin, the sixth prince spoke with pride and honor. I wanted to go in, but those guards just wouldn't listen. My dear guest is quite impatient as well, wanting to get in at once. Those guards stopped us without reason, so we just went through them. The emperor's brow shook as he sized Zhuo Fan up. You broke into the imperial palace because you're impatient? Have you lost it? Couldn't you have waited for an audience with me? Shrugging, the sixth prince remained silent. Ignoring their argument, Zhuo Fan looked at the spirit pointing the way to a rock garden. This way. Wait, what are you doing? The emperor shouted in panic. Zhuo Fan never paid him any mind. The sixth prince also followed Zhuo Fan like before, making the emperor twitch. The emperor roared, Son, stop him. Can't do, imperial father. How can I do what thousands of guards couldn't? The sixth prince shrugged with a chuckle. Sighing, the emperor held his head. It's over. Disaster is upon us. What criminal dares to make a ruckus with Tuoba Taizhan around? Following this shout, Tuoba Taizhan marched his thousands of troops into the garden. Surrounding it, the 8 wolf wardens appeared before Zhuo Fan, filled with battle spirit. Your Majesty, I ask that you forgive my delay. Tuoba Taizhan cupped his hands at the emperor. The emperor was overjoyed. It's fine, Commander Tauba. You came just in time. Catch that man. Stop him from destroying everything. Yes, sir. Tuoba Taizhan bowed and shouted, 8 wolf wardens, arrest that man. The 8 wolf wardens were about to obey. Wait! The Tauba siblings took this moment to arrive. Tuoba Taizhan cried out, Lu Feng, you all. Father, please hurry and stop the wardens. We can't touch this man. We'll only earn more casualties. Rushing before the commander, Tuoba Lu Feng and Lianer urged him. Having seen Zhuo Fan's mighty power, they were totally convinced that not even the entire Tauba family and its army would be of any use. Tuoba Taizhan was shocked. The Tauba family was one devoted to serving their nation, always brave and sharp, never cowardly. But these two were urging him to stand down. Who is this man to make them ask their own father to stop? Is there no hope at all? Tuoba Taizhan looked over closer, finding the culprit familiar. The best steward in Tianyu, Zhuo Fan? The 8 wolf wardens looked as well and were shocked to the core. Jalahan still remembered the bitterness he suffered back then. Faced with this old enemy, old fears resurfaced, fears powerful enough to make them falter. Zhuofan never spoke a word so far. But then the emperor said, "Commander Tauba, you know him? Not just know him. He is the only one in my entire life that made me lose in battle." Tuoba Taizhan sighed. The emperor cried, "You mean 8 years ago the second god of war in Tianyu, Dugu Zhantian's replacement? But what's he doing in Chuanrong? Is he a spy?" The entire Tauba family tensed, looking at the emperor with twitching faces. "Your Majesty, have you ever seen a commander resorting to grunt work?" "Your Majesty, I don't think he would do that himself." Tuoba Taizhan shook his head, turning back to Zhuofan and shouting, "Zhuofan, since you had the nerve to barge into Chuanrong imperial capital, I, as its captain of the guards, shall arrest you." "Father!" Tuoba Taizhan started to shout, turning to see his son and daughter shaking their heads. "Father, that's the worst thing you could possibly do. He's more savage than before." Confused, Tuoba Taizhan scratched his head. "Once bitten, twice shy? The last time we only lost against an army. But now he's all alone against all of us. Yet you're telling me I still can't take him? Father, don't look down on him just for being alone. He'll still mow us down." The Tauba siblings knew what he was thinking, constantly shaking their heads. Tuoba Taizhan was still perplexed as to why. "Ha ha ha! Is the destroyer of Crown Prince's manor here?" For figures landed. "Elder Hu, he's the one." The Crown Prince's high venerable carried the bedridden Crown Prince as he bowed before a muscled youth. The Crown Prince crawled higher on the high venerable's back and cursed when he saw Zhuofan. "Elder Hu, he's the one. Kill him. With me here, all will be over soon." The man turned to Zhuofan and then widened his eyes, roaring, "You again, brat?" Zhuofan was perplexed. Another youth next to Elder Hu stomped hard as his features twisted. "Rotten punk. I guess you don't recognize us now, but we certainly do. After that loss, we vowed that one day we'll pull every bone from your body and make you experience pain like no other. Who thought that today will be the day we'll do it? No one will save you now. Ha ha ha. Not even heaven itself." The man cackled, releasing his mighty aura and making even high venerable shake in fear. "This is the power of an ethereal stage expert. So strong. Elder Lang, you have something with the kid too?" The high venerable asked. "Great. Now old and new grievances will be washed away today." Elder Lang's eyes were bloodshot. "Humph, just a grievance? That day in Tianyu, he ruined my body. Who?" He didn't finish as a whistling sound was heard, followed by a large scarlet dragon claw grabbing all 4 of them. The 4 struggled for nothing, as even their souls were stuck in the draconic grip. Elder Hu's eyes bugged out. What is this? Soul? You're a radiant stage cultivator. How can you form a soul? Why is it so strong?" The scarlet dragon claw came from behind Zhuofan like a third hand. Zhuofan looked annoyed right now. "Since you survived, keep your nose down. Why the hell are 2 fleas coming to buzz in my ears about old times?" Bam! The dragon claw clenched and the 4 exploded in a shower of blood, splattering on everyone around. The victims had no chance to even wail their demise, destroyed in body and soul, including the 2 ethereal stage cultivators. The witnesses were speechless. 2 ethereal stage experts and a peak radiant stage cultivator were squashed like bugs. Tuoba Taizhan looked from his children to Zhuofan, now understanding their fear. Zhuofan was no longer human to be able to kill ethereal stage experts so easily. The 8 wolf wardens faltered and shivered. Zhuofan was worlds above them. Even before, alone they were no match for Zhuofan, but using human wave tactics they could stall him. Something impossible right now. Zhuofan was beyond their reach. An eerie silence fell. Everyone regarded Zhuofan with fear. An ethereal stage expert was seen as a god by these people. But they died all the same in the easiest manner possible. Taking back the claw, Zhuofan returned to his calm demeanor. "Sixth Prince, this pint is pointing at that hill. Is there something off about it? Shouldn't be. That is a view I often visited when I was small. It should be fine. The sixth prince was puzzled as he looked around. Zhuofan inspected his surroundings and smiled. So it's a concealing array, one powered by sacred stones. No wonder it's hard to see. But what's it hiding? Void annihilation. With a creepy smile, Zhuofan's right eye flashed golden twice. Rumble. Something broke then, and everyone's view changed. It was like a mirror had just suffered a crack and started crumbling and vanishing. Before them was a pitch-black cave in the hill. The flower fairy pointed right at it. Grinning, Zhuofan walked forward, but a shout came, "Wait, sir!" Zhuofan started and turned to the speaker, the Qianrong emperor. Only this time, the emperor had lost his panicking look, turning grave. "Sir, no matter who you are, if you go in, you may not come back. This barrier is Qianrong's shame and also a catalyst. You shouldn't have broken it. No one can stop me from getting what I want. Thanks for the reminder." Zhuofan walked forward without hesitation and jumped in. The sixth prince followed him, but the emperor shouted, "Son! Imperial father, actually. I knew of this place long ago." The sixth prince smiled, his eyes sharp. "This is our empire's shame and the imperial family's disgrace. One day this barrier would have been lifted, only no one dared to. But I believe Sir Zhua would be the one to break everything. I have seen his might in the double dragon gathering. He's not like those hypocrites." The sixth prince jumped in. The emperor wanted to stop him but could only sigh as he was too late. Tuoba Taizhan was puzzled. "Your Majesty, what's in there? Why?" "Old Commander Tauba, if they don't come out, take your men and run or they would destroy." The emperor sighed and shook his head. "Who's they?" Whoosh. However, a figure flashed by and Lianer jumped right in. Tauba Lianer rushed after her. "Lianer!" For people had just gone into the dark cave, their signature lost. Tuoba Taizhan was sweating, but the emperor held his shoulder. "Old commander, it's all up to luck now. Seeing how easy the man killed 2 ethereal stage experts, I hope he will be able to bring everyone back. Then, I wish for Commander Tauba to take my son and go." Shaking, Tuoba Taizhan looked at the emperor lost, his face grave. "Why would his majesty ask me to flee with his son? Is the enemy—" "Your Majesty, Crown Prince's body. Feed it to the dogs." The emperor's eyes were filled with hatred. Tuoba Taizhan was shocked more than ever. Meanwhile, Zhuofan landed in the cave and all he saw was a winding path through the earth. The flower spirit pointed onward and Zhuofan nodded. But then he heard a shout from above and Zhuofan shook his head. Sidestepping, he witnessed 3 mighty thumps as 3 people landed hard on their rear. "Why are you here? You can tell from the concealing array and sacred stones. This is beyond the reach of the realm of sex, a place where we'll be facing real experts. You're forfeiting your lives by coming here." Seeing the 3 weird faces as they struggled to get up, Zhuofan reminded them. The sixth prince snickered. "He, Sir Zhua. If I said I'll take you to where you want to go, then I'm not about to give up halfway. I can find the rest of the way by myself." Zhuofan spoke. Frowning, Lianer held Zhuofan in a steady gaze. "We already offended the crown prince. His Majesty said this place hides some great calamity for Qianrong as well. I want to prevail here and ask His Majesty for forgiveness. The fact that something was sealed here shows it's beyond something any of you can handle. This gamble will end with your death." Glancing over, Zhuofan turned to Tuoba Lufeng. "And what's your excuse?" Scratching his distracted back, Tuoba Lufeng panted as he pointed at Lianer. "I came for her. Funny enough, your reason is the most plausible. Now take them and get out." Zhuofan nodded and walked further in. The sixth prince and Lianer spoke hastily. "We're not leaving. We're coming with you." Tuoba Lufeng frowned, looking above at the unclimbable black hole and shook his head. "Just how deep is this? We can't fly here either and ended up having a rough landing." "Yeah, hey Sir Zhua, why didn't you fall?" The sixth prince turned to Zhuofan. He took a look around and said, There's a spatial bind array here that prevents flying. What about you? The spatial bind array is a 6th grade array. Anything beneath 7th grade can't affect ethereals. Since I formed my soul, the array doesn't work on me. Walking ahead, Shuofan said, You can't go back and I don't have time to waste undoing the array. You'll just have to come along. Sure. Cheering inside, the two went right after him. Tuoba Lufeng had no choice but to go a swell. Frowning, Shuofan, who do you figure dug this tunnel behind the Imperial Palace? Shuofan replied, We'll know when we reach the end. Also, it had to be an ethereal stage expert for sure. Why so sure? Tuoba Lufeng asked. Shuofan spoke looking around. No one would set an array just to tie themselves up. He had placed a 6th grade array, the dividing line between ethereal stage and the rest of the world. With the secular world being made up of people below this line, this showed he did not want them to enter here only ethereal stage experts. Or maybe only to let his men in. His? Yeah. Shuofan nodded, his eyes sharp. In the Chuanrong lands, besides mortals, there's also a sect. Beast-taming sect. The trio cried and Shuofan nodded. Yes, one can assume this path leads to beast-taming sect. It won't matter to me if there are heaps of experts. Not when they all come from a meager lower 3 sect. As for you 3, he will be fine. With Serjua here, nothing can touch us. The 6th prince chuckled without an ounce of shame. Shuofan smiled. Don't be too happy. I can protect myself, but I can't say the same for dead weights. Ugh. The 6th prince scratched his head and Lianer huffed. Beast-taming sect is watching over the Chuanrong Empire. Why would it harm us when we did nothing wrong? They're also a righteous sect that preaches reason. Yeah, if we meet any from the beast-taming sect, we'll just say we stumbled upon this tunnel, then make our identities known. They should at least give the commander's children some leeway. Tuoba Lufeng nodded. The 6th prince snickered while Shuofan mocked. Ignorant. Have you stopped to think why this tunnel is so hidden? Be it righteous or demonic path, both sides have things to hide. Once someone barges in, killing is the norm, don't you think? Shuddering, the Tauba siblings paled. Shuofan made fun of them. Only the 6th prince looked at Shuofan in earnest. We'll have to trust Serjua to protect us then. Like I said, I can only protect myself. I don't think so. The 6th prince cocked an eyebrow. The way I see it, you can do it but just don't want to. I heard that on your way to Double Dragon Manor, you and those 3 girls from Mystical Heaven sect were ambushed by the Universal Righteous sect. But you chose to perish for their sake, helping them escape like a true hero. Serjua, as your fan, the least I am is well informed. The other 2 started, looking at Shuofan in shock. They never thought a guy like Shuofan would be so selfless. Pausing, Shuofan recalled that dreaded day of separation and regret clouded his eyes. Sighing, It's fake. If I died for them, then who is standing before you now? Anyway, no one can stop Serjua when he puts his mind to something. If Serjua wants to save someone, no one can kill them. Ignoring Shuofan's reply, the 6th prince spoke with respect and pride. Shuofan smiled inside and sighed. He wasn't a god. If he was so great, he wouldn't fear the likes of Heavenly Sovereign. He wouldn't have had to leave Qingqing. Shuofan's face looked lonely as he thought, Ack. Cries came from deeper into the tunnel. Shuofan's group rushed forward, following the sounds. The 4 arrived at the end and a series of stone doors were presented before them. One door was open just a crack. Slipping from within was the yellow light of a burning candle. Groans were also coming from within, along with heavy panting. The group approached the door and peeked through the gap. They saw a man and a woman entangled, with yuan qi flowing between them. Lianer was still a pure lady and witnessing such an explicit event had her blushing. As she staggered in shock, she kicked a rock away. Who's there? The man roared, twisting his head their way. Lianer gave an apologetic look to Shuofan, forgiving them away, but Shuofan did not care. He opened the stone door wider and strutted in. Brother, are you finished? I have some questions. You have some nerve. Who the hell are you people? What gives you the right to barge in my training room? The man roared. The woman he was entangled with laid on the bed and looked with disdain. Zhuofan had a thin smile. Are you from the beast taming sect? Is there some special place here with thick spiritual energy especially fit for cultivating? Where the hell did you come from? Who are you to think about my beast taming sect's precious training grounds? The man sized the four up then mocked. You're either crazy or morons. You want to get to it with so few numbers? You must be suicidal. Ha ha ha. The man cackled, but Zhuofan shook his head. Yeah, I came here to die. Since that's the case, can you tell me where it is before we die? Humph, it'll only be a waste to tell you. The man shouted and a leopard shot from his body, charging at the four. Die, for barging into beast taming sect. Bam. Zhuofan's eyes shone coldly and a scarlet dragon claw shot from his body, swatting the oversized cat. The feline was destroyed with that one blow, vanishing into nothing. Shuddering, the man stared at Zhuofan in disbelief. Who the hell are you? It'll only be a waste to tell you. Zhuofan's evil grin was on full display. Plop. The man slumped dead with eyes wide open. He died still shocked at how a radiant stage cultivator managed to kill him so fast. Ah! The woman on the bed shrieked seeing the guy dead. Then, a shadow flashed and struck the woman. Her eyes rolled back and she slumped dead as well. Looking closer, the attacker was actually the sixth prince. But instead of being his usual overexcited self, he looked on with bloodshot eyes, shaking from the hatred and rage. What's wrong with him? It was the first time anyone saw the sixth prince lose control. The Tauba siblings looked at Zhuofan with a questioning gaze. Zhuofan eyed him, realizing something. Then he turned around and continued walking deeper into the pitch-black tunnel. Lianer caught up, curious. Zhuofan, do you know something we don't? I don't. Then why did the sixth prince strike? To silence her. Go ask him if you want. Zhuofan spoke with a cold face. Lianer pouted and stomped. The sixth prince took a deep breath to calm himself, then went after them. His mood never went back to his cheerful self, actually turning graver than Zhuofan. Lianer was perplexed and dying to know, but Tuoba Lufeng shook his head. Something was definitely up, everyone could see it, but it was not like you could just ask about it. Even if they did, he might not reply. So the better option here was to stay silent and not provoke him. Lianer had to stifle her suspicion for now as the group went forward. They soon reached the end of the tunnel, faced with a pitch-black stone wall. Lianer asked, "A dead end?" "Ha ha ha, fool. If it's a dead end, how did that couple get here to enjoy themselves? Besides, with how many rooms there are around, with the guy calling it his training room, it's clear that people come here often to train." Zhuofan mocked. "Girlie, did you leave your head outside the cave? You must really have no care for your life, ha ha ha." Lianer was fuming mad. "Why you?" Ignoring her, Zhuofan felt the stone wall and grinned. "This is a defensive array, just like the one back in Demon Scheming Sect. Without a specific technique of the sect, one just can't get in." "What now? We're no beast taming sect disciples. How could we know the right technique?" The sixth prince shouted. Zhuofan ignored him. "You sound quite sure this is beast taming sect's land. Didn't you just say the same thing? And also that guy." The sixth prince showed a bright smile. Snickering, Zhuofan said, "It was just a guess. And that guy said he was from the beast taming sect. Not that this is its land." "I guessed it then," the sixth prince blurted. "Oh? Then should we go on?" The sixth prince looked hard at Zhuofan. Lianer found it very odd. Zhuofan had been going about looking for something from the start. Why then is he starting to question the sixth prince? Or is it something the sixth prince asked him to find? The sixth prince was the only one who knew Zhuofan's intention. So the sixth prince bowed. "I'm accompanying Sir Zhua to look for what Sir is after. It is at Sir's discretion to continue or not. To me it's nothing while it spells trouble to you. Going back just like that. Ice brow quivering, the sixth prince pondered then nodded. Everything will go per Serge's wishes. As your fan, I can only give you my full support. In that case, Fan nodded. The sixth prince stared at the wall with a tense heart. We go on. Fan grinned and came to a decision. The sixth prince was beaming with joy. The Tauba siblings were stumped. What's up with them? Is it Fan looking for something? Or sixth prince? Ignoring their curious gazes, Fan's left eye flashed with a black thunder flame. He shot straight at the wall. Apocalyptic thunder flame eye. The minute mote of fire exploded into a roaring flame. The tiny flicker of flame looked small, but it exploded the instant it touched the whole wall, covering it in scorching flames. Success. The black thunder flame licked the wall, with the lightning crackling over it, jarring the ears of those present. The spectators were afraid of it, getting away from it so it would not jump on them and kill them as well. They had no clue what that thing was to give off such dread. Just looking at it was like staring death in the face. The pitch-black wall burned away to reveal a 3-meter-tall exit. Beyond it was a lush forest, mesmerizing and soothing. The thick spiritual energy hit them head-on. It really is beast-taming sex land. With an evil smirk, Fan led them out, happily looking around this paradise. Figured as much. A whirlwind tunnel can be a paradise or hell, but no matter which, no one from the secular world can have it. Only a sect can truly take it for itself. I should have known the minute I got to Xianxia. The first place to look had to be the beast-taming sect. Ha ha ha. Fan showed a pleased smile, while the other three were taken in by the glorious sights around them. Bam! A loud sound echoed as two creatures 100 meters tall arrived before them with their claws ready. The trio were startled, paling and crying. 7th grade spiritual beast? And two of them. The beast-taming sect was known in the Western lands for their beast-related skills. All the cultivators in Xianxia also followed a similar path when they trained. They might get to tame the spiritual beast outside, but a 7th grade spiritual beast was beyond them. But in the beast-taming sect, two of such creatures appeared, scaring them to death. Only Fan, having seen the true king among beasts, disregarded them. A black flame flashed in his eye as Fan spoke. Beat it! Shuddering, the two spiritual beasts showed dread in their eyes. Then they blacked out and slumped on the ground. Fan's outrageously destructive aura knocked them right out. The others looked at Fan agape. They knew Fan could scare beasts, but now he could knock them out. Just where the hell did he learn this strange beast art? Fan was stunned as well. He only wanted to scare them off, but then they suddenly collapsed. The destructive thunderflame really is beyond the 5 great sacred beast powers, even more effective than the azure flame. He grinned and walked on. He finally felt he was king among beasts. In an ancient and quaint hall, a pale middle-aged man was sitting on a throne. The lines of elders on each side released powerful auras. Ethereal stage experts. Looking at the jade slip flashing in his hand, the middle-aged man frowned. The fighting is tense. I thought getting Xianxia's 1,000 sacred stones was an easy deal. But even with our 50 ethereal elders joining the war against Tianyu, we're still at a standstill. Even worse now that Elder Lane is asking for help. What do you think? One elder shook his head. Sect leader, in the recent years, Tianyu's power has grown beyond anything we've seen. Even without the Empire's 3 guardian sects stepping in, they alone have the strength to not only fight back our 50 ethereal stage experts, but even hold the advantage. Another elder stood and bowed. From what I can tell, for us to win, we have to send more men. Bam! Following the loud noise, a buffed man with black beard shot in rage. Humph! Send what? The elders and venerables we sent must be heavily wounded if not dead. Sending any more will only mount our casualties. This is a problem between Tianyu and the 3 guardian sections. Xianxia wants to waken those traitors and wants to do it through us. Ren Xiaoyun wants to use the weakened Luo clan to control Tianyu as well. That's why he's holding back and watches from afar. But this is Tianyu's problem, What does it have to do with us? Have you forgotten the bitter lesson from 8 years ago? Tianyu is cunning, twisted, and treacherous. Last time they took a large piece of fertile land, cutting our income by half. Are we to do it again? Yeah. That's true. It's best we don't get in other people's business. The other elders nodded. The sect leader crushed the jade slip, hesitating. Was he to send more men or draw them back? He was in a dilemma, trying not to fall for those bastards' plot again. Just then, a sound echoed throughout the sect. Someone broke the sect's defensive array. Sect leader cried out, "Elders and venerables, follow me. Let's see who had the nerve to barge into beast-taming sect." Everyone bowed. "Yes, sir." Sect leader flew out with the elders behind him, leaving an empty and desolate hall in an eerie silence. "Stop!" Zhuofan had entered the beast-taming sect and was letting the flower spirit lead the way again. His entourage was looking around scared and jittery, but when they saw Zhuofan's laid-back attitude, they sighed. "Dude, we're sneaking into another's home, practically like thieves. Can't you act like one?" Strolling around like this in their own backyard would get unneeded attention. The only reason we're sticking around is because a 7th grade spiritual beast can pop up anytime. But you're too damn conspicuous. It's like you're asking to be found. The team barely took a few steps before 2 disciples blocked their path. "You arrogant bastards. How dare you barge into beast-taming sect? Who the hell are you?" The trio ducked behind their guard. Zhuofan glanced over the 2. "You don't know already? Why the useless questions?" "How are we to know?" The 2 started. Pointing at his face, Zhuofan declared, "Didn't you call me arrogant bastard? Well, there you have it. PFF. Lianer giggled. The 2 disciples roared, "You're toying with us? Die!" One disciple charged towards Zhuofan at full power. Zhuofan didn't spare him a look, merely punching the air. Bam! The disciple went out in a puff of blood, gone from this world. The other disciple panicked, now realizing the enemy was in the 8th layer radiant stage, while the 2 of them were just in the 4th. He did not flee, however, raising his hand. A flaming eagle 2 meters large cried as it made itself known. 6th level spiritual beast, scorching eagle. Lianer cried out. Laughing, the disciple looked smug. Yes, a 6th level spiritual beast. Ha ha ha. You'd never guess that disciples from the beast-taming sect aren't just cultivating themselves, but paired with spirit animals to display their true power. You may be in the 8th layer, but against a 6th level spiritual beast. Shriek. The eagle cried in fear, knocked out cold. Across from it, Zhuofan's left eye flashed with black thunderflame. Ugh! The disciple was dumbstruck, his mind numb as he watched his dear spirit animal. What just happened? A punch came while he was still perplexed, turning him into another bloody mist to feed the grass. Zhuofan looked at the flower spirit in his hand. Which way? Jerking, the spirit looked scared as well, pointing out the right direction. Zhuofan strutted onwards. The Tauba siblings were speechless. They thought Zhuofan had the nerve only out there, but he was on a rampage even in a sect. Only the 6th prince was overjoyed, beaming at Zhuofan's attitude. It went to show Zhuofan had the power to cleave through the beast-taming sect. That's my idol. So awesome, he. Grinning, the prince walked after him, leaving the Tauba siblings to sigh as they dragged their feet. Since we're in this as well, might as well see it through. Zhuofan and company strolled further in, head high, chest out, right in the middle of the beast-taming sect's home. Many disciples came to visit them, but were destined to be reduced to nothing from Zhuofan's bloody welcome. Even as more and more kept coming, Zhuofan had no trouble. It led to an odd feeling of safety for Lianer, despite the brutality surrounding the trio. Tuoba Lufeng, the young commander who had gone through many wars, noticed that despite the danger, it was also followed closely by calmness. This was a mood Zhuofan made. As long as he led the way, they were unaffected whatsoever. He now understood why the Luo clan relied so much on Zhuofan. It can't be that the Luo clan also felt like they were on vacation fighting us in that war 8 years ago, right? That would be so embarrassing. Though there's a high chance it was true. Sighing, Tuoba Lufeng watched the straight back in front. He's deadly to enemies and dependable to his allies. I'd rather be his ally though. Boom. The rumbling never stopped as beast-taming sect disciples kept coming in waves. But the tide was soon followed by stillness as each crumbled to nothing from Zhuo Fan's punches. It didn't take long for the death count to go up to the thousands. The following disciples now felt fear, staring as Zhuo Fan's team walked on while they shook back from his path. Whoosh! Beast-taming sect's sect leader, elders and venerables finally arrived. Seeing their disciples in fear, they roared, "What are you doing? Attack! Get those thieves!" Sect leader, the guy is a monster. We can't do anything to him. He already killed thousands of our brothers and none of them even touched him. It will only end up with all of us dying for nothing. A disciple bowed, reporting his plight. The other disciples nodded. The sect leader looked around at the field of corpses, then at Zhuo Fan, 2nd layer, 5th layer, and 8th layer radiant stage. Then there's a profound heaven cultivator too? You mean to tell me this was all done by those 4? No, sect leader, just him. The rest were hiding behind him. The disciple pointed at Zhuo Fan in fear. The sect leader frowned, more shocked than ever. Just one man slaughtered my disciples. How? What about your spiritual beasts? You couldn't do it even when working together. It was better if he hadn't asked. The disciples looked crushed, almost crying. Sect leader, we don't know why, but our spiritual beasts just refused to come out. They'd rather stay in their rings than fight that guy. They seem afraid. Seriously. The sect leader was stunned, then sized Zhuo up. He turned to his elders. Take out your spirit animals. See if there's any problem. Ha ha ha. Sect leader. My spirit animal has been with me for decades and always answers. It's not like those newly tamed beasts the disciples have. The disciples' methods must be lacking. In times like these, it is up to us, their elders, to show them how it's done. Yeah, our sect is expert in rearing spiritual beasts, but I see the new generation don't train too hard anymore, making our sect look bad. It seems we'll have to set these twerps straight. Ha ha ha. The oldies were so smug even before their pets came out. The disciples were silent, not like they could complain. Sect leader was annoyed. Getting the enemy is more important. Elders, the one to capture this kid will definitely be remembered. Hee, no worries, sect leader. My 7th grade spiritual beast, Flaming Cloud Tiger, will take him down. He's just a radiant stage cultivator. One elder mocked as he shouted, Flaming Cloud Tiger, come out. No response. The people watched his valiant pose, yet there was no pet to answer his call to duty. Ugh. Face twitching hard, everyone sighed. Of course it won't come. Some disciples even snickered. Getting flustered, the elder looked embarrassed, while the sect leader frowned. What's going on here? Has beast taming sect's main power just died out? That means this group is specifically here to target us. They even prepared countermeasures. Though he still did not know the reason behind it. Ha ha ha, old coot. Did your boast go bust at last? Seeing him standing there with no trusty spiritual beast in sight, another elder just had to make use of this perfect chance to mock him. Talk about handling the kid when you can't even handle your pet. It seems to me we ought to start straightening you up first. Why you? The elder glared at the speaker, but that man stuck out his chin. So you have had your spirit animal with you for decades, while I have had one for a century. 7th grade spiritual beast, ice cap leopard. We've worked together for so long it's practically human. Allow me to show you how it's truly done. This is how you work with a spirit animal. With a smug grin, the old guy flicked his wrist and pointed his ring at Zhuo Fan. Ice cap leopard. Bite his head off. The ring clearly showed a reaction. Then it died out. Awkward. The old man froze in his grand pose, though there was not a hair of his pet around to complete his act. The first elder who made a fool of himself just had to be petty and laugh at his misfortune. Old fool, weren't you just mocking me? Look at you and your century-old relic. It still left you high and dry. The victim here had his eyes turned bloodshot and glared in silence. Sect leader was becoming agitated, speaking to the rest. You all try as well. See what happens. Everyone summoned their faithful beasts. Just that all their beasts chose this particular moment to ignore the summons. All the elders kept flicking their rings around in hope their pets would come out at some point. Much good did that do. Not a single creature answered the owner's call of duty, choosing the safety of the ring instead. Everyone cried out in disbelief. Using spiritual beasts to fight was beast-taming sect's specialty. The name said it all. Not using their spiritual beasts was like cutting their arms, reducing their power by half. Such an event was a complete disaster for this sect. Sect leader. An elder panicked. Sect leader raised his hand to stop him, roaring at Shuafan. Boy, did you do something? What's going on here? You better talk sense or... Ha ha ha. It couldn't be simpler. With an evil smirk, the black thunderflame ignited in Shuafan's left eye. You're standing before the king among beasts. No spiritual beast dares to face me, under the fear of death. Is that clear enough for you? All the people shuddered. King among beasts. The spiritual beasts were divided into grades, though there weren't many called kings. Be that as it may, none of them could instill such fear into a spiritual beast as to make it cower in its ring. That went double for a spirit animal that had been trained for years among people. It would hardly ever cower against another spiritual beast's threatening aura, to say nothing of not coming out at all. Also, he's not human to call himself a king among beasts. How were they to know Shuafan's abominable thunderflame was made up of 4 sacred beast powers combined? It was simply specifically made to target spiritual beasts. The coming of the thunderflame spelled certain doom. So, any spiritual beast with self-preservation instincts chose to stay away. Boy, take your lies elsewhere. King among beasts? As if. Sect leader stared at Shuafan. Talk? Who are you and why have you barged into my sect? What deviant trick are you using on our spirit animals to lose our control? Cocking his head, Shuafan snickered. You want to know the secret? Well, too bad. It's mine and I'm not telling. As for who I am, Shuafang glanced at the 6th prince behind, who knew when to keep silent and fade into the background. Chuckling, Shuafan turned to sect leader. I'm not telling you, though there's no harm in informing you of my reason. I heard you have some paradise here and plan on borrowing it for a couple of days. Borrow? Are you having a death wish coming before a full moon? Full moon? Shuafan pondered. The sect leader mocked. Ha ha ha. So you only know that we have a special area, but not its details. Not that it matters, since I never planned on lending you anything. For charging into my sect, you shall never leave this place alive. My, how confident, Shuafan taunted. Sect leader's smile turned savage. And you're overconfident. Boy, you might have countered our beasts, but don't think for a second my sect is defenseless without them. We have over 200 ethereal stage experts here. 200? Not bad for a lower 3 sect, though doable. Shuafan grinned. What else did you want me to say? Sect leader? You just gave me an assurance. Ha ha ha. I twitching. The sect leader snapped. Curses boy. You're just a radiant stage cultivator yet you mock us so? Elders. Bring him to me alive. I will make him regret the day he was born. I'll make him pay the price for disregarding the beast-taming sect. Yes, sir. An elder bowed and charged at Shuafan. A flash of gold revealed a 100-meter-tall golden tiger coming at Shuafan with its maw open. Ha ha ha. Any radiant stage cultivator is useless against an ethereal stage expert. I can handle you even without a pet. Whoosh. A huge dragon claw came out from Shuafan's back in a flash of scarlet, grabbing the oversized feline. The cocky elder halted in his tracks from shock. To that, my soul. Grinning, Shuafan said, yes, A radiant stage cultivator is futile going against an ethereal stage expert. A shame that doesn't apply to me. With a crumbling sound, the dragon claw crunched the golden dragon to dust. The elder looked on in fear, dying with a horrified expression. Success. Everyone else gasped in shock. He has a soul, a really strong one at that. He can kill an expert's soul in an instant. No average soul can do that. Who the hell is he? Sect leader stared at Shuafan with wide eyes, his lip quivering. Who are you? Used to be a guest, but now. Shuafan's eyes flashed. With a mighty roar, the almighty Scarlet Dragon King came out in all its glory, releasing its entire aura. Ha ha ha. Now I'm your doom. Heaven, dragon soul? Why your demon scheming sex, Shuafan? Sect leader cried out, making the others shudder and falter. They were lost and wary. Didn't the demon scheming sect tell them that after Shuafan betrayed the sect, the universal righteous sect helped them by destroying him? Why was the dead star of Double Dragon Gathering, the new and brief best disciple of Western lands, barging into beast-taming sect? None here could figure out why, not even sect leader. Though one thing was certain, this was no social visit. Squinting, sect leader took a deep breath to calm himself. Shuafan, I haven't yet gotten around to paying you for destroying my team of disciples at the Double Dragon Gathering. Now I see you came here of your own free will. Humph, the universal righteous sect didn't take your life, actually giving this chance to the beast-taming sect. This is providence, helping us take revenge and bring rest to the spirits of our late disciples. Yeah. A superior 3 sect couldn't kill me, so what could a puny lower 3 sect possibly do to threaten me? Shuafan mocked. Sect leader's brow twitched. Shuafan, enough of your arrogance. Who knows how you escaped the universal righteous sect's pursuit? But now, in beast-taming sect's home, there are 200 ethereal stage experts surrounding you. You're finished. Ha ha ha. My words exactly. Just 200. Shut up. What, only? Are you mocking the beast-taming sect? Humph. I'll show you the true might of our sect. Glaring at him, sect leader shouted as he gave the order. Attack! Kill him! Yes, sir. With mighty roars, the elders charged. The 200-plus ethereal stage experts' auras slammed into Shuafan, stilling his breath. Lianer panicked inside. Shuafan could handle 1, but 200? Shuafan had a constant sneer on his face, charging as well and clashing with the enemy. The elders were stunned. Just as something black flashed and Shuafan was now wielding a black longsword as it was brought down on them. Whoosh! The pitch-black edge flashed like lightning in their vision. The elders had no time to react as it mowed through 8 of them, spilling guts and blood into the air. Not even their souls escaped, destroyed along with their bodies from the black blade. The beast-taming sect in its entirety was shell-shocked, and the wave of elders stood there overwhelmed. Shuafan and his blade was all that was reflected in their eyes. Ha ha ha, told you so, just 200 ethereal stage experts. A lower 3 sect can only get so strong without a soul harmony expert around. Snickering, Shuafan taunted the sect leader. Beast-taming sect's leader. Tell me I'm wrong. Sect leader's face twitched as he stared at Shuafan's smug look. That blatant disregard was getting to him so much, he felt his blood rising. But more than that, he was simply overcome with shock from having 8 ethereal stage experts killed like that, something no average ethereal stage expert could do. Is he even a disciple? They knew that the superior 3 sect's disciples, especially the core ones, were much stronger than the lower 3 sect's venerables and elders. The problem with Shuafan wasn't one of power, but being on another level entirely. Killing ethereal stage experts so easily was not something anyone could do. But he... Sect leader's eyes trembled as sweat trickled down his brow. Freak! Sect leader, he came first in the Double Dragon Gathering. He's no pushover. Shouldn't we just settle it peacefully? One elder tried as he neared sect leader. We know his goal and it just sent so hard to accommodate. Let's just... Bullshit. Sect leader snapped in rage. And what about the name of beast-taming sect? What will become of us once word gets out a mere traitorous disciple of demon-scheming sect ran amok within our own home? But enough! Sect leader waved him off. He's one man. How strong can he be anyway? Everyone, release your souls. We're going to stall him until he breaks. They all cupped their fists and bowed at his order. Yes, sect leader. The sky reverberated from all the roars that followed as all kinds of beast souls littered the heavens, with Zhuofan's team in the middle. Lianer felt like she was in the middle of a horde. The power these souls gave out crushing her chest. Their eyes filled with the desire to swallow them whole. Only Zhuofan was laid back. Top profound ranked combination art. Song of Paradise. 2 elders led the charge, making signs as they made their souls go for Zhuofan. The 2 large beast souls were 100 meters tall. One was covered in green flames, the other had a crimson glow. The 2 birds revolved around each other until they became a red and green fire tornado. This was a combination attack, not the kind those random attacks from before could compare with. Even Zhuofan frowned, holding the sword tighter in his grip. Venerables Hu Yen and Jia Huer's combined art? A person cried out, filled with hope. The 2 venerables are in the 6th layer and they're always so close to each other. Like one person. This combined attack is as strong as 10 6th layer ethereal stage experts. No matter how strong he is, he can't block such a flawless attack. An approval came from the crowd. Sect leader was grinning now. Zhuofan only got to kill 8 in the first attack because his men went at him without coordination. Far weaker than what these 2 venerables were doing. The boy will be heavily wounded, and then, humph. Squinting. Sect leader grinned just as the fire tornado exploded on contact with Zhuofan. The sky took on a red hue, making everyone gasp at the sheer might of the shockwave. Lianer was the closest and could feel the scorching heat suck all the moisture out of the air, shaking her heart. How would Zhuofan fare against such an attack? 6th Prince's brow shook, staring intently at the aftermath while his heart thumped hard in his chest. Rumble. The fierce flames reached high into the sky. There were 2 distinct shapes of birds spinning around in the inferno, acting like a large furnace, to refine Zhuofan alive. The 2 venerable signs changed. Sect leader, we have the boy trapped. He will be burned to ashes in a few minutes. It's best if Sir lets the elders go back. It's not worth wasting time on a disciple. Ha ha ha. Venerables are amazing. I won't ever forget what you did today. Sect leader smiled. The 2 smiled. It's nothing, it's ugh. The 2 shook and slumped dead. Venerables, what's wrong? Sect leader shouted in fright. A shockwave was his only answer as the fireball was split in 2 perfect halves. The 2 bird souls fell from the fire, also cut in 2 like the flames. They faded away slowly, returning to the skies. Zhuofan held his sword as he walked out with a smile. Not bad at all. Even the souls were good. A shame nothing works when faced against me. Ha ha ha. Startled, everyone turned to Zhuofan. The 2 venerables were among the best beast taming sect had to offer. Yet, Zhuofan, you've gone too far. Sect leader shouted, pointing at him. Attack, use wave tactics and kill him. Roar. The people shouted as they settled on attacking as a whole. The sky was filled with souls, drawing closer and tightening like a net, all to take Zhuofan down. Even he would have to have a hard time fighting so many at once. A gap might form in his defense that would let someone strike a heavy blow. It was common knowledge that there was strength in numbers. Zhuofan might have been tense before, but not this time around. With a sign, a draconic roar echoed and the still almighty Scarlet Dragon King shifted. Golden flames lit up all over it and it turned the Heaven Dragon Soul into its strongest variant, decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King. Receiving the decimating golden flame, Zhuofan now knew how to turn the Heaven Dragon Soul into its 5th form. This form exploded in power. As the horde of souls were getting closer, the golden dragon roared and released a torrent of golden flames from its wide maw. Half the sky took a golden hue from the flame's brilliant display, as if there was a wall in place. Some overexcited souls had no time to stop and went right into the golden flames. Their bodies shook and wailed as their weak souls were burned to nothing. The rest were shocked and made their souls stop the attack. More than 100 souls were now watching the huge golden flames. On the other side, Shuafan grinned and attacked with the demonic sword. In a flash of golden flames, Shuafan appeared in the middle of those souls, relishing in the slaughter as he reaped souls with every slash and hack. The souls wanted to attack, but moments later, he broke the encirclement again. When they wanted to chase, the golden dragon blocked them with its fire breath. The man and dragon worked in perfect harmony to cull the opposition. The decimating golden flame was a fierce and brutal flame. Shuafan had his body remade by the dragon ancestor, and his speed had grown as well. All the others could catch was his shadow as he darted around, having harvested dozens of poor souls already. And every time some got close to surround him, the golden dragon would spew flames. Shuafan and the dragon soul worked to chip away at their numbers, one soul at a time, while they could do nothing. More than 100 experts watched helplessly as Shuafan's death toll reached 50. They were dumbstruck at how this man worked so well with his soul to toy around the 200 enemies. While the previous two venerables were experts in a combined art, Shuafan and the dragon were relying on tactics, taking care to plug every weakness while taking the enemy down. Looking from another angle, the 200 people's pointless efforts at catching one guy only to end up losing instead had the disciples of beast-taming sect in despair and regret. Even the sect leader looked to be crying. This had got to be fate. Using heavy numbers against one guy only to be suffering in the end. Ack! The skies were filled with the cries of those dying. Shuafan wielded the demonic sword like a certified reaper, taking life after life in his hunt for beast-taming sect ethereal stage experts, all while the enemy was panicking. Every time the enemy even tried mounting a counterattack, the golden dragon would step in with its fire breath. It was akin to David and Goliath, with the expectation here being that the giant had its arms and legs stuck, letting the tiny guy peel away. The sect had all that power, yet it was unable to put it to use. How were they supposed to know he had a crowd control skill? They all looked helpless, while Shuafan was bouncing around the battlefield for more lives to take. The golden flame wall was just too tough to crack. Sect leader, we've got heavy casualties. It has only been half an hour and yet 100 ethereal stage experts are dead. We can't keep doing this or we'll all die. An elder reported in panic, pleading all the while. Sect leader gnashed his teeth. Why can't all the power beast taming sect employed deal with just one damn brat? Sect leader, he's just that strong, with hardly anyone his match. Also, a venerable bowed. Our power is based on our beasts. The sect might have fewer experts, but by working with our spirit animal we double our power, no less stronger than the demon scheming sect. But in this current situation, our spirit animals are rendered useless by the enemy's devious tricks. They are scared to death and won't come out. This is the real reason why we can't do anything. So, sect leader looked at him. What are you trying to say? Sect leader, in this situation we can't use all our potential. Stepping down won't be a disgrace. Our image will stand. Bullshit. Sect leader cursed. You're saying it's fine for brats to barge into a great sect? Spirit animals aside, we have more than 200 experts here. Yet we still failed? No matter how you look at it, the rumors will be anything but pretty. The man jerked but still muttered. Sect leader, what then? Does Sir want to lose everyone? As the wailing continued in the background and the stage took a more and more pronounced red hue as body parts were flung away, sect leader took a deep breath with a tightened frown. What do I do? Give up and let some brat conquer a sect? We'll become the laughingstock of Western lands. Sect leader. As he was stuck in a conundrum, another shout came, and the newcomer's eyes flashed. Isn't the crescent pool in the abyssal swamp? As long as we trap him inside, no matter how strong he is, he'll end up as bleached bones. Let's draw him there. Then, sect leader's eyes lit up. He nodded and grinned. Ha ha ha. Great. Didn't he want to go to our Eden? Then let him become its fertilizer. Though we will need a proper bait for a monster like him. Eyes flashing, sect leader glanced over. Zhuofan was still having a field day, killing all over the place. Just 1,000 meters behind him, 3 weaklings stood. Frowning, sect leader said, I found our bait. Since they came with the kid, they must be connected. But which among them is the most effective? Sect leader, why not get all 3? 3. Yes. The man whispered in sect leader's ear, to which he nodded and grinned. We'll do just as you said. The man bowed and went to work. In the meantime, Zhuofan's kill count only grew, the situation developing completely opposite of when he faced the Universal Righteous Sect. He was relaxed and fast, with the ethereal stage experts unable to surround him. Adding to that was the strongest soul's help, decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King. He had been fighting for so long, yet not one attack reached him. The slaughter was completely one-sided. Scared by this development, the other side's mounting casualties forced them to withdraw, making the battle shift further away as Zhuofan and his dragon soul were chasing them. Sixth Prince and the Taoba siblings ducked in a forest, looking at the chaos. That's my idol, beating beast taming sect by himself. What do you guys think, will Sir Zhuo kill them all? With his nasty temper? It's more than likely. Tuoba Lufeng paused then nodded. I used to think he was a strong and shrewd marshal, but his strength is beyond anything I've seen, and it's only been 8 short years. If he returns to Tianyu then, I swear to never battle Tianyu in this life. The sixth prince nodded, all excited. Only Lianer's mind was elsewhere as her cheeks turned rosy. Whoosh! 3 white-haired elders appeared behind them just then, grabbing them by the throat. Ack! You! Sixth prince cried out, only to be choked as the elder covered his mouth. Even with Zhuofan so far away, he was still aware enough for the cry to reach his ears. Zhuofan shook and stopped his chase. Turning around, he saw 3 panicking looks and the elders' panicked faces. He spotted us. Run! The elders turned away with their hostages. Sect leader shouted and the men surrounding Zhuofan scattered. Baiting! Zhuofan frowned and called the dragon soul back to him. He now understood why they were falling back while he pushed on. It was all to distance him from the trio and capture them. Though they miscalculated. Do they really think I care? While the trio were getting further and further away, sect leader was gloating. Zhuofan, if you want them alive, follow me. Sect leader left. But I don't dash, huh? Zhuofan saw nobody around him for miles and scratched his head. There was no point in doing that. They came here by themselves. It has nothing to do with me. I haven't the slightest inclination to fall for your trap for them. Zhuofan pondered, then came to a decision. Their business, their problems. Knock yourselves out. Zhuofan ignored everything and looked at the flower spirit. Point the way to your birthplace. Afraid of Zhuofan, the spirit pointed to Zhuofan's right where all people fled. Zhuofan went that way too, but only because the paths intersected. Whoosh! Half an hour later, in a place filled with flowers, a stone platform a meter wide with 3 pillars lay in the center. A thing of beauty. Sect leader landed first on the platform, while the rest appeared just shy of the field of flowers. Did those elders come back? Sect leader shouted. Everyone shook their heads. Sighing, sect leader asked, what of Zhuofan? Is he chasing? Another round of shaking heads. That puzzled him greatly. Doesn't he want to save those 3? Can't be. They came here together, so they have to be close. Just then 3 people and the elders returned. Sect leader lit up. Tie them to the pillars, hurry. We'll be trapping him soon. Yes, sir. The elders laughed and did as ordered. Hee, the punk's done for. One elder snickered while tying his hostage. Sixth prince glared and kicked his stomach. A bunch of shameless old rats dare to trick Sir Zhuo? Bam! The kicked elder was caught off guard and the kick folded him, right as he fell in the field of flowers. Everyone panicked. Look out! Ugh! The elder that fell in the field of flowers froze in place. But even so, His joy was long gone, now replaced by an ashen face. He then slowly floated while watching the flowers beneath him with a sweaty brow and fearful eyes. The others sighed in relief seeing him come out. "Goddamn brat! You almost killed me." The elder that almost fell slapped the sixth prince hard in anger. Bleeding from the mouth, the sixth prince glared in defiance and hatred. For some odd reason, the elder felt a deep-seated hatred coming from the sixth prince. So much so he wanted to end the brat then and there. He realized the primal fury in the boy's eyes could not be overcome. So it was better to get rid of him now just to be on the safe side. But he held himself back. He couldn't just kill his hostage, that wouldn't do. Sect leader pondered. Cover their mouths before they let something slip and ruin everything. Yes, sect leader. The elder eyed the sixth prince and tapped his neck. The prince still glared in hatred. The other two were dealt with as well. Sect leader eased up, then told someone to scout. Moments later, he returned. Sect leader. He's coming. He took the bait at last, ha ha ha. Sect leader flicked his hand. Hide. Don't let him find you. The men scattered, though extremely careful to not get too close to the field of flowers. The hostages shared a glance. Knowing this was a trap for Zhuofan. They were still thinking the best way to let Zhuofan know when the guy was already here, just across from the field of flowers. Squinting, sect leader snickered on the platform as he pointed at his hostages. Zhuofan, did you finally come to save them? Nope. Since you do, sect leader thought it'd be an obvious yes and took a long time for his brain to process the refusal. He cried out. What do you mean nope? The anxious hostages were looking stumped at Zhuofan. Bro Zhua, maybe you blurted that out without thinking. Why don't you try that answer again? Sect leader tensed. Zhuofan, there's no rush to reply. They're your closest friends. Says who? Ugh. Sect leader continued, perplexed. Or at least friends. Says who? Zhuofan scratched his head, not giving a damn as usual. Sect leader's face twitched as he shouted. Then what are you anyway? You definitely can't be strangers since you want to save them. There's practically nothing between us, actually. I've only seen two of them a couple of times, while the third I've only known him for a day. Zhuofan looked stone-cold at sect leader. Did you really think there was something going on? They followed me in here for their own reasons. We're nothing more than strangers on the same road. Twitching, sect leader was fuming mad. Then why are you here if not to save them? Saving them never even crossed my mind. Zhuofan shook his head holding out the flower spirit. Didn't I tell you? I'm looking for your cultivation paradise. I have a flower spirit here that came from there. I'm just following its directions. So you can kidnap them without a worry from me. I won't bother you. PFF. Sect leader almost spurted blood. He didn't give a damn about the hostages, making their painstaking efforts go up in smoke. The guy only came to their precious area to set up a drawing array. What was the point of using fancy tricks anyway? Sect leader face-bombed. The hostages were even more shocked. Now they knew they were nothing to Zhuofan. Not worth even a save. The trio were crushed. How can you be so cold? We journeyed together. Zhuofan looked around then at sect leader. This must be the place I was searching for. You must have laid an ambush as well, I bet. So to make sure nothing disturbs my concentration later, it's best to remove all the variables. Zhuofan's eyes turned cold and shot for sect leader. Wait, don't you care if they die? I have hostages here. Sect leader cried out. Snickering, Zhuofan continued. Are you deaf? You call those hostages. Whoosh. In a pitch-black glow, Zhuofan's hand was now holding the demonic sword and slashed. Sect leader panicked as he dodged. Whoosh! The pitch-black blade went through the stone platform and the three pillars broke. The hostages cried out in shock, but their covered mouths blocked the sounds. Then the pillars knocked into each other and suddenly stopped. The trio eased a breath. Just witnessing an ethereal stage expert showing such fear to those flowers made them realize it was best to avoid it too. This act of Zhuofan confirmed that he didn't give a damn about their lives. Sect leader was regretting it now. The bait was useless. A golden glow came from Zhuofan's feet and his speed spiked. Sect leader shook in fear and released his soul, a red and blue shell. It was 10 meters wide, just like a shield, as it blocked Zhuofan. Gemini shell? Zhuofan squinted and slashed and cut the shell in two. But as it split, the shell turned into vanishing lights. That's quite a rare beast soul. Zhuofan looked below to see sect leader fleeing with all he had. Grinning, Zhuofan shot after him. Ha ha ha. Gemini shell is a rare illusory beast soul. I wonder just how you managed to form it in this lonely mountain range. They say that each time this soul appears, one is false while the other is real. The real one won't appear until the fake one is destroyed. It can be a sort of barrier that helps attack and hide. But to make the fake part, a huge amount of yuan qi is needed. I wonder how long you'll last. Humph. Shit. The Gemini shell never appeared in Western lands, so how the hell do you know it better than I do? Sect leader cursed. Zhuofan snickered. I've been around. Mountain destroyer. Zhuofan flashed in front of sect leader and slashed. Sect leader shook and released a shell to defend, while he himself vanished behind it. Smirking, Zhuofan hacked and the shell was no more. But this time, he let the blade slash all the way into the field of flowers. Zhuofan shook and cried out. Was this their trap? He felt the sword was stuck in a quagmire. There was a pop behind him and a violent kick shoved him further in, completely into the field of flowers. PFF. The flowers moved like waves on a sea. Zhuofan struggled to get out, but something black was holding him and dragging him deeper. He wanted to fly, but nothing he did worked. Above him, beast taming sect leader cackled like mad. Ha ha ha, you dumb brat. Got you now. Didn't you want to see our Eden? This is it. Any that enters the abyssal swamp, regardless of their power, can't come out. You may be the bloody first in Double Dragon Gathering, killing so many of my elders, but now you're finished. Zhuofan frowned, his face stern as he looked below. Bubbles of air floated above while Zhuofan sank. He found himself surrounded by them, all going towards the surface. His clothing was dissolving under his eyes, as if he was in some kind of vat of acid. With the swamp being caustic now, I'll be next if it keeps dragging me down. Zhuofan finally turned serious, struggling to get out of the stuff. The swamp wasn't just caustic, but extremely invasive. The minute he touched the swamp, it stuck to him like glue. To make matters worse, the sludge seeped into his skin and went through his meridians to seal his yuan qi. All his struggle was in vain, as he just flopped about and sunk further in. Sect leader cackled smug. Ha ha ha. Damn brat. Keep your schemes to yourself. There has never been anyone who managed to escape the swamp. So be good and let it take you to the bottom and push up daisies from hereafter. The hostages saw Zhuofan struggling and panicked. All their cries were muffled by the covers and couldn't reach him. Do you really think some swamp can hold me? Half already in the quagmire. Zhuofan snickered. Sect leader of the beast taming sect. Don't lump me in with those fools that end up dead because of your plans. You are nothing. A ripple echoed out as he finished. Sect leader shook and looked tensely at Zhuofan. One thing was certain: what kind of normal radiant stage cultivator could surpass an ethereal stage expert? He was very wary of Zhuofan's power, going as far as overestimate it then look down on it. No matter how confident he was in that swamp, he was still nervous if it could hold someone like Zhuofan. He stared at Zhuofan with a frown, ready to act if needed be. He would make sure to kick him and stop any attempt at escaping. The minute the freak got out, his sect was doomed. Sect leader's hands were sweaty. Divine Eye of the Void's first stage. Shift. Zhuofan's eyes shone golden as he snickered. The sludge blocked his yuan qi, but Divine Eye of the Void used the soul to work. He just had to swap places and he'd be A-okay. Space warped around Zhuofan, making sect leader even more tense, not knowing what he had planned, but ready to strike at a moment's notice. Bam! And that was it. The ripple formed but popped in the end, without even taking Zhuofan with it. Zhuofan's pride in divine eye of the void was crushed. This can't be. Zhuofan cried out in utter shock. Looking inside his mind, he saw the sludge seeping in there as well. Even the heaven dragon soul couldn't shake that thing off no matter how it flayed around. His soul was sealed as well now. Zhuofan was stumped, looking at the pitch-black sludge around him with utter confusion. What is this thing? There's no way the mortal domain can have something this weird. Maybe. Zhuofan recalled Dragon Ancestor's words. Whirlwind tunnel connected the sacred domain, so maybe something slipped through from the sacred domain. Frowning, Zhuofan lamented. What a blunder, and it's all because the beast-taming sect is a lower 3 sect. I never dreamed it possible for their secret domain to be so different from Ultimate Clarity sect's. Ultimate Clarity sect's realm was paradise for cultivators, while he was now here sinking into hell. Both of these spaces were all at the level of sacred domain. That meant that even a saint would be having a hard time with this sludge. Zhuofan lamented and shook his head while the earth took him. Sect leader laughed at this surprise. Ha ha ha. Rotten punk. You're nothing but a show-off. Where's your cockiness now? You almost scared me for a second there. I really thought you could get away. But you're just running your mouth. You're still just a mortal in the end. How can you escape my sect's abyssal swamp? Zhuofan fell silent as he sank further in, until his head was covered as well. All that remained were bubbles popping. The only sign Zhuofan was there, beneath the surface. Lianer shouted all this time, even as no sound reached him. The three had fought against their bonds with all their might, to no avail. The bubbles thinned and soon stopped. The brat is a goner now, ha ha ha. Sect leader saw the swamp stilled and grinned. Everyone, I killed that punk. Come back. Whoosh. People came from all directions. The elders of beast-taming sect. Seeing their calamity, Zhuofan had been swallowed by the mire. They were overjoyed and flattered sect leader. Sect leader is the greatest. His plans are flawless. Ha ha ha. Sect leader, since we killed demon scheming sect's greatest traitor, shouldn't it pay for our efforts? Yeah, sect leader. For dealing with demon scheming sect's problems, we should get 1,000 more sacred stones. We've suffered too many losses. Of the 200 ethereal stage experts, we only have half left. Everyone reacted. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's how it should be. My sect's losses will be compensated by demon scheming sect. Sect leader nodded. But first, full moon is almost upon us in 3 days. It's the time for our sect's monthly crescent pool baptism. You all know that the day when the moon is brightest, this will turn into the clearest pond with thick spiritual energy. Training inside will make it far more effective than outside. We can't miss it once. That is why the talks with Demon Scheming Sect shall be put on hold for 3 days. They all cupped their hands. Yes, sect leader. Sect leader, what about those 3 brats? One elder pointed at the pillars. Sect leader eyed the mournful trio and snickered. Take them for now and look into them. We'll deal with them afterwards. Yes, sect leader. The elder bowed and left with the hostages. Everyone left, leaving sect leader all alone. He looked at the still quagmire one last time with a smile. Zhuofan, no matter how tough you are, even after escaping universal righteous sect, you actually fell here, in the beast-taming sect, ha ha ha. Sect leader was gone as well. He left just as the still quagmire began to bubble up, stronger and stronger. Demon transformation art. Deep below, at the very bottom, surrounded as he was by the thick sludge, Zhuofan opened his eyes. Black energy came out of his body and had the sludge spun around like a tornado as he sucked it in. Inside his mind, even as black from the sludge as it was, began to act as well. The heaven dragon soul shook and turned into the heaven-devouring demonic dragon king. With a roar, it gathered all the sludge around it and made it vanish in the black energy. Zhuofan and the dragon soul worked together to suck the swamp dry, acting like a bottomless hole. Demon transformation art could convert anything in the world. Let's see which is stronger. the swamp's corrosiveness or this demon emperor's demonic art? Humph. Grinning, Zhuofan's eyes flashed. As the sun set on the third day, the cover of night swallowed the last traces of twilight as it heralded the moon's brightest peak. Beast-taming sects higher-ups returned to the edges of Crescent Pool. Sect leaders stood on the stone platform, awaiting the night to settle in with a smile. Elders and venerables will soon be able to enjoy the purifying water. But first, we shall address the 3 brats that invaded our sect 3 days ago. Sect leader looked at his people as he spoke, settling in on one elder. The elder waved and 2 disciples brought the 3 hostages forward. The 6th prince looked around with malice. Lianer and her brother looked afraid. Tuoba Lufeng was deeply regretting coming here. He should have just taken his sister and left. Now that they were in the beast-taming sect, they were done for. Grinning, sect leader spoke. Who are you? Where do you come from? The trio was silent. Ha ha ha. Keep your silence then. I already had you investigated anyway. Sect leader turned to his elders. From Elder Chai's investigation, they have entered via the secret tunnel by breaking its array. What? Everyone looked stunned. Then their faces fell. Pa! One elder stomped, his eyes filled with bloodthirst. That means Chu and Rong knew about that tunnel? That inept ruler knows what we've done in his lands through the years. I wager it's sooner than that, just that he was faking it. But now that cover is blown. Ha ha ha. Sect leader smiled. Not only Chu and Rong's humiliation will come to light, but also the beast-taming sect's image will take a huge blow. If Double Dragon Manor catches wind of it, that an empire's guardian sect, then make sure it never gets out. The elder spat before sect leader finished. Didn't Zhuofan pop up in Chuanrong? We'll just have to remove all that know of this and just dump it on his head. This bastard has committed such atrocities, killing and pillaging, before he was finally put down. Ha ha ha. The other nodded, their minds set. 6th prince was outraged. Damn hypocrites, stooping so low yet not even having the nerve to own it. What's laughable is that you preach yourself to be a righteous sect. Serge was a saint by comparison. One day you'll get yours in the worst way imaginable. Beast-taming sect will be crossed out from Western lands 9 sects. Pa! An elder slapped him. What can a filthy bastard like you possibly do? Humph! 6th prince spat the blood in his mouth, his eyes bloodshot, his face a mask of rage at how weak he was. The man snickered in disdain. Lianer was confused. What's going on here? What's so special about that tunnel? Why would you go as far as killing all who know of it? Even his majesty, father, and whole court. Lianer! Tuoba Lufeng shouted over her, hinting her with his eyes. Clueless as he was about the tunnel, one thing was obvious. It was beast-taming sect's taboo. Any that knew of it would have one ending, certain death, and the emperor was most definitely included. Now he realized why his majesty was so nervous. Sect leader mocked. Oh? Here I thought you came here knowing, but you're just as clueless. We don't know anything, nor do father and the rest. Please, don't drag them into this. Lianer pleaded. All she got for her efforts was mockery. 6th prince sighed, finally turning serious for once in his life. Miss Lianer, these pricks are savages. It doesn't matter if the tunnel was found. Just by being close they'll end up being killed. This is the disaster befalling Chu and Rong that none can escape. Right you are. Sect leader snickered. Any and all related to this will be silenced. For good. Sect leader spoke such hair-raising words with a smile, making the trio feel he was a demon from hell. Lianer's face fell and crumbled. That means father and everyone. Tuoba Lufeng sighed, feeling just as dejected. Only 6th prince closed his eyes, having seen it coming. This gamble was lost. Sergio could have won if these degenerates hadn't fooled him. So close. 6th prince lamented. Sect leader sneered and turned to look at the night sky. The full moon hung above, bathing the swamp in its gentle glow. It was as if the moon was cleansing the sludge, breaking it away and transforming into a clear pool of impeccable beauty. The trio watched this spectacle in awe. The thick spiritual energy that came after stunned them, feeling as the yuan qi within moved 3 times as fast. Ha ha ha! Crescent Pool is here. Sect leader laughed. These flowers are an abyssal swamp normally, deadly to anyone that comes near. But once the full moon comes out, it turns into Crescent Pool, a paradise for cultivation. Cultivating here for 1 day equals a year outside. Only nature could give birth to such a marvel. Ha ha ha. Everyone nodded, looking excited. Sect leader. Time waits for no one. This is more important than a wedding night. Let's go in and train. Sect leader nodded and took the lead to jump in. Wait. Sect leader, what about those 3? Someone pointed at the hostages. Snickering, sect leader glanced over. Each time the full moon came, we always cultivated alone. How do you think we'd fare if we dual cultivate? Their eyes lit up, showing repulsive smiles. Sect leader is wise. That'll be even faster. Ha ha ha. Girlie, you're in luck. You're about to bring joy to sect leader, An elder clutched Lienar's neck and threw her at sect leader. Lienar cried out while the other 2 hostages cursed. Is that how the sect leader of the righteous beast taming sect acts? Resorting to these vile acts? Let go of my sister before words get out how rotten your sect is. Beast taming sect is nothing but a mob of degenerates who dissolute women. Even the glorious sect leader is reduced to a disgusting pig. So what can be said about their image? The 2 kept cursing in anger. The elders laughed. Sect leader held Lienar in his embrace. Righteous? Image? What can any of them amount to when enough clout gives you both? You think you'll have the chance to leak this? Ha ha ha, just like the tunnel, all will go as I say it will. If I say I'm right, house, that's what I am. What could dead people possibly do? Humph! How naive! Tuoba Lufeng and 6th Prince's brow shook and they gnashed their teeth. Missy, let's enjoy cultivating, ha ha ha. With a positively repugnant smile, sect leader's dirty hand traced Lienar's soft cheek, his eyes shining with desire. He then ripped her clothes in one move to uncover her pristine skin. Sect leader's desire spiked, panting like an animal. Flawless! Ah! Lienar shrieked in tears. Someone help me, please! Girlie, this is the beast-taming sect. No one's ever going to save you. Sect leader cackled. Shuafan? Lienar struggled, calling for the person the swamp swallowed a few days ago, even though she knew the call was in vain. But in her moment of greatest despair, she didn't call for her father or brother, but him. Sect leader laughed and mocked. Dumb girl. The guy's dead. You've seen it yourself, so why call him? Or are you calling his ghost to save you? Ha ha ha. The others joined in his laughter. Yet Lienar still cried out for Shuafan, holding the last hope in this pit of despair. Unknown to anyone, the clear pond took on a black luster. As it spread all over, bubbles reached the surface as something dark spread through the clear water pond and gave it a black luster. Someone finally caught on to the peculiarity of the pond, crying, Sect leader, why did the pond turn black again? What? Sect leader lost his joy, staring at the water. A full moon is just above, so why the sudden change back? Did something happen this time to lead to such a change? Is the moonlight poor? He had no time to make sense of it as a black shadow jumped out on the banks, spreading beneath everyone's feet. Whoosh! The shadow rose above, trapping everyone in some sort of a barrier, unable to get out. It got so thick that even the moonlight couldn't pierce it. Everywhere they looked, they were met with more black. Sect leader cried out, Is this a domain soul? Domain soul? We're a beast-taming sect. Just who even comprehends such a soul? Everyone shook, looking around in panic. The domain soul was known as the strongest type. Once trapped inside, you were at the other's mercy. They were still trying to figure out who was its owner, and how it got all of them. Does he want to destroy the beast-taming sect? Nah, can't be. With so many people around, The domain soul would be popped open with their efforts and give the owner a heavy wound. All that mattered now was to figure out the domain soul's nature. But in the end, no domain could actually trap so many of them for good. Holding the whimpering bell, sect leader lost his mood to pay her attention, looking around in panic. Who the hell is it that releases a domain soul in beast-taming sect? Humph! You have some nerve. Take it back right now and I'll write it off as a joke. Don't, and we'll be forced to take lethal actions. You're gonna pop my soul? What a show-off, ha ha ha. The cold voice came from everywhere. The familiar tone had everyone shaking in fear. How? Zhuofan. Lianer and the other two guys were speechless. And no way. Zhuofan fell in the abyssal swamp. He's deader than dead. Sect leader shook his head, shouting his denial. Zhuofan also has the rare heaven dragon soul, not a domain soul. I don't care who you are, but don't think you can fool me. Come out now. The others nodded as well. You tell him, sect leader. Even if Zhuofan is alive, he has the heaven dragon soul. We saw it ourselves. How can it be a domain soul? Zhuofan's mockery came again. Ha ha ha, true. I do have the heaven dragon soul. But thanks to your kind gesture of kicking me in the abyssal swamp, I have formed my second soul. Now you're all within its bounds. The devouring domain. Second soul. Sect leader was stunned. There's no way a cultivator can have a second soul. You're not fooling anyone. I've been alive for so many years in the Western lands and not once heard such a baffling thing. That doesn't mean it ain't true. Didn't Dan Xianxia get to have two as well? Ha ha ha, having met him already, I then knew how to get two souls as well. But since you never heard of it, that just proves what an ignorant lout you are. Dan Xianxia? Sect leader took 2 shaky steps back, his face dark. He'd never have taken Zhuofan's words about having a second soul seriously, but since Dan Xianxia was involved, he had no choice. Dan Xianxia was legendary in the Western lands. Anything could happen around him. Since he did it, then a freak like Zhuofan had a probable chance of doing it as well. Sect leader's face fell. You're really Zhuofan? In the flesh. Humph, Zhuofan. You are simply looking to die coming back again. Sect leader snickered. Your domain soul was too strong for us to handle. But with just a domain soul out, humph. Even if the type is stronger than a beast soul with so many souls in your domain, you'll die either way. If we charge right out, your domain soul will be pulverized or heavily wounded. Ha ha ha, Zhuofan, you've miscalculated. Not all domain souls are stronger than a beast soul. Sect leader shouted. Men, release your souls and scatter this damn domain. Yes, sir. Everyone followed his orders and gathered their souls. A horde of beasts thundered, releasing their devastating power and increasing their pressure inside the domain. Lianer and the other two were gasping in shock. With such a horde of mighty beasts, any domain would fall. Zhuofan will. Lianer was tense. Her hope of hearing Zhuofan was back from the dead being shaken. Sect leader cackled. Zhuofan, it's too late to take your domain back. Everyone attack. Roar. With a thunderous yell, a stampede formed as it charged at the Black Dome's peak. The weakest point in a domain soul could not resist an attack and would collapse. Sect leader shook in glee. Humph, Zhuofan. I didn't kill you the first time, but I'll make sure you're finished now. A clanking sound echoed out before he got to gloat at his glorious achievement. The stampede stopped charging, as if trapped by something. Sect leader cried out. What's happening? Why aren't you attacking? Sect leader. We don't know why, but we are lacking the strength to move. The elders panicked. As if our yuan qi and souls are out of our control. What? Sect leader's legs were shaking like jelly. A cultivator needed yuan qi and soul power to show their might. With both of them locked, that stopped one from being a cultivator altogether. Nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. How can this be? Zhuofan grinned as he floated. I formed the devouring domain inside the abyssal swamp, so of course it has its power. Didn't you say anyone would die once stuck in this quagmire? Ha ha ha. Now all of you are in the same situation. The only difference is that this is worse. Everyone shook in fear and horror. The domain is the same as that weird swamp? Does that mean we're screwed? None caught in the swamp sludge ever made it out alive. Beast taming sect leader. Zhuofan's coy grin was plastered on his face. You're wrong about one thing. Demon transformation art said the condition to form a second soul was for it to be stronger than the first. So you tell me if the devouring domain is weaker than Dragon Soul. Ha ha ha, you've really underestimated me. Not that taking me seriously would have changed things. So be good and die already, demon transformation art. Whoosh. As Zhuofan's voice traveled, black energy clutched around every beast taming sect soul. Without their soul power and yuan qi, they had no chance of even resisting. Hold on, Zhuofan. If there's anything, sect leader begged while the elders howled. Zhuofan just ignored him. The black energy wrapped around them all, turning them into black statues and snuffing out their pleas. With a sound, the devouring domain faded, along with the statues. The crescent pool once again appeared with the bright moon shining from above. Only this time, the beast-taming sect's higher-ups had now been devoured by Zhuofan. Boosting his power, the gentle moonlight fell on the clear pond as the pretty birds around it began to chirp in their beautiful voices. The previous rowdy area now became one of peace. In this scenery, Lianer and the other two were still there. When the blackness vanished and the moonlight shone on their dumb looks, the trio felt their hearts thump harder. They felt like they had survived hell and felt so much better for being alive. They were still looking stunned. Maybe it was the beauty around them, or they didn't want to disturb the mood. Crash. A sound came from the pond and the waters parted to reveal a man with defined muscles and traced by golden hues as scales began appearing on his skin. His long pitch-black hair danced in the wind like a black dragon. As he approached, his dark eyes absorbed anyone that dared look into them. Zhuofan. Shaking, Lianer was teary. The utter despair she felt before was now replaced with joy upon seeing Zhuofan's familiar face. She did not care about his unclothed disposition, throwing herself in the arms of her savior and clutching tight to his manly chest. Zhuofan, you're still alive. You scared me to death. Feeling warmth on his chest and the soft girl's body rubbing on him, Zhuofan didn't even twitch a muscle. Miss Liana, I understand you've been through hell, but can't you at least let me get some clothes first? Ugh. Lianer trembled, now realizing her teary face was stuck to his warm chest, in direct contact. Looking up, she realized Zhuofan was buck naked. Ah! Lianer cried out and flicked her head away with a red face. What are you doing coming out naked? Glancing over, Zhuofan flicked his hand and clothes came out of his ring to change. My clothes dissolved in the swamp, and besides, changing inside the pool will get them wet. It seems to me you have a long way to go before using your head to not have figured this out. Pouting, Lianer snapped, Are you done changing? Yep. Whoosh. Lianer swished around and grumbled at him. Zhuofan felt baffled. What did I do this time? He sized Lianer up again, pointing at the evident ruined clothes on her chest. Now that I'm decent, shouldn't you look after yourself? Ah! Lianer shrieked and turned around, rushing to get her clothes fixed. She then looked back with a red face, only to see Zhuofan's teasing eyes. What are you grinning at? Don't look. It's not like I haven't seen it before, tch. Zhuofan clicked his tongue and flew to the shore. Lianer's face was burning now, with even her ears red. She was taken back to when Zhuofan saved her life in Tianyu, when she was the one naked instead. A flood of emotions had her overwhelmed, but most of all feeling embarrassed. Ignoring the Missy's budding affection, Zhuofan looked at the other two. They were ecstatic for being saved in the nick of time, and also because Zhuofan was fine. The sixth prince was over the moon. Sir Zhuo is truly godlike, killing all those bastards in a blink. I can't thank you enough. Sixth prince immediately gave a deep bow. Please, you were after this as well. Zhuofan grinned and waved him off. Scratching his head, The sixth prince beamed. Sir Jua is so sharp. I knew I couldn't hide anything from Sir. When we return to the palace, I'll be sure to tell you all about it. I don't want to know. I didn't kill them for you anyway. They were just in my way. Zhuofan shook his head. Sixth prince bobbed his head, but Zhuofan's look made him hesitate. Sir Jua, how come your hair isn't white anymore? To keep my nose down, ha ha ha. Chuckling, Zhuofan brought a black strand to his eyes, only to shake his head. The white hair was due to the grief that once assaulted his heart. Maybe because demon transformation art and the swamp had combined that his hair was now raven, if not blacker. A kind of black that came from absorbing anything, even light. Maybe it was the result of his second soul devouring domain after swallowing everything. Regardless, it wouldn't matter much while being a lone operator. Being eternally away from any friends, the more he changed the better. Zhuofan flicked his hand and threw the hair behind before walking towards the pond. He was sure one of the 8 world wind tunnels was inside. That OL Dragon sketch ain't so crummy after all. Let's set up the drawing array and get it over with. Ah, what is that? Lianer cried while pointing at the pond. Everyone looked over and shook. In the pond appeared huge and strange things. Each of them was thousands of meters wide and bore savage looks. But the pond was akin to a mirror, as each creature minded its own business, not even registering they were there. This, however, did not stop their power from shaking their core. These things weren't mere spiritual beasts. Tuoba Lufeng was grave. What are those things? It'd be a disaster if they come out. Nether Sea. Zhuofan's eyes flashed. The others looked at him cluelessly. Zhuofan did not offer any explanation. The Nether Sea was the biggest ruthless area in the sacred domain. Not even a saint would tread inside it. Scores of 12th grade aquatic spiritual beasts roamed it, while the entire sea was covered in a dark air. It was a place of extreme een. Anyone's power would drop sharply there. This whirlwind tunnel connected the Nether Sea, which explained the weirdness of this swamp. Affected by the Nether Sea, it changed in a bizarre way. The creatures inside the pond were not really monsters living within it, but what the light of the moon reflected on its surface due to the thick een that had gathered, allowing a glimpse into the Nether Sea. With that settled, Zhuofan started waving his hands around, sending sacred stones all over the pond, disturbing its surface. The trio was afraid of disturbing him. 3 hours later, Zhuofan had enough of throwing stones around and made a sign, shouting, "Moon spirit, seal this field of flowers, draw onto the mortal domain until the mountain forms, to break the heavens." A spatial ripple passed and the clear pond shook, as if the space warped. But then it stilled again like nothing happened. What they saw was the same field of flowers spreading everywhere. Sixth Prince was curious. "Sir Jua, what about the pond?" "I sealed it." Zhuofan entered the field of flowers and no longer sank like last time. The abyssal swamp was no more. "I sealed this place so there won't be any more swamp, nor will it open under the moonlight." Sixth Prince nodded. "Is this Sir Jua's aim?" "Yep." Zhuofan's eyes shone, then left. "I'm done here, so I'm leaving. Since you've helped me along the way, I'll return the favor to be fair and square." A bloody glow flashed from Zhuofan and the Dao blood aura came out again. It flew high in the sky and vanished. But then wailing was heard from everywhere. Lianer asked, "What's that?" "Beast taming sects higher-ups are dead, which leaves the disciples. Since you won't be able to handle them, I'll do it for you." Zhuofan's eyes shone coldly. Lianer shuddered, realizing Zhuofan was destroying the entire sect. The sixth prince was overjoyed, bowing at once in tears of gratitude. "Thanks you, Sir Jua, for all you've done. Chuanrong will never forget this." "Commander Tauba, are your aides gone?" Behind Chuanrong's palace, the forlorn emperor sat on a rock as he sighed. Tuoba Taizhan nodded heavily at the side. "Your Majesty, I'm aware of the gravity of this matter to take such measures, going as far as sending away the people I trusted for decades. Regardless, I still need to know just what is going on. Old Commander, there's no harm in telling you now that you're in this mess. Looking at the moon, the emperor took a deep breath and began, "Oh, the disgrace, the Qianrong's greatest humiliation. For so many years, in this palace." Whoosh! His words got cut off as a figure came out of the dark cave, soon followed by 3 more. The emperor was startled and cried out, "Why, you weren't found out?" The trio looked at each other and shook their heads. More like this big shot here was strutting inside out of fear of not being found out. Zhuofan scratched his head. 6th Prince chuckled and bowed. "Imperial Father, they found us the second we got in, and that led to a long fight." "Then why?" The emperor was in disbelief. "You were found out and fought, yet still got out? What's going on here? Since when was the beast-taming sect so weak?" He had been waiting here for the beast-taming sect to come for revenge, to kill him. Now he found out that none came, instead greeted by the people who should, by all accounts, be dead instead. Even the emperor found it hard to cope with such facts. 6th Prince laughed. "Imperial Father, Serjua's power is unmatched. He has gotten rid of all the bastards making the beast-taming sect. All of them." The emperor and Tuoba Taizhan blinked in shock. The 6th Prince's eyes shone with joy. "Imperial Father, Serjua has purged the world of the beast-taming sect. We will no longer suffer at those bastards' hands." Shaking all over, the emperor and Tuoba Taizhan stared at Zhuofan like he grew a second head. "One guy destroyed a sect? Is that possible? Son, is this true?" The emperor was still in denial, but hope began to blossom. Lianer and the other 2 smiled. She took a step forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, 6th Prince is correct. He was so ruthless as to remove all the disciples as well. Not one survived." Lianer complained, but her words sounded pleased. Like Zhuofan did her a favor. Giving Zhuofan another long look, the emperor became grave. "Son, come here." The emperor grabbed him and threw himself at Zhuofan's feet. "I'm but Hali Chai, Qianrong Emperor. I am immensely grateful for saving Qianrong of this calamity. We shall never forget this." Tuoba Taizhan and the rest were in shock at his display. "Your Majesty, you can't do this. You're the lord of our nation." "Some lord I am. Without Serjua, I would have still been a figurehead even now." The emperor rose and showed a bitter smile. "Commander Tauba, didn't you want to know how hard it has been? It is the greatest shame and humiliation for Qianrong and the imperial family." The emperor looked at the 6th Prince. "Son, you know as well, don't you?" "I know everything, even how my mother died." Desolate, the 6th Prince sighed, looking at Zhuofan with gratitude. "Serjua, all these years, Qianrong's palace had been nothing more than a place for the beast-taming sect's elders to vent their lust." "What?" Tuoba Lufeng cried out with the others. Only Zhuofan had guessed it and was calm. "Since the tunnel was located near the imperial harem, it has nothing to do with politics. Then there's that woman you killed in tunnel. She's the emperor's concubine." Eyes flashing with murder, 6th Prince gnashed his teeth. In the entire Western lands, the guardian sects don't involve themselves in a nation's politics, except beast-taming sect. Being just 10 miles from the imperial capital, it held Qianrong in a tight grip. This was the usual practice in the past. Only later they went even further, cutting a tunnel to the imperial harem to indulge. The emperor nodded. "This tunnel has been around for centuries, throwing the harem in chaos. Every emperor was aware of this, but none could expose beast-taming sect's debauchery. All the girls of the palace would be taken in by force by those elders. Any that refused still would be dealt a savage blow. In face of such a situation, many women compromised. But some, who were loyal, like the 6th Prince's mother, chose death instead. They had come begging for help, only for them to turn a deaf ear and play the inept ruler." The emperor shook his head with teary eyes. Tuoba Taizhan clenched his fists in anger. The ruler of a nation couldn't even protect his women. It was a national disgrace. Commander Tauba's fury hadn't subsided as 6th Prince continued. "But then it got worse. These rotten bastards plotted against Qianrong's leadership. Many of Imperial Father's sons, including Crown Prince, aren't even his. What? Outraged, Tuoba Taizhan shook. Does that mean they wanted to affect the imperial family's bloodline? The emperor was filled with hatred. Yes, with the backing in the shadows. They planned on taking control of Qianrong from me, especially that crown prince, appointed as the next emperor by the beast-taming sect leader himself. No matter how I saw it, he was his son. Humph, woe is me, the great emperor of Qianrong, reduced to passing the throne to someone other than my son. This is absurd. A secluded sect wants imperial power? What empire in Western lands would ever want to have them as support then? You have to report this to Double Dragon Manor at once. How can we bow down? Bam! Tuoba Taizhan punched a nearby rock to dust as he cursed. The emperor and sixth prince sighed. Commander Tauba, you're too naive. There's no such thing as good and evil in this world. Righteousness is nothing more than a rule to enslave mortals. Seeing their downcast looks, Tuoba Taizhan was startled. Shuafan nodded. Commander Tauba, if the emperor had told Double Dragon Manor, would they purge beast-taming sect? Shuafan asked Tuoba Taizhan. Tuoba Taizhan paused, then shook his head. The 9 sects of Western lands are its main power. Taking one out meant crippling themselves. Double Dragon Manor would never do this. Exactly. As long as beast-taming sect exists, a few years later this news would die down. But would you, a third-rate nation, was able to bear their revenge? Tuoba Taizhan turned grave and sighed. Shuafan laughed at the sky. I can now understand somewhat the feeling Dan Xianxia had when he stomped on the 9 sections. Western lands is nothing more than a tranquil hell. Order and righteousness are nothing more than filthy excuses. There are some things only demonic cultivators can do. Evil begets more evil. Ha ha ha. Sixth Prince. This is what you had in mind when you took me to Crown Prince and then the Imperial Palace. Shuafan laughed, eyeing him. Though I've been searching all the time, even without clues, I'm still willing to bet you'd take me here. Also, I would clash with the beast-taming sect. I would never. The sixth prince rushed to bow. I know Serge's style more than anyone, hating being used. I never ever dreamed of using you either, no matter how much I wanted to when we met. Seeing Serge's display at Double Dragon Gathering, I knew your character and that you wouldn't stand for these hypocritical bastards. All I entertained was a thread of hope that Sir would help free Qianrong of their suffering. I would have been happy even if I only helped Sir to find what you sought. You must believe me that I'm just a fanboy. Looking him dead in the eye, Shuafan nodded. I know. I've been testing you all the way here. Even when you were excited, you still didn't try to shift my decisions. This was good enough. The sixth prince's eyes lit up and beamed. Shuafan chuckled, turning to leave. Well then, it's time for me to leave. Take care. You're just going to leave? Lianer cried out. The sixth prince was also taken aback. Hold on, sir. After destroying the beast-taming sect, you'll have a hard time moving through Western lands. It's fine. Western lands has no way of restricting a dead man. Shuafan spoke. Moreover, after paying them a visit, I will leave Western lands for good. Why you're even leaving the Western lands? Where will you go? Lianer looked with deep longing, hearing that he would be gone to who knows where. Shuafan shook his head. Anywhere I can in this vast world. Ha ha ha. Shuafan jumped and flew away. Out of sight. Sixth Prince jumped to his feet and shouted. Sir Zhua, I'm your fan. Won't you learn my name? Say it. A faint voice came from the night sky. Zhua Air. Ha ha ha. You have my family name. I'll remember that. That's not it. My entire name is Hulsharudiasti Zhuor. You can't forget it. A pensive silence fell over the world, before an irate voice snapped. The hell I will. The others smiled. Sir Zhua is such a blunt guy. Only Lianer sighed in desolation. Commander Tauba. Tuoba Taizhan looked back to see the emperor looking at him with a stone-cold face. Commander Tauba, You are henceforth reinstated as the head of the Chuanrong army, its commander. Gather all the city guards and sweep the imperial capital clean of anyone related to the beast-taming sect, including those concubines. The empress, the princess, all of them are to be put down. Don't let any of them escape. Even with Serjua destroying all of the beast-taming sect, there are still many of them waging war at the border with Tianyu. Do this without letting any of them catch wind of this and come back for revenge. Tuoba Tai's Han shook and ventured. Your Majesty, all of them? There's just too many people? Every single one. The emperor spoke with an edge to his tone. I've had enough of these bastards over the past years. It's time for their penance. No one shall steal Chuanrong from me. Ha ha ha. The Tauba brothers glanced at the crazed emperor in fear. He was meek before beast-taming sect. He was miserable before Zhuofan. But now, His Majesty got hold of his power and his actions were swift and cruel in getting rid of any vestige the beast-taming sect had on this earth. By comparison, Zhuofan was blunt and determined, although seeing himself as the bad guy. Lianer looked at the sky with longing. Tuoba Taizhan bowed and carried out his order. Zhuofan was somewhat far from here, but he still heard the man clearly, having entered the ethereal stage. Humans, they need but a thought to become saints or demons. No one is better than the next. They all turn demonic once they grasp power. This was the way the world worked. The nobles oppressed the people, who had the emperors oppressing them, who had the sects breathing down their necks, with finally the very top experts coming down on the sections. As for those experts, they were at their turn at the whims of the world's laws, unable to break from them. One must constantly improve, grow stronger and stronger if they hope to shed their shackles, even above the entire world. Zhuofan had gleaned into the way the 10 ancient sovereigns were thinking. They did not want to be under anyone either. Smirking, Zhuofan flashed out of there. 3 months later, in an open field of sand, military tents were arranged in perfect order, with no end in sight. In their center lay the biggest tent, the one that also released the strongest aura. The war has been going for 6 months now without bearing any result. We've lost scores of good men and sent out a jade slip for aid, but help is late to arrive. We can no longer fight. An old man with a twirled beard looked at his men with a sigh. The others sighed as well. In the previous wars, as long as Chuanrong's warriors fought, we'd still make some headway, since the strongest in these wars would be in the radiant stage and the common people could still handle. But with Tianyu growing so fast, they just sent ethereal stage experts on the battlefield, forcing us to send our own to withstand the pressure. But this is no war. It's now been reduced to showing off one's power. It's more apt to call it a war between sects than nations. Who said it isn't? Do any of you think Tianyu's 3 guardian sects didn't send anyone? That they're all Tianyu's men? One elder spoke. The others shook their heads. Ever since the Luo alliance formed in Tianyu, its power grew close to that of a sect. They may as well be a 10th sect in Western lands in the future. Yeah. Tianyu is just too strong for a mere empire. All the officials here nodded their heads as they discussed among themselves. A shout came from beyond the tent. Imperial Capital's jade slip has arrived. The Imperial Capital's response is here. Did reinforcements come? Perking up, the top elder laughed as he hurriedly said, "Give me the jade slip." "Yes, sir." A soldier bowed and walked in to give the jade slip. The elder snatched it in joy, but then froze. The others were curious. "Old man, what's up? What does it say? Did the sect leader send curses for being useless and that no men are coming? If only." The elder's shoulders shook, putting on the most heart-wrenching expression he could. "It's Chuanrong Emperor's jade slip. He said that 3 months ago, some power infiltrated the nation and wreaked havoc in the imperial capital. To make it worse, it destroyed the beast-taming sect. We're homeless." "What?" Everyone looked stumped. While they were fighting here with their lives on the line, their home was getting pillaged. "What the hell?" "It must be Tianyu. They must have sent someone to attack our backs. I'm going to kill them." "Is it really them though? The sect is stronger than just the few we have here, and it has a defensive array as well." Tianyu would have long since killed us if it could destroy our sect. What kind of an idiot would drag this useless war on instead? Oh, right. True, true. Everyone pondered, but the same guy just wouldn't give up. Then who else could destroy our sect? Demon scheming sect. Another man shouted. Think about it. Demon scheming sect is guarding Tianyu, yet suddenly gives us 1,000 sacred stones to attack it. This is clearly a trap. We never saw through their intentions, but now we know. It's cutting off our escape. Blast it. I'll kill them all. Someone jumped to his feet, about to march to demon scheming sect. Another one cursed. Cut the crap. With the sect gone, we alone are nothing. Are you suicidal to get revenge like this? What else are we supposed to do? Go to Double Dragon Manor. We'll have them take revenge for us. The Exalted will settle it. The others nodded, having met consensus. So the Chuanrong's army withdrew. Across from Chuanrong's camp, Luo Yunhai and Elder Li were discussing their plans when a report came. Marshal, Chuanrong is retreating. They're all leaving. They're leaving. Luo Yunhai looked at him with a dumb look. Why? Just yesterday they pushed hard at us with their spiritual beast army. We only managed to hold thanks to the sacred stone array. But that still didn't give us any advantage. Why the sudden withdrawal? Lung Wuchang spoke. Maybe the cost was too much. Since nothing worked, they wasted too many resources and men. Or maybe something happened back home, to their leaders. Lung Wuchang's eyes flashed. Guard, scout Chuanrong at once. Just what happened? Yes, sir. A man bowed and left swiftly. Luo Yunhai sighed. Much relaxed now. This war took 6 months, but it's finally over. Demon scheming sect wanted to wear down our will to fight, but now that the enemy withdrew their troops, everything is ruined. It's like Brother Zhua is watching us from beyond. Clan head, you shouldn't give Steward Zhua's spirit all the credit. Lung Wuchang scratched his head. Eyeing him, Luo Yunhai said, Sister said that one should respect immortals. We also should respect the Luo clan's ancestor and Brother Zhua just the same. That's just superstition. If Steward Zhua is up there somewhere, he should just get rid of the demon scheming sect and do us a solid. Don't you agree, clan head? Lung Wuchang glanced at Lung Wuchang, then shook his head. Sir Lung, ha ha ha. Before a magnificent and lush forest stood a man. He was all black, including his hair and those deep black eyes. The biting wind traced his face. Zhua Fan was at the entrance of the demon scheming sect. His mind made on leaving Western lands. Now that he set up the array, he still felt like paying his old friends one last visit. The first on the list was his esteemed master, who said a demonic cultivator didn't value his master. He might just be the only one he'd bid farewell in person. Regarding Luo Yunhai and the rest, he'd settle for watching them from afar before leaving. He made a sign, and despite all the warping space, it just settled down soon after. Did the method to open it change? Frowning, Zhua Fan muttered. While that may be when there's a traitor among the sect, to stop them from returning, by all accounts, they should think I'm dead. Does this mean this was set by another? Zhua Fan was pensive, then shook his head. Whatever, after saying goodbye to Elder Yuan, none of it would matter. You might have closed the door, but I have another way in. Humph. Zhua Fan made a different gesture. It was something Elder Yuan taught him when he became the new sect leader. Only he could use it. As long as the sect's defensive array didn't change, this method would remain. With how utterly expensive and time-consuming it was to change it completely, no sane sect would ever do that. Zhua Fan had no trouble opening it this time, seeing as how a path opened up. Grinning, Zhua Fan walked right in. He could have used the black flame too, but he went for subtlety this time around. Whoosh! Zhua Fan moved from hiding to hiding, searching the demon scheming sect for Elder Yuan. Yet there was no sign of him even in High Venerable's secluded room. What baffled him was that the demon scheming sect was no longer as lively as before. There was not one familiar face in sight, no Venerable Bai, no laborer. Frowning, Zhua Fan's heart sank with unease. After Yilin brought him to Ultimate Clarity sect, He was stuck in the infernal gorge with the dragon ancestor. Yilin had told him of the outside state, but the demon scheming sect wasn't included in the news. Now that he was here, something was off about this place. Did you hear? The beast-taming sect withdrew from the battle without so much as a word. Those damn fools in Tianyu have gotten away again. Didn't we give those bastards 1,000 sacred stones already? They even said they'd root out the clan from Tianyu, so why are they suddenly backing down? I just knew we couldn't trust those fools who only know to hang around beasts. Sect leader Xie and Venerable Shi are going to be pissed. Isn't he already? I just heard sect leader's roar coming from the main hall. Well, he did spend 1,000 sacred stones. You think we'd have asked them if we couldn't do it ourselves? To avoid a repeat of last time, with Heaven Trailing Sect messing it all up, sect leader gave those guys plenty of stuff. At this rate, all the winnings Zhuofan got us will soon be used up. What? Just how many is it this time? 2 people were grumbling while passing by Zhuofan's hiding place. They were inner sect elders. Squinting, Zhuofan checked his surroundings and then shot for the 2. Whoosh! They had no chance when the shadow descended upon them, clutching their throats and sealing their yuan qi before leaving the place. They looked around confused when they suddenly slumped on the ground, only to find themselves on the mountain behind the sect. The 2 cried out, "Who dares attack the demon scheming sect? We're its elders." "I know." Walking closer, the sunlight shone over Zhuofan. "Why else do you think I grabbed you? Remember me?" The 2's eyes got used to the glaring sun and were then rooted in shock. "Zhuofan? Aren't you dead?" "Ha ha ha, I figured as much. You did have something to do with those bastards from Universal Righteous Sect." Zhuofan shook his head. "But I'm from the demon scheming sect and the sect leader at that. As long as you're not behind it, I am willing to let the elders of my sect go. Ha ha ha." Shaking all over, the 2 bobbed their heads, pleading, "Sect leader Zhua, this had nothing to do with us. It's all Venerable Shi and Xie Wui's plot." I know. Zhuofan waved them off in annoyance. "I don't care about that. What I want to know." Zhuofan's eyes hardened. "Where is High Venerable and Venerable Bai with the rest? Where are the laborers?" The 2 shivered, lowering their heads. Zhuofan's heart sank, putting on a savage smile. "I see. Since you don't see me as a sect leader, then you're no elders to me. I should get rid of traitors like you." Zhuofan raised his hand, gushing black smoke. "Wait, please, sect leader Zhua. We've always seen you as our sect leader." The 2 panicked. "Then why don't you answer? Are you defying my orders?" Whoosh! Zhuofan's aura exploded with bloodthirst, making the 2 elders feel chilled to the bone. The 2 bowed once again and begged, "Sect leader Zhua, please, we won't hide anything from you. Please spare us, sect leader." The 2 then spilled everything that had happened. Zhuofan's brow shook, hatred building in his eyes. He thought the Universal Righteous Sect attack was only to deal with him, but that piece of garbage Xie Wuyue even struck High Venerable before removing any that was tied with him in the sect. As far as going after the Luo clan who rescued the stragglers, using beast-taming sect to do it. Sect leader Zhua, it's all Venerable Shi and Xie Wuyue's fault. We didn't do anything, we just followed orders. The 2 begged in tears. Zhuofan clenched his fists with bloodshot eyes. The most respected elder in the mortal domain, the only one who he took as his master, was now dead, before he could even say goodbye. "Curse you, Xie Wuyue." Zhuofan's eyes were filled with bloodthirst. He flicked his hand and had the 2 wrapped in black smoke. The 2 shouted, "Sect leader Zhua, spare us. We'll remove the traitors with you. Please let us go. We're also elders of the demon scheming sect. As a sect leader, you have to let us live. Screw being a sect leader." Zhuofan cursed. "I became sect leader only because Elder Yuan asked. Now that he's gone, I'd be a moron to become one for you fools. You really think I'd let you live after killing my people with Xie Wuyue? Demon transformation art." The 2 howled as the black smoke enveloped them. Their pain and grief was laid bare until the very end. Once the black smoke scattered, dust fell in the wind. Zhuofan flicked his hand. He was out for blood, his bloodthirst increasing as he marched for the main hall. God damn it! Damn that beast-taming sect. Taking my money, yet it won't do its part. Bam! Xianxia pulverized a mahogany table to dust in a fit of rage. His eyes were burning with hatred. Venerable Shi sat nearby with a frown. He sighed. This is odd indeed. A sect wouldn't back out of their deal just like that. What could have led to this? Nothing, that's what. A bunch of savages got scared after hitting a snag. Xianxia snapped. What's worse is that they ran with our damn sacred stones. Curse them all. Then bribing heaven-trailing sect is also costly. There's almost nothing left of the winnings from the Double Dragon gathering. Venerable Shi shook his head. Ha ha ha. Can't bear to see them go? You shouldn't have taken the seat back then. That way the demon-scheming sect would have surely flourished. Venerable Shi, what's your point? Xianxia squinted with malice. Venerable Shi lazily put one leg over the other while shaking his head. Isn't it obvious? All inner conflicts are sources of heavy loss at core, with no fruits when overcome. Funny thing is people never get tired of doing it. And why, you ask, just so they can sit their ass in the biggest chair. Ha ha ha, that's what happened to Tianyu's emperor, and the same goes for you. If the Luo clan didn't rise and stop the emperor's scheme, Tianyu would have lost 1/10 of their lands and would have weakened greatly. Now though, Tianyu still has the Yuan clan at the helm. As for us, if we hadn't gone after Zhuofan so hard, we'd still have the 10,000 sacred stones to grow the sect. With Zhuofan, the sect leader, sent to Double Dragon Manor, the future was bound to have us as middle three sect at the very least. But rather than enjoy such a great future, it was much better to have your ass stuck to that chair. Ha ha ha, you win some, you lose some. The sect is in a dump. But we have our sect leader and I'm still the first venerable. Xianxia gnashed his teeth. Are you saying that all of this is my fault? That Zhuofan was a better sect leader than me? That's not it at all. I'm only stating facts. Venerable Shi squinted. Besides, what's the point of a strong demon-scheming sect if I don't have my seat? Ha ha ha. I'm only urging sect leader to ease up and stop minding the lost sacred stones. What matters is that we're still the leaders here. Xianxia faltered, then sighed. Yeah, Venerable Shi is right. As long as we are here, winning or losing doesn't matter. Everything is ours, not someone else's. Venerable Shi nodded pleased, but discontent still flashed in his eyes. Xianxia, what a shame for High Venerable, so astute and sharp, working for the betterment of the sect, only to have such dumb disciple. Greed has taken root in your heart, turning you into my puppet. Having a sect leader as my pawn ain't that bad. Ha ha ha. Grinning, Venerable Shi stayed silent. Ha ha ha, what a shameless disciple, being proud of running the sect into the ground. Elder Yuan's toil for 1,000 years was ruined in a blink by bastards like you. His spirit above wouldn't know rest watching you. Startled at the sudden cold shout, the two jerked in panic. Who's there? You dare toy with the demon-scheming sect? Come out now. Toy? Ha ha ha. This is no game though. Zhuofan came out from a shadowy corner with a mocking smile. Xianxia and Venerable Shi were shell-shocked. Why, you're supposed to be dead. Of course you'd want me dead. Zhuofan's eyes were cold. But I'm still alive. Who else would take revenge for Elder Yuan? As his disciple, it's my duty to clean up the dregs and the rats. Xianxia recoiled, but then steeled his heart. You want to kill us? Humph, you, who hasn't even entered the ethereal stage in 10 years here. Whoosh. A golden light shone and Zhuofan flashed in their faces. The aura made them choke on their words. So fast. To be honest, I just entered it. With an evil smirk, Zhuofan punched at Xianxia. Success. The almighty power of his fist made it hard to breathe before it even landed. It forced the two to stagger back, right as the punch passed by. Whoosh. The scorching gale reached his face, burning him, while the mighty strike hit a wall, blowing a huge hole in it. The force then shot into the sky, making it quiver, punching a gap in it. Xianxia was overwhelmed, stumbling backward as he was covered in sweat. When he finally stood straight, the punch had ripped his robe on his chest open. Xiaoyue was even more shocked, watching Zhuofan in fear. It was his first time really fighting Zhuofan. But as it happened, Zhuofan was at his strongest. Zhuofan had been in the profound heaven stage when he got to demon scheming sect, and even when he entered radiant stage and formed his dragon soul, he still was no match. Now though, in the ethereal stage with 2 souls, dragon ancestors refining and Qilin arm, Zhuofan was in perfect form. Not even a soul harmony expert could survive a clash with him, let alone peak ethereal stage Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue staggered backward 2 steps. Venerable Shi did the same, coming next to Xiaoyue. Zhuofan was beyond strong, even forcing Xiaoyue back with 1 casual punch. Zhuofan did not care what they did, since they couldn't stop him. He only had a devious smile on his face. That punch was a miss on purpose. Xiaoyue, weren't you always in denial about me? Weren't you always questioning why Elder Yuan chose me to be sect leader? I'll let my strength do the talking. You and I are worlds apart. You're not fit to be a sect leader, not even worthy to lick my shoes. Zhuofan. Shuddering, Xiaoyue found Zhuofan's taunt insufferable. His biggest regret had been when his master accepted someone else over him. He wanted to prove to himself that he was better than Zhuofan, that his master was wrong. But with Zhuofan before him and taunting, he found himself lacking the nerve to fight. That punch alone told him Zhuofan was terrifying. Venerable Shi glanced at Xiaoyue. Sect leader, we can't fight him. I'm going to get help while you stall him. Venerable Shi trembled as he went for the door and fled. Xiaoyue didn't react the whole time, only looking at Zhuofan in panic. It was either fight or flight, but he was struggling to make a decision. He did want to fight to prove himself, but instinct told him fleeing was healthier. Zhuofan ignored Venerable Shi. We're both Elder Yuan's disciples. His spirit is watching us from above. Xiaoyue, today we'll see if Master was right or not. If you win, you are the one in the right. If I win, I absolve Master. Xiaoyue's fists clenched, a fire burning in his eyes. Master, watch me. I'll prove to you I'm right. Zhuofan is no match for me. We'll let facts speak for themselves. Snickering, Zhuofan looked at the sky with a soft gaze. Elder Yuan, I and Xiaoyue will be fighting. It is a fight between disciples but also for you. Judge for yourself, Master. Whoosh. Xiaoyue's hand went through gestures with bloodshot eyes. He was in a crazed state, obsessed with beating his enemy just to prove himself right, that he was the best sect leader the demon scheming sect could ever have, that his master was wrong all along. By contrast, Zhuofan was standing there, waiting for him to finish without even paying him any attention. It was complete disregard. Xiaoyue, as he was now, was nothing more than a bug to him. The condescending look only worked to drive Xiaoyue's rage to new heights. Finally done with wiggling his fingers around, a deep roaring came from the sharp winds exploding into existence. The flood dragons wound around each other before shooting for Zhuofan with their claws and maws ready to maul him. Quasi-Earth ranked martial art, dragon-crushing flood. Boom! The 3 flood dragons slammed into the dull Zhuofan, enveloping into a tricolored tornado that covered the entire main hall. The storm was so savage that it pulverized the main hall's ceiling as it touched it. Anything that got near it would be turned to dust. Xiaoyue panted, then snickered, ha ha ha, against my quasi-Earth ranked martial art. Not even a soul harmony expert could come out alive, especially not you who didn't even defend, overconfident in your strength. You're suicidal taking it on like that. One more reason you're unfit to be a sect leader. Bam! His gloating was cut short as the tricolored storm vanished. Zhuofan eased down his hand, standing there like it hardly was worth the effort. Going by that skill alone, nothing you do can harm me. I have an unbreakable body. Not something a dog's bite can even scratch. Brushing the dust off his shoulder, Zhuofan's clothes were broken in places, revealing his perfect and unmarred build. His skin even had a golden hue to it. It was obvious Xue Fan didn't use Yuan Qi to shield himself from the storm, evident by his shabby clothes. This only made it even more scary, proving he really had one obscenely tough body that not even a peak ethereal stage expert's quasi-Earth ranked martial art could break. This outrageous fact had never appeared in the entire world, least of all the Western lands. Abomination! Xie Wuyue was still in denial, but more so helpless. That was his strongest skill, but Xue Fan just shrugged it off. Next was a battle of souls. Xie Wuyue's eyes shook and a flood dragon came from his body in a gray light. Tear the sky! Flood dragon claw! Roar! The flood dragon bared its claws at Xue Fan's chest. Humph, I know you have the heaven dragon soul, but you only formed it 5 years ago. My soul has... Bam! Xie Wuyue's eyes had a savage glint as he raved, only to see his flood dragon getting smacked away before even reaching Xue Fan. Xie Wuyue shook and spat blood. Looking ahead, he saw a scarlet dragon claw in front of Xue Fan. With a look of scorn, Xue Fan said, "When it comes to souls, power isn't determined by just time. Strong is strong and weak is weak. My dragon soul needn't even come out to finish off your flood dragon. Xie Wuyue, you are nothing to me. Xue Fan." Roaring at the top of his lungs, Xie Wuyue had lost his mind, throwing himself at Xue Fan. His hand flashed and revealed a bloody spear in the 10th grade. Your body can be invincible for all I care, but you still can't defeat me. Bam! The spear was smashed in his very hands and turned into red motes as they flew away. Startled, Xie Wuyue was in disbelief. How did a 10th grade spiritual weapon just break? Looking forward again, he saw Xue Fan holding a pitch-black long sword. Xue Fan's gaze was still, devoid of any feelings. I'm also a refiner. 10th grade items are nothing. Shaking all over, Xie Wuyue's mind was having a meltdown. Utter defeat. He was outclassed in every way imaginable, from skills and soul to equipment. He had no chance in hell of winning now. His futile attempt at proving himself better only backfired, with Xue Fan coming with strong responses beyond anything he could ever do. The feeling of failure closed in on him, squeezing his chest and making him shiver. It wasn't born out of fear, but out of helplessness. Just why did I lose? Xue Fan hid the demonic sword, his eyes stone cold, his lofty position akin to an emperor looking down at a beggar. Xue Fan, I cannot lose to you. A shrill cry came from Xie Wuyue as he shot forth to strike again, clawing Xue Fan's head. Xie Wuyue. Xue Fan spoke in a low and dark tone. I didn't strike you out for master, to show he made no mistake. Now, it's time to wipe away the shame you brought. Whoosh. His dead expression turned savage in a flash, twisted with rage. The ruthless aura spread around, decimating anything in its path. Xie Wuyue's claws were halted and he was filled with shock. Xue Fan's brutal Qilin arm took the moment to grab his head and slammed him head first into the pavement in the middle of shouting. The main hall crumbled then and there, down in a deep crater. Xue Fan was far from finished, however, dragging Xie Wuyue around on the ground for 1,000 miles. Xie Wuyue, I have brought the 10,000 sacred stones to the sect on my own merit. Now I am using my power to drag you around like a ragdoll. I had also gathered the respect of most of the sect. You lack in merit, a mere paper tiger in strength, and are utterly useless when it comes to leading. So why can't you just accept it instead of insisting on fighting me for a seat? As well as... Xue Fan held Xie Wuyue's hand into the dirt, speaking with red eyes and a ruthless tone. There were even some tears mixed in as well as he roared. Going as far as killing your own master. I'd have failed Master Spirit watching us if I don't rip you limb from limb. Rumble. Xue Fan snatched Xie Wuyue out of the dirt and flung him into the air. Xie Wuyue was looking mangled, his face beyond recognition and barely any teeth left. Alas, the glow around his body protected him from taking his meager life. Xue Fan looked up, noticing the glow as well, coming from the 10th grade spiritual armor he gave Xie Wuyue before. Sect leader, we came to help. Venerable Shi was back with reinforcements, all the elders and venerables in the sect, to surround Zhuofan. Xiaowu showed a crazed smile, feeble as he was. Zhuofan, you came very close to killing me, but too bad. You can't now. This is all thanks to the spiritual armor you gave me. Ha ha ha, what a shame. With the other ethereal stage experts here, you have no chance at all. Providence is by my side all the way. I'll live while you'll die. The demon scheming sect will be mine still. Ha ha ha. Moron. There's no way a spiritual armor I made would protect someone who killed their own master. Zhuofan's left eye flashed with the black thunderflame. Xia Wuyue's spiritual armor exploded then and there in a gush of black thunderflame, searing his body. What the hell is this? The armor. Zhuofan's cruel smile said it all. He never trusted Xia Wuyue. Ever. So he laid a few tricks just in case. When they were still on friendly terms, he thought it best to place a spatial array inside the spiritual armor that connected to his divine eye of the void. Thanks to that neat trick, Zhuofan could use the power of void annihilation through the spiritual armor Xia Wuyue was wearing and take his life. But since he had something much better, like the thunderflame, it was a shame not to use it. Xia Wuyue's squeals of pain soon died out. His figure burned wholly by the black thunderflame until there was nothing left. Zhuofan took a deep breath, looking at the sky. Master, I've wiped away the shame. Sect leader. Xia Wuyue's howls of agony inside the black thunderflame died out along with the signature of his soul. All that remained was the violent black thunderflame flickering in his place one last time before fading out as well. Demon scheming sect's elders were panicking. Xia Wuyue's very existence had been erased from this world. They slowly turned to the still figure beneath and gulped in horror. It only took 15 minutes for Venerable Shi to gather the elders and come here. Just 15 minutes. It proved to be more than enough time for their sect leader, a peak ethereal stage expert, to die like nothing. What did that say about Zhuofan's power? Just how strong was he? Seeing Xia Wuyue's cruel demise, everyone's heart was in their throat, looking at Zhuofan in fear. Ignoring their fear mixed with hatred and anger, Zhuofan just walked away with a stone-cold face. The ones surrounding him broke out in cold sweat and stepped back in fear each time he advanced. Fear had taken root in their hearts, robbing them of any will to fight. Venerable Shi looked around with gnashed teeth and shouted, "Don't let him escape! As long as he's alive, everything will unravel. Double Dragon Manor will side with him and ruin us. He has to die now for the demon scheming sect to be ours." Shuddering, the elders halted, looking grave and finally releasing their bloodthirst. Zhuofan stopped as well, glancing at Venerable Shi. "Humph, no matter how strong, he's all alone. Together, we'll crush him to pieces." Seeing his speech worked, Venerable Shi lifted their morale. "Letting him go will make him join Tianyu's traitors. That will be the moment we'll lose everything, even our lives. We can't let that happen. We must end him here and now. Roar." The old weasel sure knew how to use people, inciting them to fight. The fearful elders in front roared to mask their dread, releasing their souls and sending them to attack Zhuofan. The air felt heavy as the horde of souls unleashed their power at Zhuofan, making the earth he stood on sink 100 meters. The immense might brushed his cheek and fluttered his black hair. But not even this grand display of raw force from demon scheming sect's best was enough to move Zhuofan. In fact, he had on a mocking smile. Looking around at the souls coming for his life, Zhuofan sneered. "I see. So there aren't even 100 ethereal stage experts left. Ha ha ha. And you wish to kill me now that the sect is so weak? Aren't you a bit naive? Humph, we may be weaker, but united. 100 ethereal stage experts are enough to kill a prick like you." Whoosh. Venerable Shi grinned, his words cut off by a shadow covering the sky and everyone around. Their bodies and souls had black creeping over them, halting them in place. Everything turned eerily quiet. The elders were overwhelmed. "What is this?" Venerable Shi was the most shocked of all. Zhuofan's flat voice pierced their ears. "What a pity! Elder Yuan had toiled for this sect, yet you fools snatched it. I'm sure his spirit wouldn't want to see this. As his disciples, I should do my part in wiping away the disgrace. The endless shadow opened its maw like a deep abyss as something dragged them down to hell. The fear they felt was out of this world. What the hell is this? Venerable Bai shouted, switching to begging. Shuafan, you can't kill us or the demon scheming sect is finished. The sect is High Venerable's pride and joy. I know you care and respect him, and as his disciple you wouldn't want to see High Venerable's efforts go to waste. Let's make up, putting you as sect leader. We'll listen to anything you say. Venerable Bai and the others can come back. We'll hand over power and become laborers as penance. Yeah, we'll do anything as long as you spare us. Sect leader Zhua, please let us go. We're from the same sect. We should help each other. Everyone turned to pleading now that he had them in his tight grip. Shuafan paid their cawing no heed. So now you appeal to my humanity, for being from the same sect? Ha ha ha. What about the elders and labor office's disciples? Did you think about them the same? Humph, that's rich, using High Venerable as an excuse when it suits you. Venerable, sure. I've never seen such a crass and revolting act, going as low as using the same person you had killed. Shuafan's eyes flashed. I'll say this. I do see High Venerable as my master, but never demon scheming sect as my home. It's nothing but bullshit. High Venerable would have fallen for it and spared you, and I would listen to him. Too bad you killed High Venerable and I ain't as soft as him for the sect. There's no home without kin. Elder Yuan is gone from the demon scheming sect, and that broke any ties I had with this sect. Venerable, sure. I wonder if you'd spared High Venerable if you knew this day would come. Shuddering, Venerable sure had no response. Ha ha ha, Venerable sure. This is called a deadly sin, brought on by yourself. You're to blame for your own death. Shuafan flicked his hand and the blackness flooded the space. Wails were heard as it swallowed everyone. Demon transformation art. Pa. The black domain faded away and Shuafan stood alone. His face never changed, still walking out of the sect. The demonic sword flew out of him, whistling through the demon scheming sect's grounds as it painted the skies with the agony of its disciples. Shuafan's step never faltered, his smile sad. Elder Yuan, I told you I only cared about you in this sect. A month later, in the Luo clan's hall on top of Blackwind Mountain, Luo Yunhai sat in his main seat with elders on either side of him, each frowning and grave. Clan head, I don't know why beast taming sect withdrew, but demon scheming sect must have had something to do with it for sure. And with heaven trailing sect giving the cold shoulder, it seems they'll become our enemies at some point. We must be on constant guard around these three sects. Venerable Bai spoke. Everyone around agreed. Fiend Yang shook his head. It's all our fault for bringing this disaster. Venerable Yang, you mustn't say that. Brother Zhua had approached us in person, and that makes us brothers. How can I just let you suffer? Luo Yunhai sighed. We need to send more scouts to the demon scheming sect just in case. They all nodded. Rush steps approached, with Lung Wuchang bursting in with a jade slip. He bowed. Clan head, we know why beast taming sect withdrew. The scouts report that 6 months ago some strange power invaded the Chuanrong imperial capital, stamping beast taming sect out and causing chaos in the city. Many princes died as well as other minor nobles. With their roots cut out, of course they'd withdraw. Ha ha ha. That really happened? There were gaps of shock around. The more affected were the group from demon scheming sect. No matter how antagonistic the 9 sects in Western lands, none would go as far as total annihilation. Not even Dan Qingshin went so far that time. There's no way the force that did it was from Western lands. Who cares? It did us a solid, ha ha ha. Lung Wuchang laughed. Luo Yunhai nodded. Yes, if any reinforcements came, we wouldn't have lasted much longer. Regardless of where this power came from, it was God-sent, Brother Zhua's blessing. Clan head, you're giving Steward Zhua's spirit all the credit again. If Steward Zhua's spirit had acted, he'd go pay his debt and kill Xie Wuyue, right? Lung Wuchang smiled with a sigh. Sir Lung, I'm not superstitious here and was only thinking. Brother Zhua is a miracle worker. So much so that anything utterly baffling that is happening makes me think Brother Zhua was behind it, that his spirit is watching over us. Luo Yunhai's passionate look touched the others. Report. A scout in black rushed into the hall, presenting a jade slip. Demon Scheming Sect scouts say that somehow the Demon Scheming Sect was gone overnight. What? There was a collective gasp in shock. Lung Wuchang shook, stunned for a good while. Hell, Steward's spirit appeared for real. With barely a sound to announce their arrival, many tense figures filled a small path. They weren't the only ones, as on all the hills around were rows upon rows of people. In front of the path was a man in black, with black hair and black eyes. His gaze chilled everyone to the bone despite the sun shining above. Who the hell are you to break mystical heaven sect's barrier? One disciple in white shouted. The man in black simply walked on with an eerie vibe around him. The disciples shook, feeling sweat trailing down their brow. Yet none made a move. They knew this man was in the ethereal stage. Only elders could face such power. Heed me well, stranger. Stop right there. This isn't the outside world where an ethereal stage expert can just walk wherever. This is the mystical heaven sect, with many peak elders and venerables. You have no business stirring up things here. Another one barked at the man in black. Not that he gave a damn. Still walking on. The disciples were getting tense, feeling something bad would happen. Whoosh. The disciple in front looked over at the sound and was overjoyed to see the sect leader and the venerables here. The power of 7th, 8th and 9th layer ethereal stage flooded the area, giving the disciples confidence and safety. Even below ethereal stage as they were, they could tell the man in black was only in the first layer. With the best of the sect arriving, they could squash the interloper with their thumb. This fact filled them with confidence. The first disciple even grew smug. Ha ha ha. I told you to leave while you can. Now that sect leader is here, you have no chance. There'll be no mercy for anyone who steps into our sect. TCH like sect like people. I was kind enough to spare you last time. But now look at you, all lively and forgetful of past misfortune. You're even yapping at me. Ha ha ha. The man walked on uncaringly. Sect leader cupped his hands. Sir, who are you? Which sect has come to mystical heaven sect? Sect leader was no fool like those disciples. Being on his seat for centuries, he knew how to act. Who cared if this guy was in the first layer? Did you know who had his back or how strong they were? What kind of guy just waltzed in through a sect's array set up with sacred stones? He had to be someone to do that. It was common knowledge that such a man was representing the force behind him when he acted. The floundering ignorant people would only earn a quick death at his hands. Only the sect-grown disciples like mystical heaven sect would act like this too. The elders, however, knew more about the world. That cultivation wasn't everything. This gap in knowledge left the disciples stumped as to why sect leader showed such courtesy. He's just in the first layer ethereal stage, sect leader? Why waste words with him? Are you scared? Sect leader glared at them then sighed and sighed. These brats can only show off here, in the sect. Once they go out, they'll be sure to step on someone's toes and die without even knowing how. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Xian, it's been a while. The man in black stopped in front of him, revealing a familiar face. Did you forget me already? Sect leader Xian narrowed his eyes, cupping his hands once he snapped out of it with gnashed teeth. Shuafan, you're still alive, brat? Fortune must smile upon me to come back from so many brushes with death. Shuafan smirked. You must know why I'm here, right? Sect leader Xian spat. Why? It's to take revenge, isn't it? Right you are. Shuafan spoke. Sect leader Xian's laughter was filled with sorrow. Ha ha ha. You dare talk to me about vengeance? You took the life of my son. Yep, I killed him. Shuafan said. A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. I won't deny it. You have all the right to attack me. However, Shuafan's eyes shone coldly, filled with bloodthirst. You should have turned down Xiaoyue instead of taking revenge on someone else. Demon Scheming Sect's High Venerable is my revered master in Tao. I didn't plan on nitpicking over this matter. But the killing of my master. Ha ha ha. So now you know the pain of loss? Sect leader Xian cackled. I see. The old coot mattered to you. If I knew, I'd have his corpse thrashed after heaven-trailing sword killed him. A son's mistake is a father's fault. A disciple's fall is a master's shortcoming. I should have taken all the rage I had for you on that old coots. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, gnashing his teeth. Say that again. I'll say it 100 times if I want to. I'll thrash his body, maul it, butcher it. You came just in time. Once I kill you, I'll go to the Demon Scheming Sect and take that old fool's head, so you two would enjoy being mutilated together to quell my hatred. Zhuo Fan's face fell, showing a cruel smile. I was going to go easy on Qingqing's master and fellow disciples, only coming to deal with you. But now, Mystical Heaven Sect has no place in this world. You want to destroy us? Sect leader Xian laughed like mad, ignoring the fact it's impossible for you alone. Even if you bring help like last time, it won't do squat. Destroying a sect in Western lands will have severe repercussion to you and them. Zhuo Fan smirked, his eyes flashing with savagery. To a dead man like me, no rules of Western lands can hold me. Mystical Heaven Sect will never see tomorrow ever again. Zhuo Fan shot straight for sect leader Xian enveloped in black. Kill him! Sect leader Xian roared, leading the charge. A flood of people came at Zhuo Fan, while his darkness spread to every corner, covering the world. 3 months later, the heaven-reaching pavilion in Double Dragon Manor. The Exalted sat in their seats with tightened brows. Below them were 50 ethereal stage experts, the survivors of Beast Taming Sect. So you're saying it's all Demon Scheming Sect scheme? Exalted Hay Rant's piercing gaze washed over them. The men bobbed their heads. Exalted, it's without a doubt their plan. They first wanted us to wear down Tianyu, helping them eliminate their traitors only so they could ambush our sect from behind, even destroying it. If not that, how else would our sect barrier be broken so easily and have our home in ruins? Maybe sect leader's guard was down since we were in agreement with Xiaoyue, giving him the chance to raid us. I ask that Exalted make it right, for our righteous beast taming sect. Bam! Exalted Hay Ran slammed the table, barking, Damn that Xiaoyue! I warned him not to cause trouble. Does he really think I'm blind to his twisted methods? I overlooked it this time, but he actually went as far as bringing outsiders to weaken his sect. Exalted is right. Xiaoyue is vile and repulsive. Beast Taming Sect's elders echoed at once. It only worked to have Exalted Hay Ran vent on them. You fools aren't any better. His sect had gotten peaceful again, yet you stepped in as well. We'll take Exalted's lesson to heart. The elders bobbed their heads. Exalted Hay Ran snorted and glared. What now? Your entire sect is gone. Hay Ran, let's leave this matter for now. The most important thing is if the Demon Scheming Sect really did it or not. Exalted by May spoke. Demon Scheming Sect's power aside, will he really have the nerve to do such an outrageous act? The conflicts between the 9 sects would never go as far as total annihilation. Everyone in Western lands knows that. The minute a sect violates it, the others will remove it. Would he actually do such a thing? But if it's not Demon Scheming Sect, then who? In one night, not a single soul was left in the sect. Exalted Hay Ran frowned. Report. A Double Dragon Manor's elder scrambled to present a jade slip with trembling hands and pale face. Exalted, the Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect have been destroyed in the span of a day. What? The two shot to their feet in shock. Beast Taming Sect's elders were stunned. Demon Scheming Sect is gone as well? So it's not them who ruined ours. Did we blame the wrong person? Dang. Crisp sounds came from far and wide. Bam! A golden light flashed from the depths of a stream, revealing Yi Lin's tense look. He was covered in golden flames as he slowly withdrew them within himself. Yilin looked in the distance. What's gotten the Exalted so anxious to call a meeting of everyone in Double Dragon Manor? An enemy attack perhaps. Thinking it over, Yilin flew for heaven-reaching pavilion. This should be fun. Who? In another part, colored lights faded to reveal 3 lithe figures. Through much toil this past year, Chu Qingqing, Shui Ruohua and Danner finally entered the ethereal stage. Qingqing, empty spirit body, is amazing. We're fresh ethereal stage cultivators, but together we can even fight one in the 6th layer. Shui Ruohua revealed a wide smile. Catching her breath, Chu Qingqing wiped her brow, not relaxing for a moment as she shook her head. Still not enough. This isn't nearly enough to face the guardians of the lower 3 sects, let alone an entire sect. Qingqing, you still want the demon scheming sect? Shui Ruohua sighed. You have to understand already that the Exalted won't ever let you do this. Double Dragon Manor is already conceding more than enough by allowing Xia Wuyue to be taken down and putting Zhuo Fan's spirit to rest. Danner nodded. Western Lands has its rules. No matter how strong our array is, we still can't destroy its core. We'll end up being hunted down. I don't care. None who harm Zhuo Fan shall escape. Chu Qingqing's eyes flashed with hatred. Her fists clenched. For my late husband's revenge, anything is worth it. Even becoming Western Lands' enemy. The 2 girls sighed. We'll have to leave Western Lands together. Senior sister. You don't have to say it. A sister in need is a sister indeed. You want to betray Western Lands, and we shall stand with you all the way. Shui Ruohua held her shoulder with a giggle. Besides, Zhuo Fan sure left a good impression. If not for you 2 being together and us being sisters, I might have made a move. Revenge for one's husband doesn't sound so bad. Hi. Senior sister, you finally admit it. You like your junior sister's husband. Danner teased. Shui Ruohua raised an eyebrow. Bit back. You're one to talk. Always sticking so close to her husband. Don't think for a second your innocent act fooled anyone. As if. You're still denying it? The girls burst out laughing. Chu Qingqing felt comforted having them around. The only 2 sisters who would go with her. The sound of a bell echoed in the distance, startling them. They rushed towards heaven-reaching pavilion. It was their first time hearing the bell being sounded, knowing it was only rung in dire situations. The bell's ringing reached one particular pond. Once the blaze faded, Yan Mo's stern face was revealed. A breeze went by and Wu Qingxiu appeared as well. Did something happen? We'll know when we get there. They flew in the bell's direction as well. People from all around the Double Dragon Manor had heard the call and answered by converging to heaven-reaching pavilion. The Exalted sat on their main chairs, with the elders seated just below them. Behind them were Chu Qingqing and all the other disciples Double Dragon Manor had taken in to nurture. The image was complete with some laborers who bowed at the further end. The Exalted scanned the crowd to see all had come. Their faces were grave, finding it hard where to begin. Lords, what has happened to warrant an urgent meeting? One elder bowed. Exalted Heiran took out a jade slip, sighing. News just arrived that in just 6 months, the Western Lands' lower 3 sects, Beast Taming Sect, Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect had been wiped out overnight. There are no survivors. What? Panic spread among the crowd, with the elders whispering among each other. Order had been instilled ever since the 9 sects of Western Lands came to be, preventing anything remotely as grave as this from taking place. So how all of a sudden, Chu Qingqing's group was taken aback for a moment before smiling. The criminals behind Zhuo Fan's death had been put down before we could. Is this providence? Haha. Good for them. Yilin was looking mighty uncomfortable, to say the least. Oh hell, don't tell me elder brother did it. Master had him go around setting arrays, but he went for revenge first. Not that it has anything to do with me. I do wonder, though, was it really possible for him to actually kill every last one of them? Won't that mean elder brother got even stronger? I better put my back into it before he leaves me way behind. Yilin's mind was set. Exalted, Was this done by an insider or by other lands? Wu Qingxiu stood up. Exalted by Mei nodded, appreciating his valor. While others were too overwhelmed, he was focused on unraveling the problem. It's too soon to tell, but I suspect it wasn't done by anyone from Western lands. There's just too few that can actually do it. A simple investigation is sure to expose them, and they would never go that far either. This only leaves other lands as the probable suspects. Wu Qingxiu nodded, having reached the same conclusion. This was the only logical explanation. I bet it was a ghost. The snort drew everyone's attention to Yi Lin's mocking look. They gave him a weird look, then Wu Qingxiu asked, "Little junior brother, why do you say that?" Nothing. It's just that I find these sects odd." Yi Lin darted his eyes around before saying, "Just think about it. Beast taming sect aside, the other two lower three sects had all engaged in murder just a year ago." The exalted exclaimed at once, "Zhuo Fan! Zhuo Fan!" Chu Qingcheng swayed, her gaze vacant as she looked at Yi Lin. What are you trying to say?" Yi Lin and Zhuo Fan had a bone to pick in Double Dragon Gathering, which made Chu Qingcheng give him the cold shoulder in Double Dragon manner. It was certainly odd to hear this ever-silent man talk of his own accord. Yi Lin glanced over. Zhuo Fan had warned him to not say anything about him, but at the end of the day, this woman was his elder brother's wife. The least he could do was offer some comforting words to his sister-in-law. Gazing into Chu Qingcheng's hopeful eyes, Yi Lin spoke. "I'm saying that it's possible that someone took revenge for Zhuo Fan, or his ghost did it instead. How else could an entire sect have not a single soul survive? It's too strange, especially when it's filled with ethereal stage experts." The exalted shook. "Why didn't we think of that? It might be revenge for the cruel event involving the demon scheming sect, mystical heaven sect, heaven trailing sect, and universal righteous sect. Did that make beast taming sect a smokescreen? Won't that mean the next target is—" Exalted He Ran panicked. Exalted by Mei appeased him. "Don't get too excited. Heaven trailing sect isn't like the other three. It's a middle three sect with plenty of soul harmony experts. They'll be fine. Still, we'll have to look into this event thoroughly. It will have a great impact on Western Land's order." Exalted by Mei looked below. "I'm forming an investigation team to look into these three sections. The team will be led by an elder, taking disciples along as a trial. I will go." Chu Qingcheng was the first to speak, her eyes shining with hope. Yi Lin's words made her want to see just who took revenge for her late husband, who would go as far as destroy three sects. But what she really wished for was the avenging ghost Yi Lin talked about. Chu Qingcheng's heart jumped. Yi Lin grinned. "Elder brother, I didn't say anything." Under the sun's warm glow, a soft breeze touched a still lake. The warm air traced the flowers, grass, and trees, which they received by sprouting new leaves. Despite the blissful scenery, one man in black had a permanent scowl on his face, looking like a ghost from hell with that stone-cold expression. The icy aura coming off him was biting as he stood in the lake. He gently pointed in the air, making the air shimmer around his finger. Smirking, he muttered, "So this is Heaven Trailing Sect's defensive array. I might have not come here before, but I'm sure I came to the right place." A crackling sound came as his left eye held a black thunderflame. It spread in the air and burned a 3-meter hole in space, revealing a totally different scene. The man had a mocking smile as he entered with confidence. A piercing sound rang out throughout the sect the next second. "Enemy attack!" The shouts came from everywhere as they all converged around the man in black. There were tens of thousands, mostly disciples in the radiant stage, with few at peak and even fewer in the ethereal stage. The man shook his head. "Heaven Trailing Sect is a middle three sect after all, so why do I only see ignorant pups in the radiant stage and some even in the profound heaven stage? Why? Did all your elders die out? You dare barge into Heaven Trailing Sect? Do you have a death wish?" A familiar face popped in just 100 meters away, still as cocky and obnoxious as ever. "Weren't you looking for an ethereal stage expert? Well, here I am." "Humph. A first-layer ethereal stage cultivator isn't even worth our elder's time. The man in black halted, looking at him with a shake of his head. The disciples around were excited, buttering up. Young master is the best. Your mere presence has rendered him mute. You're truly the best model for any of us. Right you are. Young master had shown extraordinary valor and bravery in the Double Dragon gathering. With you here, no elder is needed to deal with outsiders. Everyone clamored while the young master looked even more smug and cocky, if that was possible. The man in black let out a thick condescending chuckle for some odd reason. The young master barked. What are you laughing at? At how you twisted facts. You brave at the Double Dragon gathering? Did you even get to showcase yourself? The man in black mocked. Rensong, you're lying to your poor junior brothers who haven't seen the Double Dragon gathering just so you could bask in their praises? The son of heaven trailing sect leader, Rensong, shuddered. Well sure, he was a genius in his own right, reaching ethereal stage quite early, but that was relative to the scale. When compared to the whole of Western lands, he didn't make the cut. To say nothing more of Double Dragon gathering, where geniuses are a dime a dozen. The top genius of heaven trailing sect ended up suffering more than ever. But who was dumb enough to say that after returning? What then would become of his name, his image, the attention he was getting? So he made himself the tragic hero, having his team set up by demonic cultivator experts, with only him surviving after he fought with his life. This earned him greater fame and the disciples' admiration. As the future sect leader, fame couldn't be more important, far more than his integrity. This was why the elders kept silent too. Now that some weirdo showed up exposing his clowning at Double Dragon gathering, he was revolted. Who the hell are you? Who am I? Ha ha ha. Raising his head with a chuckle, he revealed the one face Rensong hated the most in this world. Young Master Run. How's your rosebud faring? Does it still hurt? Face twitching, Rensong clenched his glutes in reflex, hiding his trauma with rage and hatred. Shuafan, you haven't died yet? Die! Shuafan cocked an inquisitive eyebrow, his smile ever mocking. Who knows? Maybe I'm dead already, but seeing you bastards so carefree, it rubs me the wrong way. I'd be so much better to have you join me in hell. Cut your damn act, Rensong shouted. Shuafan shook his head. You think I'm playing? Ha ha ha. Maybe I'm just a ghost right now, one that wants to drag you all to hell. Shuafan's eyes flashed with bloodlust. Rensong shuddered backward in fear. He knew very well what Shuafan could do, but with so many fellow junior brothers around, he couldn't fail to perform his role. All you know is how to be cocky. You can't do anything to us by yourself. What a joke. An obnoxious prick like you isn't worth getting my hands dirty. Guys, get him. Ugh. No one moved. The disciples looked at Rensong in hesitation. Hey, young master, aren't you being mercurial here, sir? We get that you're far too precious and don't want to do it yourself, but can't you see his level? Most of us are in the radiant stage with just a few fresh ethereal stage cultivators. Are you telling us to give our lives away? You're the only real ethereal stage expert here, so stop mincing words and attack. All looked off at Rensong, who noticed his mishap and froze. Ignorant fools, you think I can win? My butt's still aching here, and you want me to fight this freak? Waiting for the elders is much better. What's taking them so long anyway? Rensong was waiting tensely while the disciples waited for him to move. It was truly comical how stiff the entire situation was, especially with all of them surrounding one guy. Shuafan caught on and laughed, going for Rensong. Since you won't come, I'll go to you. Young Master Ren, weren't you a hero at Double Dragon Gathering? Show your juniors what their great senior can do. Ha ha ha. Yeah. The disciples cheered, eager to see a good show. Zip it. Face twitching, Rensong glared at the culprit, on the verge of crying. That's Shuafan we're talking about. Aside from the fact I'm not his match, I'll be sure to die in a few blows. These heartless fools, they only know how to flatter. Now that an enemy has come, you throw me to the wolves. You're killing me here. Ren Song was seething in anger at his junior's betrayal while also waving his hands around at Shuofan. Wait, let's talk this out. I don't want to fight. Oh, but I do, ha ha ha. Shuofan laughed, not stopping for a second. Ren Song's heart thumped in shock. His first instinct was to flee, even forgetting to put up a Yuan Qi shield. Don't you harm my son. Whoosh. A mighty pressure spread as a strong man appeared before Ren Song and punched Shuofan. Shuofan's Qilin arm flashed red as he punched as well. Bam! Shuofan fell back to his previous spot while the man trailed the ground for 10 meters. There were clear marks left on the ground while his fist shook from the clash. Sect leader. Dozens of elders arrived just then, shocked at the result. Ren Xiaoyun looked grave as he glared at Shuofan. Who are you, sir, to trespass into heaven-trailing sect? Father, he's Shuofan. He came for revenge. Ren Song was giddy about reporting this fact with hateful eyes. My help is here, Shuofan. Now you're done for. Ha ha ha. Ren Xiaoyun looked baffled. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Ha ha ha, that's not important right now. What is though, is that everyone here will die today. Shuofan had an evil smirk plastered on his face. Shuddering, Ren Xiaoyun laughed. Ha ha ha. A ghost coming back for revenge. So demon scheming sect and mystical heaven sect some time ago must be your work as well, I assume. But don't you go lump heaven trailing sect with those two. Since you bothered coming here, though, then let me send you off to hell. I'll make sure you won't come back this time either. Well, aren't you confident? Shuofan raised an eyebrow and mocked. Bam! Ren Xiaoyun stomped and shot for Shuofan, focusing all his power and bloodthirst into his fist. Shuofan raised the Qilin arm to block. The resulting clash had actually sent Shuofan flying for 1,000 meters, his prized arm unable to take all the brunt. Frowning, Shuofan's red arm shook, which made Ren Xiaoyun laugh. Ha ha ha. I didn't believe it when everyone told me what a monster you are. But now I do. My soul is that of the cold steel sword, tougher than anything. Anything below the soul harmony stage, even if made of black iron, can never stand up to it. Who'd have thought I'd see the day a mere fresh ethereal stage punk would do the impossible? You really are an abomination. Is that praise or mockery I hear? He was still going backward, even as his right hand was shaking. Shuofan eyed him coldly. Grinning. Ren Xiaoyun's eyes flashed red. Praising. What else? You're the first ethereal stage cultivator to take on a soul harmony cultivator's punch. Though that's pretty much it. Ren Xiaoyun's fist swung like a hammer, coming at Shuofan's face from the side. Shuofan felt an incredible pressure, taking his breath away. Squinting hard, Shuofan's was quick to act and a draconic roar echoed as a scarlet dragon tail came from behind, lashing at the punch. Is this your heaven dragon soul, almighty scarlet dragon king? Ren Xiaoyun lit up and laughed, wearing a nasty grin. A shame no matter how strong the soul. It's nothing against a soul harmony expert. Boom! The tail and the mighty fist finally clashed. The dragon howled. Its tail flung back from the punch and landed hard on Shuofan's face. He was sent flying once more, this time for miles, blasting any house or building in his way. Success. Everyone gasped in shock at the display. Sect leader is so strong. He killed him in one blow. Father is supreme. Sect leader is amazing. Ren Song exploded in glee after a moment of stupefaction. The others bowed in respect. Sect leader is amazing. One elder came before Ren Xiaoyun with a smile and a bow. Sect leader's power has improved again. Congratulations on your imminent advancement. I think so too as well, ha ha ha. Ren Xiaoyun pointed in Shuofan's direction. Someone check and see if he's still alive. Ha ha ha. Highly unlikely. The elder smiled. It was a fluke for the boy to survive sect leader's first punch. So how could he take a second one? It always pays to be cautious. This kid's too tenacious. Ha ha ha. Ren Xiaoyun laughed in pride. Even he wrote Shuofan off after that almighty punch of his. But he still wanted to be safe. If he survived, one more light strike should correct that. The elder's gaze was full of admiration, his words oozing flattery. Sect leader is so cautious. For the future of heaven-trailing sect. I shall now do my duty. Ren Xiaoyun nodded and the elder shouted for 2 disciples to check Xue Fan's body. How could young Master Ren ever miss the chance of seeing his enemy's mutilated corpse? Father, can I go as well? In case he survives, I'll be sure to not let my junior brothers suffer any problems. I can make a quick decision if anything happens. Our hero. The disciples were touched to the core. It never occurred to them to ask that since checking a corpse was so dangerous, why not send an elder instead? This showed sect leader was utterly confident Xue Fan would never crawl back out. Ren Tsong thus was only taking this chance to be in the limelight. Ren Xiaoyun admired his son for knowing to be prompt in any circumstance, when to retreat and when to flex. Sect leader, young master is so brave and always has his fellow disciples' well-being at heart. It's a blessing to have him in our sect. The same elder went for another round of kissing rear, elating Ren Xiaoyun. Ha ha ha. My child is always so reckless, making his father worry. Sect leader is right, young master's valor is beyond anyone's. He's a blessing to the sect, but he's also got sect leader concerned. Sigh. Such woe to your heart. The elder was far from finished it seemed. Ren Xiaoyun eyed him and laughed. The elder is strong enough. He'll make a good venerable, ha ha ha. He gestured for Ren Tsong to go. Ren Tsong skipped over to the ruins in all his childish exuberance. Humph. Xue Fan, you finally got yours. Now let's see just how wretched your death is. Is your head popped like a melon or your limbs all over the place? Ren Tsong shoved his hand in, to grab Xue's body. An explosion sounded next, with a scarlet claw coming out ahead of him and grabbing his head. Ah! The wail echoed throughout the sect. The people shuddered, watching as a dusty and shabby person came out of the rubble. In his right he had a familiar figure, Ren Tsong. Songer! Ren Xiaoyun cried out, overwhelmed by what he saw. Xue Fan! That punch should have killed you. Xue Fan turned his head, his eyes cold as ice. After spitting out the blood in his mouth, he sneered. How is a ghost supposed to die again? With a roar, a scarlet dragon head appeared next to Xue Fan. How is this possible? Ren Xiaoyun was in disbelief. How is his soul intact after a soul harmony punch? How is it so strong? This can't be happening. Xue Fan mocked. Ignorance is bliss. A soul's strength depends solely on the cultivation art. As for this dragon soul, the other variants won't be able to show its true potential. Only by changing its core is its power revealed. The scarlet dragon head shifted, turning golden with raging flames around its frame. Its power was the true difference, increased dozens of times, maybe even enough to pressure a soul harmony expert. Decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King was the strongest form of a heaven dragon soul. The only one capable of fighting a soul harmony expert. Ren Xiaoyun and everyone around him stood dumbstruck. It was a first for them to see a soul unharmed after taking a soul harmony expert strike. Reason-dictated soul harmony stage was the bane of souls, but this soul was just way too strong. Ren Tsong struggled in Xue Fan's grip, whining and wailing. Ren Xiaoyun came to it last and shouted, Xue Fan, let my son go or... Pa! Xue Fan flicked his hand and threw Ren Tsong to the golden dragon behind. It opened its fiery maw, swallowing Ren Tsong whole. With a crunch, blood started spilling between its fangs in all directions, some even landing on Xue Fan's face. Xue Fan's cold smile never faltered, now creepier with all the blood. Ren Tsong shook a couple of times before stilling. Turned into a golden dragon's chew toy. His soul was suffering the same fate, torn to bits. Seeing the blood of his son dripping on the ground from the dragon's teeth, Ren Xiaoyun was lost for a moment. Then his eyes went bloodshot and he spat Xue Fan's name with all the hatred he could muster. Xue Fan! The shout of grief was filled with hatred and sadness. The disciples shook under it and fell back in fear. They had never seen their revered sect leader so bent on killing. Zhuofan didn't care, even giving a taunting smile. Bam! The anger was too much for Ren Xiaoyun to take. Ignoring Zhuofan's power and how he survived, he charged right at him. His rage-fueled punch was actually stronger than before, smashing at Zhuofan's head, wanting to pulverize him. Zhuofan just stood there, watching the punch come, yet still deciding to block with his Qilin arm. Bam! Rattle. He was once again sent backward, 100 meters. But then Zhuofan exploded in golden flames as golden scales appeared on his skin. Ugh! Zhuofan halted there, and Ren Xiaoyun's raging fist could push him no further. Even through the anger, Ren Xiaoyun was shocked. How a mere fresh ethereal stage. Yeah, just how. The elders and disciples around stood dumbstruck. Zhuofan grinned. Soul Harmony stage is merely borrowing the soul strength to improve the body. A sword soul would make a body tougher than ever, while a beast soul would turn one into an animal of extraordinary strength. Though it's not much of a difference in reaching the Soul Harmony stage if a body already possesses such power. There's no way. No one can train their body that hard. A human isn't a tool, nor an animal. Going so far will break it. That's the whole point of the Soul Harmony stage. A strong soul in a strong body. Ren Xiaoyun gnashed his teeth. Zhuofan nodded in praise. Very good, sect leader Ren, for understanding the core of Soul Harmony stage. The true character of Soul Harmony stage is to bring a human's body to the strength of a spiritual beast, a notion passed on from antiquity. I wouldn't have known either if not for hearing some old myths. It seems that the arts, skills, and cultivation stages all came to be as a way to fight back the spiritual beasts. Sect leader Ren is sharp to figure on his own. Why can't I understand a word you're saying? Ren Xiaoyun shouted. Zhuofan shook his head. You don't need to understand. Just know. You're a soul harmony expert. But I am a true animal. Man and beast had fought since the dawn of time, with the result going either way depending on the case. But don't think for a second you're stronger than me as a soul harmony expert. Zhuofan's Qilin arm shook and sent Ren Xiaoyun flying. Ren Xiaoyun cried out. What's going on here? He was a soul harmony expert, but a mere shake of a fresh ethereal stage cultivator sent him flying. Ren Xiaoyun refused to believe it, while his sect was watching dumbfounded. Zhuofan snapped in front of him, punching his chest with the Qilin arm. Sect leader! The audience cried out. Ren Xiaoyun rushed to block with his hands. Bam! Feeling as if a mountain struck him, Ren Xiaoyun shot like a meteor from Zhuofan's red punch, leveling everything within 5 miles of where he landed. Cries echoed as radiant stage disciples rushed out of the way. Even ethereal stage and soul harmony experts looked with lost gazes. How's this guy so strong? How is he forcing sect leader back? And he's just an ethereal stage cultivator? Not even a soul harmony expert can do that. Crash! As the dust fell, Ren Xiaoyun shot from the rubble with blood dripping from his mouth. His eyes were hard as he looked around in search of Zhuofan. The famed Zhuofan was actually so strong as to even pummel the sect leader of a Middle Three sect. He was a soul harmony expert, a rarity in the Western lands too, wielding power way above the rest of the masses. Yet a kid was toying with him still. Ren Xiaoyun gnashed his teeth. Whoosh! Following the whistling wind, Zhuofan appeared in a golden flash behind Ren Xiaoyun, punching with his Qilin arm. Sect leader Ren, where are you looking? Ren Xiaoyun swished around, only to meet the punch. Forced into a corner, he used his hands again to block. Bam! Ren Xiaoyun went flying again. In mid-flight, Zhuofan appeared ahead of him and punched his back hard as he arrived. PFF. The immense power connected this time and Ren Xiaoyun spat blood, looking pale and slamming into the ground again. Golden flashed once more and Zhuofan appeared where Ren Xiaoyun was about to land to punch again. In a twisted game of catch, Ren Xiaoyun acted as the ball while Zhuofan just punched him around, making sure not to drop him. He appeared all over the place, to make sure to give Ren Xiaoyun some serious damage. The audience was looking dumb at this point. That speed is insane. Like a ghost's. They all knew this was no skills doing, but brought about by pure speed, something not even a soul harmony expert could achieve. Who'd ever believe an ethereal stage child could be so abominable? If the late Rinsong would be here right now to witness such a familiar scene, he'd be shocked to the core. It was the same thing he saw in Zhua Fan's battle with Yi Lin. The only difference was, Zhua Fan was more gruesome. While both had the dragon ancestor's golden flame inheritance, Zhua Fan had a true sacred beast's body, the Qilan's arm. The new and improved Zhua Fan, coupled with the mighty arm and golden flame, was no longer your run-of-the-mill monster. Saying he was a half-sacred beast wasn't a stretch either. Bang! Booming came constantly from up above as Ren Xiaoyun was punched around while spilling blood every time. Despite being in the soul harmony stage, he was powerless to stop him. He was looking worse and worse. He won't last long in this world. Ren Xiaoyun felt downcast at this truth. A great sect leader like him was going to die in his sect as his son did from an ethereal stage cultivator. This was disgraceful. Sect leader. Shouts came from below and he woke up to the fact he was not alone. Seeing their leader about to breathe his last, the elders sprung into action. A dozen soul harmony venerables finally came to their senses and charged towards Zhua Fan. Ren Xiaoyun was moved to tears. God damn it, those geezers finally come to help. I've been waiting for ages. No matter how much of a freak the brat was, with these dozen soul harmony experts, even he would suffer since he was still in the ethereal stage. Zhua Fan glanced over at the incoming enemy and ignored Ren Xiaoyun to deal with them. Brat, are you looking to die coming at us? You killed our young master, harmed the sect leader. Now you shall pay for your crimes with your life. Ha ha ha. The men of Heaven Trailing sect looked smug, talking about winning before they even clashed, like Zhua Fan was finished. A shame reality never conformed to their delusions. Whoosh. Golden flashes shot around as Zhua Fan clashed with the dozen soul harmony experts. Wails resounded the next moment as the men were split apart, crumbling to the ground. Their scarlet blood gave the sky a red tint. Zhua Fan was the only one standing with a pitch-black long sword in his hand. Ugh! The hopeful Ren Xiaoyun felt his face twitch. Just how strong is this brat to kill a dozen soul harmony experts in a blink? But why use the sword on them but only punch me around? Hope turned into despair in a matter of seconds. Ren Xiaoyun was so touched by Zhua Fan's attentive care that he almost cried. The witnessing elders, disciple and venerables looked stupefied, gasping at the totally outrageous outcome. The sect only had those soul harmony experts, yet all were killed in a flash. As the bloody rain fell, with squishy parts in between, the audience froze. No one made a single peep. Zhua Fan took back the sword, turning around to grin at his previous trustee punching back. Ren Xiaoyun. Shuddering, Ren Xiaoyun's mood hit rock bottom. Again? Why me? I can't take it anymore, dying in 2 hits. You, elders, don't just stand there. Help! Everyone was still looking lost. Maybe the shock was so great it upended all their common sense, or it just might be that they were smart enough to play dumb and not die like the others before them. Ren Xiaoyun wanted to curse. They just loved buttering him up every day all day. But when it counted, none would help. A bunch of double-crossing degenerates. The elders were having difficulties themselves, though. With the best soul harmony experts removed so easily, as ethereal stage experts they'd only go there to die. Sect leader, you gotta take us into consideration, to preserve the strength of the sect. Ren Xiaoyun looked to be in the pits of despair. It's over. Who'll help me now? Zhua Fan snickered. Shooting for him. Ha ha ha. Sect leader run. The great middle 3 sect, Heaven Trailing sect, is nothing short of a letdown. All your elders are cowards. None willing to risk themselves to save you. Talk about a useless sect leader. Ren Xiaoyun's face twitched. Sect leader. The elders finally cried out in anger, though none thought of coming over. Fine, fine. I already knew your stance. I'm about to hang, so what's the point of faking sympathy? To console me? Humph! Hypocrites. Ren Xiaoyun huffed and sneered. He was wondering if these geezers were really after sympathy, or maybe they had been hypocrites for so long, they forgot how to act natural. One thing was certain, these ingratiating oldies were useless when the going got tough, like now. I should have just sent them first to fight. What was wrong with me when I went to fight that freak? Ren Xiaoyun was wallowing in regret. A shame none of this mattered at this point. Zhuofan popped next to him and punched at his head. It didn't follow the same game from before. The strike was filled with the desire to kill. Even Zhuofan got tired of playing. Ren Xiaoyun's heart sank and sighed. I just had to mess with the wrong monster. Whoosh! Just before Zhuofan's killing blow landed, a whistling sound passed by his ear. Zhuofan's punch halted and he jumped back while leaning his head back. Just in time too, as a sword wave was inches from his nose. The sharp golden energy even made his face sting despite not touching him. Boom! The sword wave destroyed a faraway forest in a huge explosion. Fire and dust covered the skies, erasing everything in dozens of miles. That attack was even stronger than his punch. Zhuofan gulped, hovering in the air and sweating bullets. Looking up, he saw a tall man in white, looking rather young. He was holding the heavily wounded Ren Xiaoyun, looking down with a calm gaze. High Venerable! The audience cheered at seeing their savior, bowing in respect. Ren Xiaoyun grinned. High Venerable, you came. You'd be dead if I didn't. High Venerable threw Ren Xiaoyun down. The spectating elders rushed to catch him, looking after his every need, though Ren Xiaoyun's opinion of them already dropped. Disaster came at our doors and you only now show care? Too little, too late. Ren Xiaoyun remained silent with a dark look. High Venerable laughed and turned to Zhuofan. What problems might you have with Heaven Trailing Sect to cause such a big scene? Heaven Trailing Sword? Xiao Yunshan? Zhuofan squinted then mocked. You're out at last. I'm Demon Scheming Sect's High Venerable Yuan Xingong's disciple. Zhuofan. Shaking. Xiao Yunshan looked at him hard before nodding. I see. So you're the one he mentioned. Your master was very proud of you till the end. I've never seen that look on him before. It even got me curious to see you. But then I heard rumors of Universal Righteous Sect targeting you and that you didn't survive. Who knew? I'd survive and come find you? Grinning, Zhuofan's eyes flashed with bloodthirst. Xiao Yunshan, I heard you killed my master. That's why I came here, to take your head. Xiao Yunshan was as calm as ever, turning to the heavily wounded Ren Xiaoyun. That's why you kept him alive, to make me step in. True, but you came rather late. Now your great sect is a dozen soul harmony experts short. Ha ha ha, sorry. But I've been in seclusion and couldn't hear the commotion until now. Xiao Yunshan smiled. Not minding his own sect's experts had been mowed down. Zhuofan was puzzled. Is the High Venerable not on good terms with those oldies? Or maybe he stands above taunts and ingratiations. Xiao Yunshan spoke. You must have come for revenge. Would you mind answering a question first? I'm the most accommodating to dead men. Ha ha ha, how cocky, although. Xiao Yunshan looked around and nodded. You do have the power to back it up. I can see now why the old man was so proud of you. You're truly gifted. Only I just heard that the Demon Scheming Sect is in ruins. Did you do that? Zhuofan nodded. Correct. You knew the Demon Scheming Sect was the old man's most cherished place. Even with the traitorous elders having a hand in killing him, they were all the core of the Demon Scheming Sect. Their death means the end of Demon Scheming Sect and the end of all his efforts. Is this revenge to pay your respect? Or get rid of everything? Xiao Yunshan's eyes stared hard, waiting for an answer. Zhuofan's gaze didn't falter, then laughed. Who said I'm taking revenge for Master? Xiao Yunshan was stunned. In the end, Master is dead and he won't come back just because I took revenge. Zhuofan spoke with a sage look. Everyone is looking to avenge themselves, and I'm no different. Demon Scheming Sect had been my master's cherished place, but not mine. I only cared about Master and not the sect. I even told him that Demon Scheming Sect will be home as long as he was there. When that ceased, ha ha ha, there's no home without kin. Master had his path and I have mine. Even as Master was killed, I'm sure he still didn't want to see the sect in ruins. But from how I saw it, every last one of them are his killers. If I don't destroy those bastards, I'd have not let down Master, but myself and my path. Xiao Yunshan, do you get it now? Xiao Yunshan shuddered, looking at the sky in ponder. Elder Yuan's final words echoed loud in his ears. Xie Wuyue, you're damning the sect. So that's what he meant. Taking a deep breath and turning to Zhuofan, Xiao Yunshan laughed. Ha ha ha. I see it now. Old man, I finally understand why you're so proud of him. He's good, no, great. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yunshan's laughter confused everyone, even Zhuofan. Has the old man gone senile? Why laugh? Did I trigger an epiphany in him? Xiao Yunshan's gaze on Zhuofan was even more appreciative. Truly worthy of that old man's praise, having surpassed your master. I'm not talking about strength, but your heart. The old man toiled all his life for the sect, only to have it fall at your hand. It may look like you went against your master, but you actually received his true inheritance. The old man worked hard on his path, as do you. Moreover, you don't let anything interfere, not hesitating even when your master is involved. Ha ha ha, this is the essence of an inheritance, walking your own path. Old man, you failed in your toil, but rest easy now that you left such a disciple behind. Xiao Yunshan sighed. The next moment, his eyes sharpened, staring at Zhuofan with bloodthirst, unleashing sharp winds from all around him. I, however, have my own path I shall stick to. Raising his hand and sticking out 2 fingers, sharp sounds echoed around. I know you came to destroy my sect, but to me, like your master, the sect is everything. No matter what, even if you're a junior, when it comes to the fate of the sect, I'll still fight you despite liking you as I liked your master. Your death is the only way. Zhuofan had a creepy grin. Enough friendliness. Attack already. Very well. Xiao Yunshan slashed with his hand and a sword edge extended from his fingers, coming down on Zhuofan's head. Like death from above, the immense power of the sharp attack pressured Zhuofan. The incredible power that was enough to split the earth in 2 made Zhuofan gasp and force him down. This is the might of the first sword in the middle 3 sects. Zhuofan squinted. The audience was gaping but also cheered inside. This is high venerable. His attack has the power to shake the world. Even the weary Ren Xiaoyun nodded in shock. He never saw High Venerable unleash his ultimate skill, heaven-reaching sword, to such a degree. It only showed how much Xiao Yunshan cared for Zhuofan. The kid is done for with High Venerable's attack. Yeah, High Venerable is different from those other soul harmony experts. He is unique even among the Western lands' soul harmony experts. Yeah, the brat never saw it coming. Heaven Trailing Sect might be the last Middle 3 sect, but our High Venerable is the guardian of the sect. The brat is finished. Ha ha ha. Despite the cawing grating the 2's ears, it did not affect their mood. Xiao Yunshan showed no reaction to their buttering and Zhuofan showed no panic to their taunts. They were fully committed to the battle like veterans. They only had eyes for each other. Rumble. The huge and mighty sword strike was imminent. Zhuofan's Qilin arm let out an eerie red glow while his body erupted in golden flames. He wanted to use the half-beast form to withstand the sword attack. Roar! Zhuofan shouted as he punched, clashing with the huge sword with a loud boom. The shockwaves spread everywhere, containing invisible sword energy. Ren Xiaoyun shouted, "Scatter! An ethereal stage cultivator can't take a soul harmony battle's shockwaves." The elders flew away with Ren Xiaoyun. But there were still some ethereal stage disciples lagging behind and falling victims to the stray sword energy. Whoosh! The traces of sword energy fell like meteor rain upon the entire sect. When one pierced a disciple, the victim was pulverized as well. When it touched the ground, it would leave a crater, shattering any poor devil around it. Cries of agony resounded from every corner, turning this place into the end of days as tens of thousands of disciples met their end. Ren Xiaoyun's group had gotten to a safe distance and were aggrieved by the losses, yet too scared to help. Xiao Yunshan was ignoring all these, focused fully on fighting Zhuofan. Zhuofan's red arm released a scorching glow as he struck above. The two were in a deadlock, but every time they pushed harder, it spelled doom for the rest of Heaven Trailing Sect. The brat is actually so strong. He blocked High Venerable's attack and had our disciples suffer around him. Ren Xiaoyun looked at the two in a deadlock with a grave look. The brat can't be left alive or it's over for us. The elders nodded, grave as well. Good one, kid. My heaven-reaching sword borrows the power of the world to form sword energy. It is like a sword from the heavens above to split the earth below. Few soul harmony experts can take it. I'm amazed you can too. Xiao Yunshan watched as Zhuofan lifted the huge sword. Yuan Xingong had gotten himself a great disciple. Not just any talent can pull this off. Zhuofan showed a smug grin. Only taking it? I think you're underestimating me here. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan's left eye flashed with the black thunderflame, then two golden halos in his right eye. The divine eye of the void and apocalyptic thunderflame eye were working together. Zhuofan was using them at the same time for the first time ever. Divine eye of the void's second stage. Void annihilating thunderflame. Boom! A rumble sounded from above and a black fire pillar shot forth, unleashing its almighty aura. The pillar of fire pierced the sword and reached the heavens. Crack! Something broke then as Xiao Yunshan watched in disbelief while his prized heaven-reaching sword crumbled to pieces. All the power he put in it also scattered. Zhuofan capitalized on this opening to use his right fist and break the rest of it, making it turn back into spiritual energy. Xiao Yunshan was overwhelmed. How? His prized skill, heaven-reaching sword, was broken just like that. Ren Xiaoyun and the elders were shocked. They knew the power of heaven-reaching sword, connected with the world and using its power. One had to be way above High Venerable's level to break this flawless skill. So how did it fail now? They had no idea Zhuofan used void annihilation along with the thunderflame to break it. Nothing in this world could survive the scorching power of the all-destructive thunderflame, let alone a sword made of energy. Whoosh! Zhuofan shot forth for Xiao Yunshan with his scarlet fist ready to draw blood. Xiao Yunshan hastily retreated, using his fingers to release golden sword energy at Zhuofan. Having seen his sword energy's power, Zhuofan knew very well that being kept at a distance would give the old man an advantage. Zhuofan chose thus to not block the attacks, making the decimating golden flame explode around him and using Divine Eye of the Void's first stage to dance between the attacks and reach Xiao Yunshan with his punch. Xiao Yunshan felt the brutal power bearing down on him, and he replied by unleashing the heaven-reaching sword once more. A sword from above once again struck Zhuofan. Only this time it was at a much closer distance. Dodging now would make some distance between them, and if Zhuofan blocked it, it would result in entering a deadlock like before, letting Xiao Yunshan pull back. It would help Xiao Yunshan regardless of blocking or not. The two tough choices were once again thrown before Zhuofan. Knowing the result, Xiao Yunshan was ready to get some distance since any choice Zhuofan made would give him this chance. He would get away from the brat and then use the huge sword energy to gain the upper hand. Zhuofan's savage right hand once again came into play, out of his expectations. The guy was determined to block the sword while having a weird grin on his face. Xiao Yunshan was uneasy, watching as the sword energy and the right hand made contact. The attack went through Zhuofan, tearing him to pieces and then to nothing. Xiao Yunshan rushed to move away, looking puzzled. What's going on here? His punch should block my heaven-reaching sword, so why didn't it now? He was destroyed in a second. Did he use up all his energy? Xiao Yunshan looked around to see the audience was overjoyed. High Venerable is amazing. He killed the kid in an instant. That's our heaven-trailing sect's guardian. As long as High Venerable is around, heaven-trailing sect fears no one. High Venerable has grown again. A blessing for our sect. Ha ha ha. Ren Xiaoyun bobbed his head in total agreement. It felt off how Zhuofan got done in just now, but it also made sense in a way. The first time Zhuofan blocked High Venerable's attack, He had time to prepare and inspect it. Even so, it was still tough. But now, High Venerable having unleashed the same destructive attack so close, Zhuofan had a lapse in attention that proved to be fatal. Death would come from just one strike in a battle of experts. Xiao Yunshan was in total disagreement. Having witnessed Zhuo's calm and weird smile, he knew for a fact that wasn't a suicidal one. Xiao Yunshan felt uneasy when he recalled it, and his feeling only grew stronger. High Venerable is amazing. Sir has earned the greatest merit in fighting off the enemy attack. Please receive my and all our elders' respect. Barely getting on his feet, Ren Xiaoyun looked grave, giving Xiao Yunshan a deep bow, with the rest following after him. Giving an annoyed wave, Xiao Yunshan was feeling restless. Whoosh! A sharp cry came from behind, followed by an icy bloodthirst. Startled, he looked back to see a pitch-black blade in his face. Caught by surprise, Xiao Yunshan worked on instinct, raising 2 fingers to stab with Yuan Qi. PFF. The fingers flew before Xiao Yunshan. Seeing Zhuofan's weird grin in front of him, Xiao Yunshan, you got soft. Xiao Yunshan's brow shook, feeling pain from below. What he saw made him sigh. He had ended up just like the other soul harmony experts, cut in two. The black sword had cut through his belly and his soul. Double Dragon Manor's divine weapon. Vaulting sword. Xiao Yunshan had blood coming from his mouth, yet he looked quite calm. Zhuofan nodded. You're going about what killed you when you're already dead? Ha ha ha, of course, since the heaven-reaching sword was gleaned while training in Double Dragon Manor. I had the chance to stand 100 meters from this divine weapon and sense its aura. While I don't know its current aura, I can tell it from its appearance. Xiao Yunshan smiled. My skill can block any spiritual weapon for some time, with just this divine weapon able to cut it. Zhuofan said, your power and heart are high, and I wouldn't have one if not for trickery. You're no ordinary soul harmony expert. I didn't want to kill you either, but you're shielding Heaven Trailing Sect and have killed my master. I could never let you go. Ha ha ha. I know that as well. Xiao Yunshan smiled. I shouldn't fight you as you're my old friend's disciple, but with your strength and coming to destroy my sect, I had to do it to avoid its demise. We each have our reason to kill the other, just that you came out on top and I lost. That's all there is to it. Though I'm curious about one thing, what just happened? Sensing he was close to the end, Zhuofan humored him. I have a lot of great skills, and one of them is capable of setting up a space and creating an illusion. What you have cut was just my illusion while I hid in that space. I waited for you to be consumed by this strange event and struck when your guard was down. I see. So there's a strange skill like that in the world. Xiao Yunshan looked white, looking at Zhuofan through a haze. Such a skill had never been seen in Western lands. I'm sure that the whole world hasn't one user, especially that old man. Although he said you're his disciple, who is your true master? Zhuofan pondered his hopeful gaze. Elder Yuan is my master in Tao that I respect and admire, while the master that passed on his skills to me is someone else. He is a reclusive expert. I don't know if he's dead or alive, but I'm sure he's very strong. Stronger than anyone in these lands. Already in the Genesis stage. Everything is nothing more than an ant to him. He's better than the Central Area's invincible sword. Invincible? Humph, only an ignorant fool would call himself that. Zhuofan mocked. Even when that master can flick him to death, he still won't proclaim himself invincible. Xiao Yunshan shook and sighed. This is fate. With such a strong master, why did we even go to offend you? Even if you die, your master would come for revenge. Western lands wouldn't be able to stop him and the sect would perish. I had given my all and have no regrets. Old man, I lost to your disciple. You should rest now. Spewing blood, Xiao Yunshan's eyes lost their light as he fell. High Venerable. The elders below were shocked. Their protector, High Venerable, was dead. Everyone was by themselves with fear as they watched the lone figure in the air. How could they let Xie Wuyue's twisted words entice them and bring about such calamity? Zhuofan looked coldly at the body on the ground and sighed. None of them wanted to fight, but their position made it impossible to avoid a clash. Life is so frustrating. After this frustration, what he loved the most was sending these bastards to hell. Zhuofan's eyes shone and turned on Ren Xiaoyun's group with a twisted smile. The victims shook in terror. A month later, Blackwind Mountain was packed with people, as well as 3 new familiar faces, Chu Qingcheng, Yi Lin and Wu Qingqiu. Luo Yunhai saw that everyone was here and began. People, everyone should be familiar with Edifice Lord Chu. She now represents Double Dragon Manor and has come to investigate the recent sect destructions. The other 2 are Ultimate Clarity Sect's senior brothers Wu Qingqiu and Yi Lin. Everyone bowed in respect and caution. None from Superior 3 sects could be offended, especially from Double Dragon Manor. There's no need for courtesy. We only came to ask some questions. Just think of us as guests. Wu Qingqiu was quite respectful. After our investigation of the Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect, we found not a soul alive, yet also no traces. The more people there are, the more clues there should be. While the less there are, the more powerful they had to be. As we have nothing to go on as of now, we could only ask the help of the greatest faction closest to the 2 sects, the Luo Alliance. Everyone jerked. Are you suspecting us? PFF. The sudden outburst got everyone to turn to Yi Lin. Ha ha ha, sorry? But have some self-respect. None of us are fools here. You're the last suspects if you ever were, especially with your strength. Yi Lin mocked, earning angry glares. We may be weaker than you, but are you looking down on us by voicing it? Chu Qingchang mediated. Sorry, everyone. He's always so rude. Don't mind him. We only came to understand something. Who knows where Zhuofan's master is?